Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and it was a late, bad night. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
You're good at keeping perspective. It's important to try to do. I was in the tunnel after that game, walking downstairs, and there was a member of the front office, and kind of just one thing you learn in my line of work is when you see those guys, you kind of just give them silence. You don't try to, after a game like that, they don't want to talk. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like we're just, I see you, little head nod, keep
What
it
up,
moving.
Doc?
And
But they knew they let one go.
the exact response was, we bleeping gave it away.
Yeah, he gave it away. And the sick thing else I know is Landfill had I think he asked the question last night, what is the worst loss this year? I wouldn't say it's the worst.
Really?
I'd say the worst loss was that Green Bay loss. Nobody did anything right in that damn game.
Yeah.
So when you look at a game like that, when you do nothing right at all, you know, that's bad to me because there's no way you practice that long and you play like they did against Green Bay. Last night, there were good things in that game. Hey, Luke got a damn third touchdown in a row. I'm loving that now. Jalen Lane on up the sideline. The thing about it is, we always talk about it. I think it's thrown away when people say it. Everything becomes cliche in football. Well, win the turnover battle. Win in the trenches. You didn't win the turnover battle. And that's why you lost that game.
100%.
As simple as that. Like, even with 2 turnovers, just go down, control the ball, you win a football game. It could have taken time off the clock. We can go and start dissecting what things could happen better. But a lot of times when they got the ball back with time and they could take some off, they came out with a quick, like a pass or something on first play. Now you're behind the chains. Now now the defense knows about what you're going to run. So some things have to change up a little bit, but they got to always remember, this game, as it gets tighter, that's when you got to concentrate more. You got to take care of the little things.
I can't imagine really that a lot of folks, when they got the ball late in that game with what seemed like an opportunity for a good drive, go down the field, maybe you kick a field goal to seal it up.
Yeah.
You're only up 2 at that point, or maybe even score a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be crystal clear. Jaden Daniels, after the game, took full responsibility for the fumble.
Yeah.
Which he should. He said he lost focus on the snap. If you watch it back, he never had the ball coming in on the snap, let alone the handoff.
Yeah.
The wet ball stuff is silly. Both teams had a wet ball.
Both teams had wet ball. I'll say this. It's a lot of stuff when you're all that different little thing. Like, one of my guys on my little text thread hit me and said, man, don't you think it would have been much better just putting them on the center at that point? Yeah, after, we can, everybody, revisionist history, we can say a lot. Probably would have been.
I don't disagree with that, but
Yeah.
that's also the league, dude.
It's the league.
The league runs out of pistol, out of shotgun.
They run out
all
of pistol,
the time.
but when you got, look, nobody's going to say the wet ball. But you know what? The wet ball does cause problems.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. My stance is, how many games has Jaden won for this team late? And if you want to say Jaden lost it last night, okay. That's what he said.
He said that.
We've reached a stage with a second-year quarterback. That's probably what he started every game last year, right? So that's 17.
He missed a couple. Missed one, didn't he?
He came out, but he started them.
He started the next one too?
He started, the ones he came out, like the Panthers he came out, the Cowboys he started. I believe he started all 17 last year. But, so 17 last year and now 4 this year, I think. So that's, call it 20 games roughly.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably won them, I don't know, 15? You know what I mean? Where it's like you can directly attribute his play. Last night, he had a tough game. The pick, he was just late on. I don't think he saw the safety. If that ball comes out earlier, probably is a touchdown to Debo. Thank you, Jeffrey. The fumble at the end is really unforgivable. I can't imagine he's going to forgive himself, knowing Jaden. But you
He'll get
always
past
say,
it.
Yeah, I think he gets past it by Dallas, but you always say turnovers are one thing, but when you turn the ball over.
Oh, yeah.
And for them to have that fumble in that situation, it was really disastrous. You know what I mean? Like everything's set up for them to kind of steal a game because Chicago, the way I looked at this game last night, you had two teams kind of playing hot potato, trying to give the other team the win.
Mm-hmm.
Like Chicago did a whole lot to try to give Washington the win, and it was who's going to make the last bad play, and this time it was Jaden.
Yeah.
It was,
and no one ever expected or suspected that.
no.
And I think, but that's football. And I think when you look at football overall, we listen to what they say, we watch them, and we expect perfection. The coaches and players know they won't get perfection, and you're going to have those type of plays around in your career in a season. But will they define you, or will they make or break you? You get what I'm saying?
Totally.
And I think they're like Bill with the fumble last night, and you see it's 2 games in a row, and people will go, "Oh man!" But in a sense, they were 2 totally different fumbles. You know what I mean? The one last night, he'll learn. When I'm spinning in this traffic, I got to put the other hand on the ball. The one when he had in L.A., he was on his way down, and they were able to get the ball. You know what I mean? You got to learn to just protect it in different ways. Jaden, everything he said last night, I just shook my head like, okay, because this dude is not trying to BS nobody. He's telling you exactly what he feels and what he thinks, and he moves forward from it. And Santana and I last night doing the show, and Tanner, the coolest dude in the world, he was like, B, I'm not even mad. I'm like, he said, because, bruh, we had it, but you can't turn the ball over. He said, as simple as that, we always talk about turnover battles. And it gets thrown to the right, and I'm sure that a lot of people be like, oh, yeah, they say that every week. That ish makes a difference.
For sure.
Blank. Yeah.
For sure. I think it was that's a really frustrating loss. I think Washington put themselves in position to steal it, basically. Mm-hmm. But there are things individual to that game that are problematic, but you kind of think they exist in a vacuum, in a silo. Like Jaden, that was his first pick of the season, first turnover of the season. Then to have the fumble late, that to me exists in a vacuum. That was one weird bad game that he turned the ball over.
Yeah.
Bill fumbling twice in 2 weeks. I'm not sure that's a silo thing. That you wonder if there's a question there.
I don't think you make it into a question. I mean, it's like I said, it's 2 separate ways of what happened. I don't think it's a big deal at this point, because we look at the problem with today. We look at everything based off of statistics and analytics. Oh, 2 in 2 weeks, okay, but look at how they happen, and then he can correct that. He if he learns from it and puts the focus on it, he can correct it real quick. Now, if he doesn't pay attention to it, he's gonna have a damn problem.
For sure. That correctable, sure, can't happen again. Like it's already at the if he puts another one on the ground in Dallas, it's like, oh boy, you know what I mean? Like that thing has multiplied. I think, dude, because of the butterfly effect of football games, if you will, Matt Gay doinking that field goal late in the second quarter. Mm-hmm. If that's good,
yeah,
then you get late in this game and and Caleb has to get a touchdown, not a field goal. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And Gay has had a couple good games in a row now. I believe he made 8 in a row.
Yeah,
but that miss yesterday was brutal, and it was a 51-yarder. 51-yarders have become routine in the NFL.
They become routine, but I think the difference between media and fans, coaches can't just be. That coach is going to also say this guy just hit 8 in a row.
He's
not going to say he's going to just look at the one last night. And I understand it. And listen, I'm human just like anybody else. When you see it, you go, what the hell? Because you see so many people making them. But what you going to go get? Who are the other people out there? I think that's the main thing. When you start thinking about letting someone go at this moment and bringing somebody in, The guy that you're trying to bring in probably ain't gonna be as good as be better than that dude as you're gonna let go.
I agree with that too.
Changing faces.
I agree with that too.
Yeah.
But that's something that they created by not having competition for a staff that talks about competition all the time. And you might be entirely right that generally, like the other part of this that I think is lost, and it's a next man up league, and I understand all that. Offensively, they're just depleted, man.
Yeah.
Like they ran that 13 personnel a lot, right? Mitch pointed this out on the podcast last night. They ran that 13 personnel a ton, and you have one wide receiver out there.
Yeah.
More often than not, it was Chris Moore. And Chris Moore had a decent game last night.
Chris Moore played okay last night.
Second half, he had a ball hit him in the helmet. It wasn't been the easiest catch, but you like to think he makes that catch. But the touchdown grab was a hell of a grab. But, they're depleted offensively. If you think about their playmakers going into the season, what you thought you'd have, I think this team misses Eckler a lot. Clearly, Terry McLaurin not playing is impacting them. Even Noah Brown, to a lesser degree, is a good, big, physical outside receiver. Not having those guys makes an impact, and none of this is excuse making because the reality be a few things that do not exist in a silo at all. Mm-hmm. These slow starts. It was 13-0 last night,
and they have to correct that. That's the only thing that. Well, I left the game with two major hurdles: turnovers and that.
The turnovers, absolutely, right? But
turnovers
the slow starts are
the slow starts, I don't know. It's like you can't put your finger on it, and I'm sure Dan is probably, I'm about to say scratching his head, but he ain't got no hair just like me. He's probably as perplexed as I am. Why? Because this was a team that didn't start like that for the most part all last year. And there are players that you look at them and you're like, okay, they're going to motivate this team. I don't know if people are waiting for someone to show up to be that guy. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think if you are there and you're in a uniform, be the guy. Stop waiting. I've said it, and I know that everybody talks about leadership and being a leader. You don't have to be. Look, there's nothing in the book that says you have to wait this amount of years to become a leader. If you are, you are. And you just have to show up, lead, and start making plays. Because one thing about being a leader, you can't be being a leader if you're not doing a damn thing on the field. Somebody's going to have to get it done because right now, it's like they don't start doing until somebody, like they feel like they're being beat. And you got to come out the mindset that I'm already down. Let's go with it. Because once they get hitting them out, they know how to respond. Just like, remember the dude, the big old dude used to let the trainer slap him in the face all the time?
Yeah.
Let somebody slap the hell out of you. Be hitting them out. And then come out there with an attitude or something because I don't know what that is. They got to fix that.
So the couple things to me that are deeply concerning, the slow starts, they were trying to say they were just on the road. Well, last night was at home. And shout out to that crowd and to kind of the pregame ceremony show, whatever you want to call it. The crowd was awesome. That place was packed.
Yeah.
The national anthem performance by the singer from the Navy was phenomenal. It was just a really cool visual with that giant flag and the wind blowing. Like, there is zero reason for that game to start slow.
Yeah.
And offensively, I mean, the first drive, Washington's defense was just getting gashed. They kind of buckle up down in the red zone, give up 3. Then Jaden throws the pick on the first drive when Washington had a pretty decent drive going. To open a game pick fumble is about as bad as it can go.
I'll use this analogy. You always say the heavyweight championship fight, they say where they filling each other out.
Yeah.
What I noticed in games is we filling people out, but they throwing haymakers. You get what I'm saying? We got to learn to, this team is not trying to fill us out. They are showing us off the bat what they're going to do. And we have to go from thinking, okay, the first round, we're going to come out there and just like bob and weave and knock the hell out of somebody early. It's an analogy. But the ultimate thing is we go out there trying to find out what their game plan is. They come out, they don't give a damn what ours is. They know what they're trying to do.
Well, that's my other concern. Last night, Chicago came into this game with the worst rushing defense in the league. Now, granted, they get linebacker T.J. Edwards back.
Yeah, but they had 8 in the box like a mug.
Then throw it on them.
Yeah, you got to come with a game plan off of that. And I think we still
They
felt
couldn't
we
run the
running.
ball
Yeah.
for bleep last night. And then defensively, I mean, they got gashed. DeAndre Swift finished 14 for 108. He had the one long one.
He's gassed them last year.
Dude, I don't know what was more concerning last night, the inability to run the ball or the inability to stop the run. But you and I always joke about it. As much as everybody likes to make football a really complex game,
It's easy.
when you lose the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, it's really hard to win.
Football is about running and stopping the run. If you run the ball and you can stop the run, you win football games. I know everybody with fantasy all wants to see somebody throw the ball around the damn yard. Still, old school football mindset will win games for you. If your guys are tougher at the point of attack and your guys can push people back, you're going to win. I'm talking about your big guys. If your big guys are getting pushed back, I don't care who you have at your skill position and everything else, you're going to lose. Buffalo, they lost last night.
Yeah.
Why? They were getting whipped at the offensive line and defensive line positions. Still, look, these quarterbacks, yes, we give them all the love, all the glory. They can't win by themselves. I said, I know people probably turn their nose up at it, most dependent position in all the sports. And although we say, yeah, they make people better, they can't do a damn thing without somebody helping them.
It was it's a really, really bad loss, and they were in position to steal a win, frankly, even with 2 turnovers, inability to run the ball or stop the run. And then the last turnover just broke them. You just 3 minutes left in a tight game where you're driving to ideally get a go-ahead field goal. You can't put the ball on the ground there.
You can't, but it's not an automatic that team needs to go down and score either.
Defense could have gotten a stop. Chicago got that ball at their own 44. So if you get a 3 and out there, you're getting the ball back with a chance to win it again. They couldn't do that. It was, really, really just disheartening. We're going to open these phone lines up at 11, let everybody chime in. You're now 3-3. I mean, just the table was set last night to win that game, tie Philly for the division lead in the East, and they just
Everything is still in front of them, though.
Chicago gets 1st and 10 at the 44. It's a 2-yard run for Swift. Payne makes a tackle. Then they run it again, 3-yard gain. Payne again makes a tackle. So it's 3rd and 5. It's a 2-minute warning. At this point, you got all your timeouts left. Get a stop there, and you're right back in it. Because Chicago, I think, would have to punt unless it was a 4th and short. And Loveland, the tight end, the rookie tight end that's largely done nothing for Chicago, is able to get open, 6-yard gain, 1st down. Mm-hmm. And it was like, honestly, in that moment, it almost felt like they were like, we're cooked. Because Swift is then able to run a 10-yard run and then a 15-yard run, which made the field goal just easy pickings for Moody. It was they had blocked a field goal earlier in the game. The refs were terrible in this thing.
Well, going into that game, we knew that.
Right. And I think the refs had an outsized impact on the Bears, frankly, the illegal formation call that cost them that Rome Odunze touchdown. Like, Washington had a chance to steal a win, and I think last year they did that. Last night they did not. The turnover at the end is just an absolute killer. The turnover at the end I don't think happens 9 times out of 10. Last night was the one, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of the stuff that happened, I think, are real problems that this team needs to address. I don't know that you find an answer in mid-October, but
you can find an answer.
They damn sure better try. We're just getting warmed up. We are going to talk to John Bates today. Keep these phones open. Fred Smoot's going to join us at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Just too many mistakes for the Commanders, losing Monday Night Football 25-24 to Chicago, a game they let slip away. 3 turnovers on the night, 2 of those by Jaden Daniels, the early INT, and then the fumble late that led to Chicago's game-winning field goal.
Like I said, I didn't play how I hold myself to and how I should play, so I'll be better.
Commanders 3-3. They win one, they lose one. It's a bad pattern that has 500 season written all over it. Need to turn things around quickly. Dallas week up next, only 5 days until Sunday 4:25 kickoff against the Cowboys in Arlington, Texas. Hockey, the Capitals have been winning some games. They're back home tonight looking for a 3rd straight win. Caps and Tampa Bay Lightning, 7 p.m. here on the Fan from Capital One Arena. Baseball playoffs, NLCS opened last night. Dodgers down the Brewers 2-1. And the Mariners beat the Blue Jays again, Game 2 of the ALCS. So Seattle heading home in front 2-0 in the series. They are 2 wins away from their first ever appearance in the World Series. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Ooh, ooh, mm, whoa, whoa.
All right, Pete. Simple question for you.
Well, Jeff playing a song right here. Can you answer the? Can you stand the rain? After it was raining last night in that game, Jeff, this is a perfect song right here. I don't know if I can.
Are you guys covered where you do your show?
Yeah. But Jay, didn't make a difference. That wind was blowing through that thing like it was a damn wind tunnel.
Yeah.
And it had the little misty rain.
Yeah.
It was coming sideways, dog. So didn't make a difference. Logan roll over there with no sleeves on.
I saw.
Yeah, but he had them little chill bumps.
Yeah.
Yeah. You cold, damn it. Don't be trying to make you like you're so tough.
Oh.
If you wasn't cold, you wouldn't have those little goosebumps popping up.
It was pretty miserable. I mean, I was out there. I had live hits all afternoon. It seemed like the weather stopped at kickoff, but came back in like the 4th quarter. I do not believe weather is why they fumbled. Do you?
No.
Jaden said, he's like, I just lost concentration on it.
Yeah, and see, that's exactly how you handle it. I messed up.
Right.
And you move forward. But people still want to say, well, the rain. No, the man just told you he lost concentration. Move forward. I think in these situations, the football player mindset might be what we need to go on. Because what they are taught is to get past it, get over it, and move on to the next. But the whole thing is, player can tell us what it is. We're going to still tell you what we think the player's trying to say.
Right.
And if they went to a game, they did what they know they're not supposed to do, lose the turnover battle. And they lost the damn football game.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
right.
you had 3. It was you're -3 in turnovers. Like you're just not gonna win. It's just really not going to happen, and I think we're not really used to that.
At all.
Definitely not used to Jaden making a mistake in that kind of moment. It's weirdly like unheard of at this point.
When I heard it last night, heard him talking in the press conference, I smiled. Because it took me back a few years back. When there was another quarterback in those situations.
Sure.
What you think he would have said last night?
Probably not the same.
Yeah, so, hey.
It's funny. I was talking with one guy after Jaden, and he's like, man, don't you want him to be more pissed off? And I was like, being pissed off, some of that stuff's performative. Like, it doesn't really matter. Jaden was plenty pissed off, but he just kind of keeps his composure in those situations. And I think specifically, I want to ask you, B, about the slow starts. What do you make of the slow start? How do you fix it? Whose fault is it?
I listen. I can't make nothing of it because I've watched this same team with the majority of the players that are on it that were on it last year. They didn't have that. I'm kind of dumbfounded at what's going on. I know Dan motivates and promotes the hell out to get these guys ready to go. I know there are players on the team like they may be low key guys, Jaden and also Bobby, but those guys are highly competitive guys. But when we go out and they go on the field and things just start, so I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know if it's something you could talk about, whatever, or is it just something has to click. You know, like somebody sent the text this morning in another text friend I'm on saying, like, they played well, and you start seeing things getting better. They're starting to have a little bit more confidence in themselves, younger people and other people together as a whole. Could it be they just, last year what they did was something so great? Are people just afraid to just let it go and see if they can be that again? Or people don't think they can do it again? You know what I mean? Like sometimes when you've seen what's capable, it makes you nervous, you know? And where you get over nervousness is just drop every damn thought you have and just go let it hang out and go for it. You know what I mean? I think they got to just go. Hell, we was like saying, Luke got to start showing us something. Has Luke shown you something in the last 3 weeks?
Yeah.
So
he still doesn't get a ton of targets, but he's making them count.
He don't have to get a ton of targets. When it counts, he makes it happen. And what happens with that is you start trying to find more targets for him.
Sure.
Okay, we saw Lane go up the sideline. I was like, damn, who the hell is that? He was flying.
Yeah, it was a great move, too.
When you see those things happening, those young guys are getting a lot more confident. And then you start to, like for me, I have to pinch myself and pull myself back from thinking when 17's back and number one is even more healthy and you got those guys now with some experience, the possibilities. You get what I'm saying? And I don't want to get ahead of anything. I want to just see the next game. But when I see those things, it makes you start to wonder a little bit.
Just a really disappointing game, honestly. I would not have seen it go that way. But, dude, let's be real on – I mean, at various times, they started way too slow, obviously. But even when they went up 24-16, so they get up 8, and there are some that argue you go for 2 there to make it 9. Even if they go for 2 there and get it, then it's 25-25 at the end of this thing. But, dude, you have that really good drive, 6-play, 63-yard drive. Jaden finds Ertz for the touchdown. You have an 8-point lead with, 10 to play in the fourth.
Yeah.
Play a little defense.
Yeah.
How about the DeAndre Swift catch for 55 yards?
Yeah.
The tackling on that was a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, you had guys just push them out of bounds. That was a joke.
That 100% pisses me off.
Yeah.
The tackling aspect, this team and people around the league, I hate that. And I guess that you wonder why I care about tackling so much. Because I can tell you like this, when I was playing ball, that weak-ass attempt to push somebody and bump somebody would have never took me down. And I would have loved it. So, but I know if a guy grabbed me and wrapped up, you know what I thought about? Let me go down before the second person come to hit. Let me go down before the second person come in and go low and hurt me. So when you wrap up, I went down. So I don't know. Listen, there have been a lot of strong dudes in the NFL. Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, they all squat over 600 pounds. I did too. But when you got a 200-pound dude wrapped around your waist or around your ankles, your ass going down. You're not going to keep running. And damn sure not full speed. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So until guys learn, look, grab and hold on till somebody come. But you just pushing somebody, that stuff don't work. That is pathetic. And listen, I know that those players always get all types of little fine things going on. I suggest leaders of the defense, if you bump somebody, push somebody, forearm somebody, and they don't go down, fine their ass $100 every time it happens. They'll stop doing it. And I know maybe, $100 ain't nothing. No, $100 is something to anybody when I got to pay a fine. When there's a fine, the price doesn't make a difference. It's the fact that you're paying the fine.
The tackling stuff is remarkably terrible, and that play specifically was, just that's about as important of a spot to have something like that go down as you can imagine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
yeah, there's a question I just got this question from Jim from Rude. I think it's Jim from Rude. Yeah. He says slow start or mistakes at the start. Because you look at last night, you had an interception and a fumble. They were going in to score on that first one. The other games where you get the ball on first down and then you lose yards. So is it a slow start per se? They're coming out not ready to play, or they coming out and they're not executing early? You know what I'm saying? I can go with that. I think if we look at the game against Atlanta, our first play was trying to jet sweep and we lost 2 yards to Debo. The game in Green Bay, I think we also went 1, 2, 3 out.
I do agree with you. The Green Bay loss was worse because they just looked completely hapless.
But like the first drive was 3 and out, and I don't think we might have not gained but 2 or 3 yards, if that. Probably lost yards. So could it be that our first play stuff has to be a little better? Something where, when you got a shooter in basketball, what they tell them? Get the first layup, get it to drop, and then everything start falling.
Right.
How about just a little quick pop to the tight end? A little drop back, the running back go and hook up and hit him for 6 yards. You move the ball, you give yourself favorable second down yardage, and you move forward. But if that jet sweep don't work and guys stay home, you can lose yards on that thing quickly. Or it could break. But we've seen in most games our early plays have been stopped.
Yeah, not much has gone right, dude. Last night they had a chance to steal a win and they coughed it up late. That's just the reality. They didn't really play well enough, but you give up a 55-yard touchdown catch right when you had pulled ahead is about as bad as it gets. Now, credit to them, they did stop the 2-pointer. Otherwise, that game would have been tied. I have significant notes from last night. I just, at one point in the second quarter, my note to myself, so I take notes throughout the game, right? Mm-hmm. All I wrote was just an ass kicking early. Now, early doesn't mean that's how it has to go the whole time, but that was the slow starts, dude. I don't know what that is, but it is a problem. You're down 13-0 this week. You were down 10-0 last week. The Atlanta game was ugly early, and then defensively they couldn't get stops. Frankly, I don't think that Chicago team's that good.
Watching that game last night, listen, I'm going to tell you, Washington's a better football team. Jaden's a better quarterback. But I'll just say this, the best team don't always win.
Right.
They just made less mistakes because when I was looking at that game early on, and even as he went through, I look at quarterback rating and all that stuff, and 5 was still better, even with the turnover.
Quick break from us. Let's open these phone lines up. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Who you mad at? Commanders now 0-2 in primetime with a lot more primetime games coming. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. check in with Jeffrey real quick. Jeff, you were at the game last night. What sense do you make of that coughed up win?
We have to stop with these slow starts. It just put too much on our defense. I couldn't even get mad at the defense because they were on the field majority of the game, and it just sucked the life out of the stadium, especially for people like myself who was telling Bears fans right before the game, it's still time to go buy some Commanders gear. And a lot of them saw me when I was leaving out yesterday.
And they let you have it?
Yes, they did. And I just stood there and took it because
Did Adam Rank hit you up?
no. It just sucks that was the way that we lost the game.
They gave it away, dude.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Interesting question here, B.
Mhm.
Our guy Curtis asks via Twitter, do you think Jaden Daniels' heroics from last season has the team thinking, okay, we have time, he'll bring us back as a reason for the slow starts?
No. I don't think you go into a game thinking, oh, we could start off slow. Jaden going to bring us back. No. I don't think they're hitting on all cylinders.
Do you wonder? I just got a text from Heather. With the slow starts, they've won the toss a few times and defer to the second half.
Most people do that.
Certainly. But do you think when you're in a rut like this, maybe just take the ball and try to go score?
You may. I've seen those things happen.
I don't know. Deferring kind of, to me, makes the most sense. And Washington had it set up well. They missed the field goal. Otherwise, it could have been, scores at the end and the beginning. But the slow starts are perplexing because it's consistent. And they try to say it was a road issue, and then it happened at home.
Yeah. So you can write it off as a road issue till it happens at home. Now you have to find a way to address it because you find out it's an issue.
Right.
It's not something you can put a little word in front of it. It's an issue. So let's get it fixed.
Doing some blame pies. People are already on the phones. Russ is in Graceville. Russ, what's your blame pie look like?
Hey, what's up, Finley? What's up, Mitch?
What's up, brother?
I just, I'm wondering, I know they practice with, red balls. There late in the game when the rain started to come back, I don't know why. I played quarterback in Pop Warner. We always had a towel as a quarterback to dry our hands. Not making any excuses. I know Jaden owned it, said he really wasn't focused. I just question why isn't shotgun 3rd and 1, man? He can run the offense from under center. I mean, the snap would be a little more secure, and I know it's easy to, pick and choose, and hindsight's 20/20. We could talk about the missed field goals, the inconsistency, but boy, we are getting gassed on that run game. And there's got to be some accountability to Joe Witt because that tackling right now is atrocious. I mean, right now.
I think we lost my guy. It was a good call, though. Yep. Russ, you still there? All right, Russ is gone. Here's what we're going to do. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is blame pie season. Last night was ugly. They gave away a winnable game. Who is to blame? Hit us up. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America. Garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Ugly weather last night. Ugly game. Ugly loss. Monday night misery for the Commanders last night against Chicago.
The Bears are who we thought they were. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
And they let them off the hook. That's exactly what they did late. 2-point lead. Just over 3 minutes to play. The late Jaden Daniels fumble opened the door for Chicago to get a game-winning field goal at zeros. Final play of the game at the gun as Commanders suffer a crushing loss, beaten by Chicago 25-22. Let's do a little football math, shall we? What do 3 turnovers and no takeaways add up to? 0 wins, if you're Dan Quinn.
Quite honestly, I think just, the ball and the turnover margin, that's a big deal for us. We've got to create them to get into the plus. And, so for us to, 2 of them in the first half and 1 there at the end, that's not the recipe we're going to want.
Yeah, it's a bad 500 football team pattern. A win, a loss, a win, a loss, win, a loss. 3-3 now. Short week, 5 days till Dallas. Sunday, 4:25 kick against the Cowboys in Arlington, Texas. There's a chance CeeDee Lamb could be back for that game. The other Monday night game last night, the Falcons pull off a big upset, beating the Bills 24-14. Hockey, the Capitals are back home tonight, looking for another win, trying to make it 3 in a row, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today. Ask how you could save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. On a terrible Tuesday in D.C. from the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. Didn't deserve it.
You know that's unheard of. But I got it, low.
Smoke.
Boo. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Opening these phones up. I think a lot of people are pissed. We're doing blame pies, people. Who you mad at? Whose fault is it from last night? We will start with Jay down in Richmond. What's up, Jay?
B. Mitch Finley, what's going on, man?
Chilling, bro. How you
We're
doing?
all right. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I can't complain. Blame, I can't. It's beat up that 3rd and 1. That play caller for that 3rd and 1 should have never been that far. Should have been no shotgun. I feel like he should have been a little more under center. Other than that, the game wasn't that bad. The play where Swift got off and he got that long run, it seemed like on TV how it looked, everybody eased up because it looked like it was ready to be a delay of game. But other than that, 3rd quarter, they held the Bears to 3 points. It wasn't that bad. I just feel like a little better with that play calling under center, and they'll be all right.
All right, bro.
That's a very positive attitude.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Jay. Let's see if the positivity continues. Alex is in Lorton. What's up, Alex?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
Good. How about you? Thank you for taking my call, JP
Good.
and B. Mitch.
Good.
I think to blame is everyone. This team plays like only 3 quarters. First quarter, like they forget to play football, and then they start playing in the second quarter. And one thing a bit that pissed me off last night was the lack of leadership. They were like 13-0 down, and you could see Jaden Daniel just smiling on the bench. Like, I understand you're a chill guy and everything, but I think sometimes needs to be a sense of urgency. And when you look at the other hand, you could see Caleb all pissed off, and when the team was down and more like an urgency, I just think there should be more urgency. And definitely the team needs to learn how to tackle. That Quan Martin, that's like a high school missed tackle. Like, that should never happen.
That's a bad one on the sideline.
Yeah, so this the whole time he's been like underperforming. He comes against us and he just like rips us apart. I think it was just a bad game, and the fumble from JD, like, just wipe those hands, man. And it was really bad and really disappointing, but hope we can bounce back. Thank you for taking my call.
I'm going to push back on that first thing.
Thanks, dude.
Smiling and being grumpy don't mean that that's leadership and taking whatever. A lot of guys smile because that's what they always do.
We've seen performative stuff,
Yeah.
and I'd rather not have it.
I mean, the guy is a chill dude and he smiles. So if he smile or not smile, that means he's not a leader? I don't buy that one. That's weird.
Yeah, I think.
Did you not see Caleb on the sideline last year when the game was going on? Come on, man. Stop that.
I want people to be who they are. That's who Jaden is. If you don't think he's competitive enough, I categorically disagree with that. Everybody's just got to be who they are, though, man. You can't get too caught up in some of the silly stuff. Naya is in Greenbelt. Naya, what's your blame pie look like from last night?
Oh, man, my blame pie, I think I'm going to go a good 60 for the defense and 50 for the offense. But that extra 10 for the defense is definitely on Quinn Martin, man. That tackle, oh, my gosh, you should have heard us in the stadium when he missed that tackle, because I feel like, to me, that was the outcome of the game, because if the defense could have stopped that, they could have ran out more clock. But I do feel like that turnover, them 2 turnovers early really hurt us. They really do start out slow in the beginning. But, we bounced back. But, yeah, I wish they would have had Jaden under center, But, yeah, a lot of people keep putting a lot of blame on Jaden and, Bill. But I'm sorry. Quinn Martin, man, he does it all the time. He always misses tackles, always. But, yeah, that's my blame. But we're going to bounce back. Dallas next week. Die hard. Jaden going to bounce back. Bill going to bounce back. Everybody going to bounce back.
Appreciate
you. Just got to start strong and end strong. Play a full 4 quarters of football.
They have not done that this year. Thank you, Naya. Appreciate you.
Last week when Quan knocked the ball out the dude's hand, they thought he could tackle, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but the thing of it, consistently, got to be consistent.
I mean, it's
wrap it up.
You brought this up. There was no wrap.
Yeah, you got to
It
wrap
was a
up.
hit. No wrap.
Got to wrap
And
up.
then Lattimore, I guess Swift, he just couldn't catch him. But it wasn't the most impressive.
His name fits him.
Attempt.
Swift.
Yeah.
He's
he
Swift.
can be quick.
Yeah.
Too bad Landfill's not here. Charlie's in College Park. Charlie, what'd you think last night? Who do you blame?
I'll get to my blame in just a minute or two. It just won't be very long. It's funny how just listening to people calling in, the myriad of opinions that people call in with, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, leadership, and one particular person in tackling. It's not only that. We know that. Lots been said last year and this year about the identity of this team. Doc Walker's talked about it. Linnell Willingham has talked about it ad nauseum. I know, B-Met, you've mentioned it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Washington was a leading rushing offense in the league going into that game.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And Chicago was the 31st worst defense in the league against the rush.
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell you? Run the football. I said this to you.
But you can't keep running it, Charlie, if they have 8 people in the box consistently and you're not being able to be effective with it.
And they know that. That's right. I understand that. But you know what? I know I'm Vince Lombardi, but you know what? Until they stop you, that's the worst rushing defense in the league. You're not getting enough pass rush pressure. I said that yesterday, you guys. Lack of pass rushes was hurting them. The mistakes yesterday, obviously, you cannot turn the ball over 3 times. But you know what? And my blame game, and this is going to surprise you, but correct me if I'm wrong, it's Cliff Kingsbury, because he's a pass-oriented offensive coordinator. Run the football until they stop you. I think he's pass-happy to a certain degree. I felt this way last year. They got a hell of an offense. Use the backs you have till you get McLaurin and Brown back. My God. Thanks, guys.
All right, man.
Thanks, dude. I mean, From a straight-up balance perspective, they were pretty balanced last night. You had 31 rush attempts. Now, 10 of those are Jaden, and not all of those are designed. So if you want to back that out, that's 21 rush attempts against 26 pass attempts. Pretty darn balanced.
Yeah.
Bill, for all the talk of, give Bill the work. We feed Bill, let Bill eat. He got 17 carries last night. He was just only able to generate 3.6 a pop.
Yep. And that's going to happen some games. Some people are going to be ready for him.
I wanted to be sure I made a point of this. Jeremy McNichols last night in the pass game was phenomenal. He had 2 catches, one on a 4th down that he took like 12 yards for the first down.
I remember that one.
Another on 3rd and 13 that he just made an incredible individual effort to get a first down. Both of those were huge plays and huge moments. And I might add, McNichols didn't put the ball on the ground. So maybe when they want to spread it around a little bit, there is some logic to it.
Man,
Chris Rodriguez didn't get a snap.
I've said it over and over again. Let the coaches decide who's going to play. Nobody's going to make decisions based off of people's fantasy football teams. They know what happens and when something needs to go down. And McNichols has been nothing but solid since he's been here, and I think he deserves some opportunity. Bill, yes, deserves a lot too, but you don't just give the ball to Bill because people like him.
Keith is in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Keith?
Hey, what's going on, JP and B. Mitch?
What's up, brother?
What's your blame pie looking like, Keith?
Oh man, let me tell you, I was front and center at the game, and man, the rain was coming down. I was supportive, but I feel like the team didn't support me. The way we put that output. So for my pie, I got 30% on the defense because they played horrible to me. 30% on the offense, okay, and we're talking about the players here. 10% on the special teams, okay, and 30% on the coaching because I feel like we got to do better play calling, especially when I don't think we don't adjust too good on the fly. I think we got a good coaching staff, but it's on the fly. Now, last week we did good. Against the Chargers, we did a coaching change up on the defensive side for the zone coverages and things. But I think sometimes we got to adjust a little quicker on the fly when it comes to coaching. Right. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy at all, but that's very difficult. But I still say we should have played better as a whole organization yesterday. I was sitting up there, I thought we were going to win. I was right there. I was like, man, and then how does JD lose focus in the most critical portion of the game? I don't understand that.
That was very un-Jaden-like. Sometimes
Jaden-like, but you know what, though? The whole thing I always tell everyone, human beings make mistakes at different times.
Right.
I get that. Yeah. I understand that. But still, that this is the game on the line right here. You're a competitor. You said you like Kobe Bryant, for goodness sake. Why do you lose focus at this point? Everybody makes mistakes. I get it. You're right, B. Mitchell, 100%. But come on, man. This is the end of the game. This game is on the line. We gotta do better than that. We gotta practice the situation better or something.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the call. Got a good tweet here from Nelson. Says, blame pie. Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury, Joe Witt, 30%. You can't start slow and have questionable play calling both sides. 20% to the O-line. I thought that was Laramie Tunsil's worst game as a commander. Montez Sweat had a good game. Tunsil had the early penalties, seemed to kind of get him off kilter. Andrew Wiley didn't have a particularly good game. Maybe Cosme coming back really helps that thing. Defense, 25% missed tackles in the D-line, not setting the edge. 20% to Jaden Daniels' bad interception and the fumble. Another 5% to Bill for fumbling. 5% to Matt Gay for the missed field goal. I actually think that's around where mine would land. There's Jaden had the fumble at the end, and that cost the opportunity to win, but a whole bunch of people didn't play well.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of folks. Trying to pinpoint everything on Jaden to me is fairly silly.
Nah.
Andrew's in D.C. What's up, Andrew? What's your blame pie, bro?
Hey, guys. So I'm going to split my pie like this. 100% on the players. It's like what B. Mitch says. Games are won in the lines of scrimmage. I didn't see any dogs last night. I saw little puppies get pushed around all night. The Bears, O-line, D-line completely enforced the will on our guys. But you know what? I'm going to give our guys an excuse, and it's not going to be the rain. The excuse I'm going to give is that they simply were just not hungry enough. I don't think they wanted to win enough, and I don't think they were focused enough. And I really prayed this is it, because the other option would be they just don't have the skills, and I don't think it's there.
All right, man.
I was listening. Thanks for the call, Andrew. Appreciate you, bud. I was listening to Doc and Toby last night driving home. Did you listen to them at all? You usually go music post game.
Yeah. Once I get in my car, I kind of forget about the night and try to.
I don't blame you.
Get my mind on some sleep and then try to come in the next day and try to finish it up.
I didn't think they'd still be on by the time I got in my car, and it was a great listen. They had a great show, but listening to Doc, just how upset he was with some of the performances, kind of resonated with me. It was just there was some disheartening stuff going on there. And in that spot with that good of a crowd and the opportunity to tie for first in the division, you hate to see the slow starts. You hate to see the turnovers. Just lapse in judgment, mental stuff. Like, you'd think this team is past that. I'm going to keep the phones going. We're going to talk to John Bates here in about 10, 15 minutes. Mike is in La Plata. What's up, Mike?
Yo, what it do?
What's up, man?
This morning, James?
How you doing, bro?
All right. Hey, I'm going to piggyback off of what B. Mitchell was saying earlier. That guy had a good call about the 1%, the guy you said calling for internet. I say this to you, right? Gap integrity is horrible, man. Offensive linemen and defensive linemen win championships. I don't give a damn how you chop it up. If you don't have offensive linemen, you don't win. If you don't have a defensive line that can stop nobody, you don't win. So, and I get it. We went out and got Chase Young back in the day thinking that was our, goal to success. But unfortunately, in college, doesn't always transform to the pros. You know what I'm saying? So you kind of take a chance on what you get. You take a person like B. Mitch, who came from a small school but was a dog. So you just don't know what you're going to get when they hit the gridiron, bro. It's just that plain and simple. But I love Wag, man, but I think the game is time for him to go ahead and turn that jersey in, man, because he's trailing a lot of plays. And when your edges don't set, your linebackers got to step up. And we're not getting it, man. It's an unfortunate thing. I'm not going to blame Jaden because we had the game won the first 2.5 quarters, and we didn't take advantage of it. So that's a fault for the whole entire team. It's not just one entity. All phases of the game matters. And that's my take, man. It's just a whole unbalance of the team as a whole. And I appreciate y'all taking my call.
All right, man. Good
Thanks,
call,
Mike.
brother.
It's a good call. I mean, when DQ got to the podium last night, he said, listen, man, the turnovers are a killer. You're not going to win much if you're -3 in turnovers.
Hell no.
But he also said this is a complete team loss, all 3 phases. There is the Atlanta game when they lost. Offense played pretty damn well. Yeah. Defense was just terrible.
Yeah.
Yesterday, there's nothing you could say was like none of the 3 units get more than a D, a C minus. Maybe special teams gets a C, but a missed field goal is a killer.
Field goal is a killer, but they did their thing. Luke had a big return as well.
Yeah.
Offensively, they moved the ball, other than the damn turnovers, and in defense, I see them less than a C. I just think.
Honestly, I kind of think the offense was worse than the defense.
Nah, I don't think so. I think when you break down that game and you really look at it, that game came down to 3 plays, basically. Well, 4 with the field goal. It wasn't as bad as we think, just that we lost. We had a game we should have won, and we lost, and we blow it out of proportion. It wasn't that terrible of a football game.
Compared to Green Bay, certainly.
Well, Green Bay was
a
an
terrible
awful football game.
Right.
That one last night, I didn't leave it like wanting to blow up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you didn't leave it wanting to blow up. You left it wanting to throw up. Because it's just you choked it away.
Yeah. I almost did it, Jeff.
Tony's in Massachusetts. What's up, Tony? What's your blame pie?
Hey guys, first time caller.
Thanks for calling. Dude.
I just want. Hey, yeah, man, love it. So I give 75% to the offense. Can't turn the ball over 3 times. That's the sun, the moon, and the stars of it right there. But 25% goes to the defense. I think they played well enough to win, but they don't help the offense at all. I mean, they don't get turnovers. But the one thing that's not talked about that I don't know if there are any stats on it. They don't get 3 and outs. Like the other team keeps the ball for the first half, almost like 2/3 of the half. They got to give the ball to the offense. It's almost like if you get a 3 and out, it's almost like a deep interception. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It really gives the ball back and gives you more shots on goal. They don't let the offense get the ball enough. So I kind of blame them for the whole season on that, even though I think the defense could have won the game had the offense not turned the ball over so much.
That
That's all I
said, the most important 3 and out of this game,
Was the end?
the Commanders got. So Washington scores, they connect with Ertz. Then Dallas comes right back and gets that Swift touchdown. It's 24-22. And
Chicago.
Yeah, what did I say? So Chicago
it's
comes
just,
right back.
It's just not enough for the game. It's just not enough for the whole game. It's like 1 or 2 a game, maybe.
There were 2 punts yesterday for Chicago, so you're not wrong there. Thanks for the call, dude. But they get the 3 and out late in the fourth quarter. There was also a penalty that helped, but they forced the punt there. That's the play your defense has to make.
Mm-hmm.
They made it. Just the offense then coughed it up again.
And gave it right back to him.
Unbelievable. When we return, Commanders tight end John Bates will join the program. Ask him what went wrong last night. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Ugly weather, ugly loss for the Commanders, 25-24 last night, Monday Night Football against Chicago. Not much time to dwell on it, though. Just 5 days for JD5 and the Commanders to prep for Dallas.
You win and lose. Obviously, as a competitor, you hate losing. But we got a short week, so you dwell on this forever, however long, and we on to Dallas.
Commanders are an early 2.5-point favorite for that game. Sunday, 4:25 kick in Arlington. Cowboys have the number one offense and the third highest scoring team in the NFL. Commanders today made a move on defense, signing defensive end pass rusher Drake Jackson, who they worked out last week. 2022 second-round pick by San Francisco. He suffered a torn patellar tendon in 2023 and missed the entire 24 season. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Feed it. Feed it.
I love this song, Jeffrey.
That was the move. That was me. Myers. We've been live and
good question. Good answer. I don't know. Good comment, I suppose. Ike on Twitter said, we keep talking about these slow starts, but the offense was driving the ball really well on that first drive until Jaden throws the pick in the red zone.
That's why I said the question that Jim asked earlier. Is it slow starts or is the fact that we make mistakes early?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's both because defensively they did kind of bunch up once it got down into it was from James, rather. Once it got into the red zone, but Chicago was gashing them early in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to keep these phone lines going. Our guy Kenny is in Largo. What's up, Ken?
What's up, JPB Miss? How y'all,
What up,
man?
brother? How you doing, man?
Not too good. And so my blame pad, bro, I got 20% to the offense, for the turnovers. 40% to the defense. Got to get stops, make tackles. I don't know what's going on. And the other 40% is to this goddamn kicker, man, Matt Gay, man. Oh, my gosh. Why can't we find a consistent kicker, man? If he would have made that field goal, the Bears would have they was forced to get a touchdown. We'd have had a better opportunity to win the game, man. Man.
Not crazy.
Yeah.
It's just so hard. We cannot find a consistent kicker. I don't understand, y'all.
Yeah.
Can't wait the day we do.
I'm with you on that one.
Thanks for the call, Kenny. Appreciate you, bud.
Missed the days of Chip Lowmiller and David Akers and, the Matt Stovers up the road. And
Our guy Jupe is on the line. What's up, Jupe? No Ric Flair this morning.
Nah, no Ric Flairs. I'm actually about to go on a rant. I'm sorry. I normally stick to the subject and the segment with the blame pot. I'm not blaming nobody because at the end of the day, we are imperfect human beings. We beat ourselves. The Bears ain't beat us. If you think about it, those 3 turnovers, we was on our way to scoring. You want to blame Matt Gay? Guess what? Their kicker got a block field goal. So at the end of the day, these finicky fans, man, stop complaining, stop whining We beat ourselves. We made the mistakes. Timothy Daniels threw a pick. Yes, he did. He muffed a handoff. Yes, he did. He made mistakes. But that don't mean the season's over. As I look at it right now, we 500 right now. We're second place in the division. It's still a lot of football to be left. I seen the defense make key stops in that game, but we kept messing up. We made the mistakes. We messed up. It's not over, folks. We got to rally behind these guys. I kept saying it's the year of the youngins, and these youngins showed out yesterday. Yeah. But you got to take the lumps with the youngins because they're going to make mistakes. They're learning the game. You take the lumps now so that way later on you're good to go. Everybody keep complaining. We're an old team, but how you get younger by letting these youngins play and get the mistakes out the way so that way we're good later on. That's all I got for you guys.
All right, Drew, man, you're bringing it. Love it.
You want to be playing your best football like a month from now.
Yeah.
Washington isn't. There's no rule that prevents them from doing so. Thank you, Jupe. Certainly, nothing is over, right? Like the sky isn't falling.
That's the one thing I would love people to understand. Like, I know it didn't end up well yesterday, but hell, you 3-3. You got 11 games left. You still can go out there and get done what you need to get done. But they're gonna have to change up some things.
Well, if you look at the NFC East, Washington is the only team with a positive point differential, which is pretty remarkable at this stage. I mean, they've played 6 games now.
Yeah.
Even Philly is a -1 differential, which I'm not sure I would have expected. We'll keep the phones going. Let's go to Henry's over in Dulles. What's up, Henry?
Hey, man, thank you for taking my call. First-time caller, so
thanks for calling,
I appreciate it. I don't know. For me, it's just the kicker. I mean, if you look back at the Green Bay game, too, I mean, he went 1 for 3. And then how many games are we going to go is going to depend on the kick, too. I mean, 3 points are 3 points, you know?
Yeah, dude. I mean,
got a point.
It is certainly you lose by 1 point, you miss the field goal. At least Washington got their first field goal block. Thanks for the call, Henry. Washington got their first field goal block since late last season. I think since week 12 of last year.
They smothered that thing.
We're just going to keep the phone lines going all damn day. I know a lot of people want to get stuff off their chest. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Drew down in Tampa.
What up, Drew?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I would say right now I feel like 40% on Joe Witt and the defense. I want to put 55% on Adam Peters, and I want to put 5% on Ron Rivera for screwing up 5 years of drafting because we don't have enough young talent, and we're banking on old guys. And we've got a finite moment in time with Jaden on a rookie contract, and we are wasting it by not having enough talent around Jaden to win games. I look at that defense, and we just get run on and run on and run on. And a caller before said, we have to be the least defensive team in the league that gets 3 and outs. Like, we never get 3 and outs. And I think Joe Witt is tired. I think we need Dan Quinn making the calls. And like I said, Adam Peters, we need more talent around Jaden. We can't be banking on Chris Moore to take us to the playoffs. Like, it's crazy. So thank you for taking my call.
The receiver room has really. Thanks for the call, Drew.
The receiver room is hurting right now. I don't think they were depending on Chris Moore to take him to the playoffs. You don't have Terry Allen, or you don't have Noah Brown. And I think Chris Moore had an unbelievable catch for a touchdown yesterday. He was probably the leading receiver.
He was.
You know? So, I mean, if he had come into the season with Chris Moore as the number 1 receiver, I would agree totally with the caller. But he wasn't expecting Chris Moore to even be on the team.
What do you think was up
they
with
had cut Chris Moore.
What do you think was up with Debo last night?
I don't know. Debo was banged up all week. Didn't play most of the week. And we kept saying it's like taking care of the veteran. He might be really hurting.
Well, I wonder if something happened because he ran a really good route on Jaden's interception that could have been 6.
Oh, he was open.
He was open. But at one point in the second quarter, I think he came out and got that heel foot, whatever it is. They put a lot of tape on that thing.
They call it a heel. That Planters hurt all the way from that arch to the heel. Could be planners.
For all the talk of the third downs about forcing 3 and outs, Washington's defense statistically actually matches up pretty well. They've given up 30 conversions on 80 attempts. That's good for 11th in the NFL. They're giving up about 37% of their third downs. Offensively, they've really struggled. And that's the opposite of last year. Offensively, they're 29th in the NFL at converting third downs. They're 1 out of 3, 20 out of 60.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, they were 6th. I mean,
where
that's
they at now?
29th.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's a significant difference.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Ricardo in La Plata. What's up, Ricardo?
What's going on, champ?
How you doing,
Good
brother?
morning to both of you guys. Legendary Ryan Mitchell and JD fans. I want to blame it on the referee for not wiping the ball off.
You think
Look
it's
at
his
that.
fault?
It's his fault. He didn't wipe the ball off. You know, JB, you know they supposed to wipe the ball off after they get behind center. Referee supposed to come over and wipe the ball off. Pouring down rain. And they played a hell of a game, both sides. It ain't our fault. We just move on. And I just want to say, we won Dallas. Let's get this thing going, man. What? Like JD say, you know, we just got to move on to the next game. You know, there it is. Just move on to the next game. We're in a better position right now. You know, that's all I got to say, man.
All right, bro.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate the call. Mad at the ref. Turn it over 3 times. Mad at the ref. I love it. I love it. Let's go to Reggie. Reggie's in D.C. Reg, what do you think?
Good afternoon, guys. Well, let's say this first. Had nothing to do with the ref wiping the ball off. Okay? I mean, come on, man. Good God. Look, Brother Mitchell, do you remember the stories of Joe Bugle and Joe Gibbs used to take a bucket of water, put it by center, and dip the ball in the water to practice all week with a wet ball for catching, running, quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You have 4 dimensions. Okay, so those old coaching methods need to be
But they still
continued.
fumbled the ball
Now-
then, too.
Right, exactly. So now, brother, do you remember when we talked about Debo running back punts, kickoffs to an injury-prone player? That's not a good idea. Okay, because those guys coming like missiles, like you played. You were like a missile. Okay, to hit or be hit. That's how you played. So that was dangerous from the start. And lastly, do you remember when it was all talk about the coach coming here? His number 1 and 2 problems that people had with him, with teams that he was affiliated with, was that he could not stop the run and he did not run the ball. So now those same ghosts of Christmas passes are haunting him now. His teams cannot stop the run, and he does not run the ball. Doc last night said we ran the ball 19 times, and one of the callers had a problem with that. Doc said if we run it 60 times, doesn't matter. Let's make them stop us. They ran off tackle all night. And
you talked about
the guys
setting the edge in the run game.
They got to set the edge, but the running the ball, we're leading the league running the ball. I didn't buy that. They run the football.
Oh,
they haven't stopped the run.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, as I watched last night,
mm-hmm.
they are getting to the edge every time they want to. So the D ends aren't setting the edge, or whoever needs to be setting it, they aren't setting it. Because what happens is they set the edge, make the running back cut inside. Linebackers should be there. Linebackers shouldn't have to run over the top to be all the way to the damn sideline. And we got to be better setting the edge. That we're not stopping the run, but we are running the football.
Even after last night, Washington is 2nd in rush yards in the NFL and 11th in attempts. So,
those are
just the numbers. Now, some of that, when you have a quarterback that runs, is going to inflate those numbers a bit, but Jaden's legs are a part of the offense, too.
Yep.
We got a boogie here, Reg. I appreciate you, bud.
Bye, bro.
Thanks.
Phone lines are open all damn day at this point. We're just going to keep going. Let people get some anger.
Let's save JP's voice because he's been talking for 1,800 hours.
One thing I can talk about, no problem. My friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They're the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. These guys have moved everybody at the station, some of their parents. They're recognized as an industry leader and the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents, DC's prominent move management companies, and residential and commercial clients looking for the best service in the DMV. They have 3 decades of best in industry service and experience to share with you. They can do it all, residential, commercial. They can build specific storage crates. If you have art or chandeliers or something, they can send a moving consultant to your house or your office to discuss a move, what it's going to look like, how long it's going to take, and the cost before you agree to anything. But for me, this is personal. I've known the guys that run this company since high school, and I had called Justin that runs this place last week when I'm going through a lot of stuff in my house because I thought we were going to have to move a bunch of furniture out. I wanted to see how they could help, and McCarty was incredible. He sent packing boxes to my house, connected me with a contractor that might be able to help. Like the level of personalized service you get, and just because I know them, they would do that for anybody that calls them. That's just how they operate. Call them today, 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090. You want to go with the best in the industry when you're moving your stuff. Moving is hard and difficult. These guys make it simple, and they give you a personal touch. They're trying to help me and my family. They'll help you and your family, too. Check them out online at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Phone number 301-279-0090. Ask for Justin. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan.
ASAP.
Phone lines are open all damn day. People are pissed. Rightfully, they cough that one up. Nate is in D.C. Nate, what's your blame pie look like?
My blame pie is a 100% on the fans. What up, y'all? My bad.
Fans?
Duke got on the fans. Duke got to what I was going to say largely. At the end of the day, we need to temper our expectations. It's football. Prior to the season started, if you ask any true fan what he thought that, our ending record would be for this season, nobody said 17-0. So at the end of the day, the losses, when they happen, they're not going to feel great. The rain was kind of symbolic of all of that. But at the end of the day, the mistakes happen. Be glad that they happened early so we could get a jump on them. We got a lot of football left. Most of our divisional games are still remaining. We got a lot of football ahead of us, and we got a really good team. I don't know what they're talking about as far as saying defense, because the game that I watched, we kind of held those wideouts, and we held them a little bit for most of the game. We went up 24-16. Things happened after that. I get that. But, it's a lot of football left to play. Don't be too upset at the team. Root for them. Continue to rally behind them. We got Dallas coming up. Don't sweat the small stuff. I know it don't seem small, but those are fixable issues that we had. So, you fellas, be blessed this week.
All right, man. I like the positivity, dude. Thank you for the call. You're very correct. Nothing is over. There's a lot of football left. But 4-2 would have been a lot better if you just don't put the damn ball on the ground.
Odunze had 2 for 32. Moore had 3 for 42. Burden had 4 for 51. The one that broke the back was DeAndre Swift, 2 for 67 with a 50-something yard touchdown.
Bad tackling.
They basically were not allowing a ton with look, Caleb threw the ball around, but he was 17 of 29 for 252 yards. He got sacked 3 times. He had a 98.6 quarterback rating. It wasn't like a spectacular air raid performance, just that DeAndre Swift got you. And we got to just listen, man. One thing should be required. If you're making a tackle and you don't end up on the ground, fine them. Because I'm tired of guys bending over, pushing guys to the ground, and they standing up. If you finish a football game and you don't have no dirt on your pants, what the hell are you playing football for? I'm serious about that, bro. Listen, I've seen dirtier people in flag football games after games than I see in some of our tackles. Tackle somebody. Lay down. Get dirty. Hell.
Well said, B. The tackling has just been bad, man. And it can't be.
When people ask the question, what's different between football then and football now? When I went into a game then, I knew the people coming to hit me. Today, I don't know if guys really go to a game expected to be hit. They may expect to be formed, pushed, tripped up. But you can't tell me guys that had success back in the day wouldn't have success in this game today when people don't want to tackle. How many of you have a Barry Sanders have in this day and age? Would he average 200 a game?
A zillion.
And people want to. It's not like trying to be no old man and no grandpa. It's about facts, man. Dudes had lesser equipment, less technology, and they went out there and balled with that crap. Now we have everything, and we say people are this, that, and bigger, stronger, faster. That's not necessarily true. Factually, that's not true. We say that. Are they really? Are they tougher? And listen, man, there are guys that still play the game like it's supposed to be played. There are tons of them. We got a ton of them on this football team. But there are some people who think this game is easy because you know what? Nobody can be hit. You got to do it. If you hit somebody hard, and the announcers go, oh, man, they should throw a flag on that. This is a damn game of football. It's tackle. Nobody's playing flag. They got leagues now for flag football. We're making it to
Olympics
scholarships and everything. But if you don't want to get tackled and you don't want to hit nobody, go sign up for flag. But if you sign up for tackle, play tackle, run through people, try to break them, and hell, hit them as hard as you can. Legal hits, hard or good. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But we got to stop the broadcast crews. They are the worst. Somebody get hit legally, wrapped up, bang. Oh man, that guy you got to throw a flag on that. Because I hit somebody hard. When you play in Little League, you got guys on the field that look like they should be playing with the dudes in high school, and you got the rest of the guys that look like they're supposed to be in first grade. You don't just say we can't let him play. We got to get that mentality back on the field, bro. Seriously.
Hit and wrap. Nobody go anywhere. If you're on hold, stay there. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. So, Monday Night Football misery, a terrible Tuesday in D.C. after the Commanders give one away to the Bears, 25-24. Weather was ugly. It was raining hard at the end. They ran out of chunky soup. Lots going on, but no excuses from JD5.
I'm not going to sit up here and blame it on the elements. I mean, at the end of the day, I got to focus. I get paid to go out there and focus, playing to play out, and I had a lack of focus right there, and it cost us a game.
Excuse me, Dad, I don't see too well. Was that Walter Payton out there? No, it was DeAndre Swift, who ran for 108 yards, 7.7 yards per carry, also had a 55-yard TD catch. Dallas coming up this weekend, Sunday 4:25 kickoff against the Cowboys, the number one offense in the NFL. And the Commanders' playoff chances took a big hit last night. Would have been 59% chance with a win. With the loss, it drops to 36% now for the Commanders at 3-3. They have made a move. They're signing defensive end pass rusher Drake Jackson, who worked out for the team last week, 2022 second-round pick by San Francisco. Some hockey on the ice tonight. Caps are back home, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. face-off here on The Fan. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, Provia doors all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales, already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk on a terrible Tuesday in D.C., I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
They don't think about shit like that. They don't care.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west.
My boat.
Tough morning in D.C., man. Dreary weather, dreary football.
Yeah.
Commanders had it in their hands and just let it slip.
Yep.
I was talking to CK for a second there. I guess he listened in the beginning of our show. I love a quarterback that puts the blame on himself, and Jaden's like, yo, that's on me. It's completely my fault. No, it's not. Like that's a complete team loss. Yeah, you fumbled late.
It's a team loss, but you know what, though?
I want that mindset.
That one thing he did works wonders for your team because most guys jealous of the quarterback. They normally just put the quarterback with the franchise, with the management. And there are most quarterbacks who will not do that. Most quarterbacks don't put their neck on the chopping block. When you do that, you indebt yourself to your guys, and that right there, when everybody likes the quarterback and works for the quarterback, that changes up your whole ball game right there, dude.
We're gonna keep these phone lines going. I've been telling you we'll take your calls, even if you've been on hold a while, and I mean it. Like Ronald in Waldorf. What's up, Ron?
Hey, how y'all doing, JP and B. Mitch?
What's up, man?
We're all right, dude.
That's good, man. I'm having a tough time this morning, man. I take this stuff way too personal. Way too personal. I wish I could take B. Mitch's attitude about it, you know? But anyway, my blame pie is on play calling, man. You know, as I look around the league, every game I watch, it seems like every team has a play on a necessary or have to have 3rd and 5 where they can pop a guy open. We never seem to have that play, man. So my blame pie goes on the play calling, and it goes on the offensive line last night, who, as far as I was concerned, the Bears' defensive line stayed in our backfield all night long. So even if Jaden would have got the ball on the 3rd and 1 and handed it to McCroskey, I ain't so sure he'd have made it because the Bears was already across the line of scrimmage.
All
so
right,
that's
man.
my blame pie, man.
Gotcha, bro.
You know?
Don't take it too serious, man.
I do, B. Mitch. I do, man.
You know,
But I couldn't even sleep last night. I don't even think I got any sleep last night.
I think a few
Any sleep at all.
years ago, I came in and I said, I allowed myself to be a fan. And I went out there, and it really made me understand why fans are so frustrating. I came here, I was exhausted. I was pissed at the world, And I got back to the point, I'm going to be a football player in an analyst mindset. I'm going to watch the game, tell you what I see, and I'm not losing my damn mind.
Yeah. I guess I feel that way, B. Mitch, because I know some losses that's down the line. I can almost see the losses that's coming down the line. So we can't give away the games. We have to win. We can't give them away.
The only thing I would caution about seeing the losses down the line is I don't think. If you look at just the bet slips, nobody thought Buffalo was going to Atlanta last night and losing.
get their bus whipped.
It's a week-to-week league.
Yeah.
There are problems. There are legitimate problems that need to be resolved, but don't start counting wins and losses.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, they played Detroit in 4 games. That's going to be ugly. Like, who the hell knows what'll happen?
Nobody
to them?
expected Detroit to just go to Kansas City and score 17.
Like, I also think offensively, I think you get Cosme back this week in Dallas. I don't know what the Terry situation is, but I think offensively, there's another gear, maybe 2 more gears there that I do think personnel is an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, I'm not so sure what it is, man, and I don't know what that fix
Buffalo
is.
was 4-0. They lost their last 2 to the
Same with Philly.
Falcons and the Patriots.
The Eagles just went to the Meadowlands and lost to the Giants.
Yeah.
Like, things happen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate the call, bro. Let's go to
That's
John.
some positivity we throwing out there, Jay.
I'll say reality.
Yeah.
But it's a week-to-week league. Last night was a terrible loss. But that doesn't – there is nothing in the rule book that says, okay, you fumbled away a win at home against the Bears, therefore you got no chance against the Chiefs in 2 weeks. John is in Alexandria. What's up, Johnny?
Hello?
Hello.
What up, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm glad to talk to y'all, man. This is my first time. And B. Mitch, you the man.
Appreciate you.
Hey, look here, man. Y'all don't understand what really goes on here. The blame pie goes to the sorry-ass owner that we had that messed everything up. So when the new regime came in, they didn't have a whole lot to work with, man. We didn't have no draft choices. We didn't have nothing. And for what they did last year and going to this year, it's been great. But championships take time. So you got to give them a chance. You can't be mad at the little things. You can't be mad. But look, there's one other thing I want to say real quick, and I'm going to get off. Y'all need to do something in this new stadium to honor Chief Z.
Hey, I'll be honest with you, bro. I agree with you, but that's nothing we can handle here on this radio station.
We love the Chief.
Yeah, we love Chief.
Thanks for the call, John.
Yep.
I know.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Somebody got to do something, man. Chief Z needs to be honored in this stadium since they putting it back in RFK on the grounds.
Not mad at that.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm with you on that.
Jeff, you notice how dudes call in and they're like, yo, B-Mitch, you're the man. Like the rest of us don't exist or something? The hell? I also really appreciated...
Y'all the men with the man.
I appreciated from Jonathan in Alexandria the very random audible levels. Like he was yelling, then he wasn't. It was like, my boy Cisco, he does that. Like you never know what level his audio is going to be at. Let's go to Ryan in Connecticut. What's up, Ryan?
How we doing, guys? B. Mitch is a Washington legend, but we love you, JP and
I'm just
Lansdale, all
messing
those
around,
guys.
dude. B deserves all the flowers.
To be honest, I'm usually the eternal optimist, and I thought I was over the trauma of years past, but last night brought me back to kind of the primetime woes days. 2 primetime games, haven't played well, but there's a big difference between slow starts and self-inflicted wounds. Like the slow starts of Green Bay and LA are way different than what happened last night. I mean, I didn't think the play calling was bad. After the 2 turnovers, we went touchdown, missed field goal, touchdown, then a punt, then a fumble. It's not the offense I'm really scared of, although I'm a little bit cautious with the injuries of Terry and Noah going forward that this could be an all-season thing. I think the issue is the defense. And I apologize if you guys covered this, but it just seems like before every single play, we got guys scrambling around, pointing out directions, not knowing what to do. There were 2 plays last night, 3rd and 6. We audible out of a defensive play. All 3 D-backs give a cushion of about 8 yards. Bears just audible right to a bubble screen, pick up 7 yards instantly. I think that some of our defensive stats are a little skewed. We played the lifeless Giants on week 1, so that I think helped our defensive statistics. But some of this blame is a little bit on Ron. We don't have the roster, but I don't know. It just seems like we have no pass rush. We did get a couple sacks last night, but we're lacking a pass rush and we're not getting takeaways, and I think that's kind of where we're at. I mean, last thing, weird stat, last night was DeAndre Swift's best game since when? Week 8 of 2024, where he put up 100-something, 20, 30 yards against us. It's a reoccurring theme of issues. I'm cautiously optimistic going forward, but the next 4 games are crazy hard.
Yeah.
And we'd be lucky to go 2-2. Not lucky, but I think we'd be happy to be 2-2 going into the rest of the season. If we go 4-0, we forget about this loss like it never happened. But we put ourselves in a real hole here going forward, and the schedule doesn't lighten up. I mean, we still got the Eagles twice, Lions, Chiefs, like Seattle. It's a mess out there. We're going to see what's going on. I feel bad for JD. I felt like he played masterfully throughout the bookends of the game. Possession 1, last possession. Those were the worst ones. Last thing I'll say is the second to last possession, I think, is the one that we missed the most. We were 1st and 10 after a roughing the passer call on the Bears' 39-yard line. We were driving the field. If we do anything there to get points, we could kind of put the game on ice. But we sputtered, went 3 and out, had to punt, and then the game unfolded the way it did. So I'm gutted today. I'm absolutely gutted. But we got to beat Dallas. But Dallas is no joke anymore. Dallas looks like they're a formidable team, just like us. Great offense, not a great defense.
Well, dude, to that point about that punt, that was Tress's first punt of the night. So they start 1st and 10 from their own 40. They're able to pick up a penalty, gets them a first down. It was the roughing the passer, which was legit. That Brisker went right at his knee.
Horrible.
First and 10 at the 39. Run to Bill for nothing. Jaden incomplete to Lane, nothing. Jaden incomplete again, 3rd and 10. Everybody's going to point to the Matt Gay kick that he missed. That ball's at the 39. You add 17 to that is what, a 56er?
Yeah.
Yep.
There are dudes all over the league attempting 56-yard field goals. There are dudes all over the league putting them through halfway up the uprights from 56. Like, maybe you don't trust him because he missed the 52 earlier.
He hit the upright very high on that 52.
Right. I'm just saying, like, maybe that should be a field goal attempt. Or you have 3 cracks. You run Bill once, you get nothing. Maybe you run it again, you try to just get 3 yards, and then that 56 becomes 52, and you trust them. That is a very good call, because I had that possession in my notes.
But
really
the fact
disappointing.
that you don't trust him and you decide to try to go
the
somewhere
one
you
thing
can
I'll
kick a
say
kick,
is, like,
that's a problem.
Hold on, let B. What'd you say, B?
I'm saying the fact that you don't go for that kick, you don't trust him.
It tells you
so
something.
he's affecting your play calling. He's affecting your decision making.
Right.
That's a problem.
I'll let Ryan. Ryan, what did you want to add there, bud?
It's the double-edged sword because, like, Gay has a kick where he misses, and then we're like, man, we got to get rid of this guy. But then he always seems to bounce back and kick the 52-yard or the 54. In the landscape of kicking, our last 8 years has been like this. Bring a guy in, cut him, bring another guy in, Dustin Hopkins. It doesn't matter who it is. Sometimes you got to stick with the guy, and there are times where I'm like, stick with him. He's kicking it. But it's like, I watch the league. On Sunday, I'm like, does anyone miss kicks anymore? But it's like, who else is out there? You're just going to take the same chance with another guy. But it's weird because every time Gay messes up, he ends up banging another one with all the extra points, and we're like, all right, maybe he can do it.
Yeah.
It's always that one mistake that costs us the game.
Yeah, I agree with you on that because, like, I promise you, the dude sitting at home right now, probably not better than Gay.
Agreed.
You know?
And, like, Moody did it last night. Moody was great last night.
Yeah, unless we can go find us somebody, a soccer dude somewhere and just say, we need you to just come kick. We pray
no
just
matter what,
kick
we're
the
going
ball.
to
You don't have to
we're going to
tackle.
be so nervous.
Yeah.
We're going to be nervous for a 55-yarder if we bring in a new guy anyway. So it's like Gay can do it. He just has to be a little bit more consistent. So it's the double-edged sword. Cut him and grab another guy, or keep him and deal with the consequences as they go.
Really good call, Ryan.
Very good
Thanks,
call.
buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, man, that possession, just a killer. 1st and 10 at the 39. Get 6 yards and you're at least attempting a field goal.
And think about it. Drop back. Boom. Dub off. That's
Right.
5, 6 yards right there.
Jamal is in D.C. What's up, Jamal?
D-Miss, JP, what's going on?
What's good, baby? Dude?
Hey, man, I've been better, man. That game, man, woo, it's you know how when you were younger, y'all, and you would do something and your parents would sit down and be like, man, I'm not upset, I'm just disappointed. Like, that's how I feel about this game. It's very disappointing for a number of reasons. One being, like, I feel like we let Philly off the hook, man. We had a chance to put real pressure on them. I don't care what nobody say. If they look at us 4-2 today, the pressure's there. And we also gave life to New York and Dallas. Like, I mean, there's just to me, that to me is the most disappointing thing about last night. That opportunity to be first place in the division and to make it known this is our division, we're coming for it. We let that slip, and that really bothers me because I'm from that fan group, B. Mitch and JP, who is in his late 30s. So I haven't seen back-to-back successful seasons, man. So, like, and PTSD is real. And it was very triggering, man. It was just like, damn, mate, like I don't want to, be the negative Nancy, but it's just like, damn, like, please don't do this to me, y'all. Like, I had faith in y'all. I believe in y'all. And I'm definitely here for it. My blame pie, I'm going to just break it down with E simple, man. 50% to the defense, 50% to JD, man. And JD, I love you. You're the man. This is the first game I feel like we can say you lost. You've won many more games for us, but this is the first game where I feel like we can point to singular plays and be like, you did this to us. That first interception, bro, you had Ertz wide open, past the chains, bro. And that's what made Tom Brady to go. Because Tom Brady understood I'm going to take what y'all giving me over and over and over. I know you wanted that touchdown, bro, but sometimes the simple play is the right play, bro. And I know you will make that correction. So I'm not worried. And Cliff, stop getting too cute, man. All I hear from everybody is Bates is the best blocking tight end in the league. That 3rd and 1, why he not in the backfield? But, like, I just don't understand it, man. It's just like, yo, block the man in front of you. We're going to get 1 yard, bro. Like, that, I just don't understand it. But I think we'll bounce back. I hope we'll bounce back. And I think we can still go on to win this division because we still play Philly twice in the rest of the division. So, thanks for taking my call, fellas, but it was a very disappointing day last night.
All right, bro.
Good call, man. Good call. Kind of have some perspective, but be disappointed in last night. That was a really disappointing game, dude. You're not incorrect to be disappointed from that thing. Just had a big opportunity. And B, we always say the conversation that surrounds opportunity knocks is a myth. Nothing knocks. You have to kick down doors in life.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to give you anything. Washington had a chance to kick down a door, separate themselves from Dallas and New York, tie themselves with Philly. They didn't take advantage of it. The only team that won this week in the NFC East, the New York Giants. Shout out to White Bryant. Kid could use a win. Let's be real. We're all hoping the Burgundy and Gold has more ups than downs this season. Last night was all downs. But if your garage door is struggling to go up and down, that's where Door Pro America comes in. Whether it's busted spring, loud noise, or it just doesn't move, go with the pros at Door Pro America. You know, we recently got a new garage door at our house with Door Pro America, and it's one of the best home improvements we've ever made. Looks sharp, runs smooth, help the curb appeal, and it's just such a convenient factor to be able to let people into your house or open and close your garage door remotely with that MyQ app. Do what I did. Call Door Pro America. Ask how you could save big on repairs with a Door Pro Advantage membership, which includes annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Plus, right now, you can get $60 off a repair or a full tune-up for just $89. Do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure you tell them JP Finley sent you.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Terrible Tuesday after Monday Night Football misery for the Commanders. A heartbreaking loss, 25-24. The late field goal wins it for Chicago. 3 turnovers, just too much for Dan Quinn's team to overcome.
We didn't create enough takeaways to finish -3. You really don't deserve to win many games when you're, in that space. So, honestly, just didn't perform well enough.
3-3 now for the Commanders for the season. Short week, 5 days until Dallas. Late Sunday afternoon kickoff in Big D. There's a chance Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb could return for that game. Cowboys, by the way, this is interesting. They have the number 1 ranked offense and the worst ranked defense so far in the NFL. Commanders made a move on defense today, signing pass rusher Drake Jackson. Worked out for the team last week. He was a second-round pick in 2022 by San Francisco. Hockey tonight, Caps back home, looking for a 3rd straight win. Capitals and Tampa Bay Lightning, 7 p.m. start here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to Boatyard Bar and Grill in Annapolis. Awesome crab cakes. I just heated one up in a cup. B wasn't really into it. I offered you some.
You went to Annapolis to get crab cake?
There are friends of ours at FedEx that bring in a tray of crab cakes. They always save me one.
All right. I was about to say, that's a hell of a ride to go there and come back here.
You hear what Toby did last night?
What?
Toby was here. You saw Toby. Apparently, he has to wear his Jaden Daniels jersey for games, or he can't claim it's good luck because it's not like they're undefeated.
So he needs to stop doing that.
He was here for Grant and Danny.
Went home,
drove home, past
Came back.
Ashburn, and came back to do the game and the post game with Doc.
Damn fool.
Correct. We got a lot of folks been on hold a long time.
How about Toby? Get you a locker and leave a jersey in there just in case.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Derek is in Fort Washington. Derek, how you feeling, buddy? You got the blues?
Yeah, I got the blues. And I got to say, my blame pie goes 50% to coaches and 50% to players. Because I'm going back to what B. Mitch was always talking about with practice. What are they doing in practice? What are they doing in the film room? Why isn't the message resonating with the players? Because you can't tell me the coaches is not telling them to tackle better, to focus on their assignments and the communicating stuff, and it seems like the message is getting lost.
Yep, you're right about that.
Something's getting lost.
Something's getting lost.
Something's getting lost. Thanks for the call, Derek. Keep this going. Oh, man, I don't even know. Our boy Los was there last night. I think it was miserable for him. Los, how you doing, buddy? How you holding up?
Man, let me tell you how miserable it was. 3 minutes left. My girlfriend's freaking dancing and, between plays and all that. And she gets a little agitated. She's like, why aren't you dancing? I'm like, girl, I'm nervous. We lose the game, right? We're walking out. She's like, why are you ignoring me? I'm like, girl, come on, we just lost. And she gets mad. Uh-oh. And then I call into to Snoop and Scott Jackson radio, and I called her out too. I'm like, girl, we've been dating for over a year. You act like this is new. Why are you mad at me when my team's lost? You know what's up. She forgave me though. She it's my birthday, so I get a pass.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, happy birthday to you.
Thank you. But yeah, it's so much emotion, like I'm just thinking long term because we know that Cliff is not going to be our offensive coordinator next year, So we all know that next year is going to be new plays, new run scheme. They might not like Krosky as a running back. They might not like Jane Daniels doing some type of thing. So, listen, I know it's just one loss. It was just a miserable way to lose. especially to Williams, because he needed that. And let me make one thing clear to Bears fans. Kyle Williams didn't win that game. That's their quarterback's name, right?
Caleb.
Yeah, Caleb Williams. He didn't win that game. He's not better than Jaden Daniels. I'll take Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams any day, ending in Y. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Los. Appreciate you.
Just let your girl know, Los. You and your football team loses just like them losing a pair of shoes or breaking a nail. They're disappointed. Ours is like football games and, somebody scratch our car, something like that. Maybe scuff up your nice shoes, some Gators or something like that.
So Lauren watched the game last night. She got the girls down and was watching. She said she wanted to go to bed, but the game was too good. She couldn't go to bed. So some texts from my wife last night. So annoying, one thing after another. I really ducking wish we had the first game tonight. And
she wanted to go to sleep.
Yes. And then we were at the Terps game Saturday. She wrote, "Is this bleeping Saturday night with the Terps all over again?" And I stayed up. Then there's a series of curse words. She concluded her text to me, "I feel for Jaden. This sucks."
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good synopsis of what went down, man.
That's your wife.
Co from the Foe is on the line.
Co.
What's up, Co?
What's up, man? Hey, JP, shout out to you for that good old system pick last night, man.
Damn
you
right.
ran Atlanta. Don't count yourself short.
That's 8 in a row, dog.
But, you know. Hey, look, but the blame pie, man, we got to say, man, 33% Krosky Murd, 33% JD, and 34% Cliff Kingsbury. That's the blame pie right there.
Damn.
Why
Cliff? All defense. All offense, I mean.
All fair. There was the 2 turnovers. Why Cliff? Because the play caller. I don't know why we don't go in the center. It's raining like heck. That's start go. Any play you run in the shotgun, you can run in the center. Maybe not the zone read, but you might get a little wiggle with a jet or something like that to do it. But anything you go under from shotgun, you go in the center, man. It's wet. It's raining. It's 3rd and 1, man. We can at least guarantee some points or going forward to get on 4th and 1. So that's why Cliff get the 34, baby.
Appreciate you, Co. Thanks, buddy.
All right, Co.
We have heard from Magic Johnson. Magic's tweets after Commanders wins are always pretty riveting. Magic did not tweet until 4 minutes ago. The Commanders' 25-24 loss to the Bears last night was heartbreaking with the broken heart emoji.
All right.
Nothing but facts from Magic's Twitter account.
True.
All right. Ed is in Potomac. Been on hold a while. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I wouldn't even say I've been on hold a while. It's been hard to just get into y'all because so many people are pissed. I'm going to tell you, though, it probably sounds like I'm calm right now. You know why?
Why?
B. Mitch.
Yeah.
Well, it's what B. Mitch said earlier, and it's what B. Mitch has said probably his entire life, even after being done playing. I am not financially tied to this team. I am not financially tied to the players in the field. I am just a fan. I can't go to sleep and be so mad that I lose 6 hours of sleep and can't get up the next day because I'm mad or sit around and mope in the house. I still believe in this team. Yeah. I still think they're going to get it together. Somebody needs to, in my opinion, have a players meeting, sit down, talk about the first 6 games, say what needs to be fixed, get up the next day, and just do it, damn it. Because that's where we're at right now. As fans, we are going, I don't even have a blame pie because I'm done with the blame pies. I'm done blaming people. The whole team lost last night. Nobody really is there to just put a percentage of a blame on it. I said it before and I'll say it again. The success last year that came with the harder schedule this year is why, as fans, not me particularly, but just fans in general, are so pissed after last night's loss. The sky's not falling. Yes, there's so many teams at 4-2 and 4-1, and we're 3-3. There's gonna be more teams 3-3, and 4, whatever. But we control our destiny. We control what we can do. Mm-hmm. And this is how not pissed off I'm at that game. I'm, whatever. It sucks to lose. I moved on so fast. I'm just going to the Caps game tonight. I can't dwell on yesterday because we have another team that's doing good to start. So you know what, people. Pick it up, leave out the house, and go to the Caps game tonight. And go root for the Caps. We have more than just the Commanders here. Like let's be better than this. Let's be positive. Let's move on. It sucks. Move on. Dallas is next. Try to win the next one. Now, I want to say this. The tackling is bad. To the point, every Saturday, my nephew plays. He's 8. He plays for like the 7U or whatever team. When he was 7, he started at 7. My nephew tackles better than Quan Martin that defense do, though. Because my nephew, when he tackles, he goes straight to you. There's no going for the legs. There's no trying to push you. He just, I'm going to wrap you up, and I'm going to hug you like I love you, but I'm going to take you to the ground, and it's the next play. Thanks for taking my call. Y'all enjoy it. And, JP, give me my beer.
See ya, Ed. Appreciate you. Go to the Caps tonight. Caps won 2 in a row.
Go to the Caps.
Should
You'll
be
buy
fun.
your beer.
Oh, boy. You ready for this,
What we
B?
got?
You sitting down?
I'm always sitting down.
Man of the Cloth is on the line. Hello, Reverend Rev T. How do you do?
Well, JP, B. Mitch, Landfill, and Jeff. JP, your eyes look baggy this morning on TV. I know you had a long night. When you got them baggy eyes, I know something wrong. But let's talk about
alcohol.
these Cabamas. Them Cabamas, JP, the Cabamas. What happened to them last night? They couldn't hold on to the ball. They fall down and fall, and now everybody just all upset. But at the end of the day, you know it always heal a situation like this. B-Miss, you know what I'm talking about, though. Right now, because this fan base, and I really shouldn't even be doing this, but this fan base, y'all minds is weary, and your heart is a little bit trouble. But I just heard that the caller that just spoke before me. He said one thing is that's damn good and true for sure. They just got to go out there and do it. Come on and do it. Do it until you satisfied. They ain't did it till they satisfied yet. So you say, Reverend, what you trying to say to this fan base? They ain't finished yet, Bammers. And I know y'all pissed. I'm pissed at that team for more reasons than one, especially last night. But at the end of the day, they just 3-3. What the hell do you expect? Somebody got to win, somebody got to lose, and somebody always got to play the damn fool. Last night they played the fool because they thought they had their win locked, and them damn Bears and that magical, colorful fingernail wearing quarterback Randall, what's that Bama name? Ran up out of here with a win. Plain and simple. Y'all know who this is, and I hate to say it, but keep on believing in the Cabamas because at the end of the day, everything will be all right. The people's hype, man. Rev T. They still Bamas, though. Bye, Bama.
All right, boy.
Yo, even Rev sounded
a little subdued.
I mean,
there.
for him to only say the people's hype, man.
People hype, man. Yeah.
Even Rev seems down in the dumps, man.
Yeah. Oh,
Trying to
boy.
encourage the people. And Rev is down. Yo, if we lose Rev, we've lost. We've lost.
Yes.
Fred Smoot will join us at 1 o'clock. If you're on hold, stay there. We're taking everybody's damn call, I promise. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, I just ran into Chris Russell in the hallway.
And?
He's in a good mental place.
He is?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Seems calm, rational.
I can't believe that.
I don't think
Chris has never been calm and
I
rational.
don't think how late everything went last night really impacted
Wait,
him.
wait.
I don't think he's
Was Chris at the
personally-
game last night?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bro, he's frustrated as hell because they really messed up his night.
He also is oddly frustrated that next week, I don't know if Jeff knows how to turn on another mic, but you're welcome to sit down.
Chris decided to go to the game last night. Now he upset that he had to stay late.
He's mad about the game. He's also mad in advance about next week that there's a doubleheader on Monday night. I don't know why that affects him, but he was very upset about that last night in the press box.
Wow.
He voiced that anger. Hello, Chris.
Hello, boys. How are we?
What's up, Christopher?
What's going on?
He's mad, B.
Why you mad?
You guys aren't mad that we didn't get home until like 2:30 in the morning? B, what time did you get home?
Well, I got home before. What were you
If
doing
you don't
that
know
you were
me-
there that late?
No matter what time I go home, I still get up around 5, 6 o'clock.
That's crazy.
And I will just go through the day, bro.
That's crazy.
You rest when you're dead, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to be dead quicker than I want to be.
Damn.
Anyway,
That's a little morbid as hell.
I don't know what time you got home. I mean, I live an hour and 20 minutes away from the stadium. I mean, it takes 12 minutes or so.
It didn't
from
take
the
me
time
an
you
hour,
leave
20
the-
minutes to get home, Chris. You live about
Well,
4 minutes from me.
Well, I don't drive 90 miles an hour, B.
I didn't either. I went with the traffic. They were doing 75.
I wasn't even doing 75.
Well, maybe you
I
should
mean,
drive faster
my-
that night.
When did you
my
leave?
new car
Did you
has
go
like
back
this.
up? Did you go back up to the press box?
Yeah, of course.
Why?
To do what?
I had to break down the analytics. I had to fill out information for the analytics amigos, for the number nerds.
Nah,
I had to
man.
make sure that they knew.
Nah, don't just tell them about straight football stuff. Maybe they'll learn some football. All they learn is numbers when you just give them analytics. And they ain't gonna tell you nothing about the damn
It's
game.
part of the shtick, man. It's part of the shtick to crush the analytics amigos and then to use analytics to make a point.
And then,
I have no idea.
Then you complain. Then you complain in the morning.
I don't know how it took you, how you got home at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I didn't get home until, I was in the press box for probably another 45 minutes after I last saw you and Tischler.
Straight BSing.
No, I didn't talk to anybody. I conferred with Benny Standig for about 2 minutes on something.
Oh, that was some wrestling going on, mental wrestling right there.
Why are you so mad that next week is a Monday night doubleheader?
Oh, well, that's just the continued ruination of everybody's personal life. Like, you can't get away from the NFL, number one. And number two, they've devalued Monday Night Football. I was talking about this on my show yesterday, which starts at what time?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. I feel last night, perfect example. You got the Atlanta Buffalo. That's a pretty good game, right? I'd like to see that. I can't see that because it's going on an hour before the Commanders game. We're in the press box, right? It was on the TV a little bit, but you can't. To me, they've devalued the spectacle of the sole and single primetime game with these constant doubleheaders on ESPN's Monday Night Football.
Well, if we're talking about the actual value, they've never been more valuable. And clearly ESPN likes the doubleheaders.
They can like whatever they want. I like what I like and don't like what I don't like from my perspective.
So you want to watch both of the games?
Ideally, yes.
Everybody.
I'd rather watch one game and one game only. Put that Atlanta Buffalo game on a Sunday where it belongs.
But everybody else is watching the games. They got a setup like JP with 4 or 5 TVs.
I don't have that.
Well,
and
can I ask a different
did we
question?
ask for more football, but we didn't have a lot of football? You were part of that crew too. Now you got it and you don't want it.
No. I never asked for more football. I'm good during the off season. I've got plenty of other things to watch. I like baseball. I like hockey. You guys,
How do you say that messes up your personal life? You could just choose not to watch one or both of the Monday night games.
I know,
You
but
can just do your stuff to get
I
the
know,
burgundy
but
shirt.
you can't do you can't do what we do and not watch games. You can't. I watched 5 minutes of that Atlanta
Yes, you
Buffalo
can.
game.
You
I
can
know
just go-
Bijan Robinson went hog wild.
19
I don't
for
know
170.
why.
But you can just go online and look at all these experts.
You gotta have time. I don't want to listen to the
Who
experts,
watched-
V. I
who's
want to
watched
listen
the
to
game-
you.
Who's watched the game twice already?
Oh my gosh. One of my diehard listeners, Jason.
Watch what game?
Nicest guy in
Says
the world.
he's watched last night's game
Well,
twice.
his ass didn't go to sleep at all.
Or he's lying.
And Von Miller told the Junkies this morning he got home at about 1:45, he said, hung out with his kids who were both under 4, watched the game over on his iPad for 2 hours, then started watching Dallas tape and hadn't slept as of 9:20 this
Think
morning.
about the adrenaline.
Just saying.
That I can wrap my
See,
head
I can
around.
understand because
Just saying.
it's his job.
Yeah. Well, it's our
The
job
other
too.
people, it ain't your job. Take your asses to sleep.
Roost, what
I'm
is
just
your
saying.
what is your blame pie from last night?
That's a great question. I know you guys do this all the time. Blame pie. I would say, look, Jaden's got to get 20%-ish of the blame pie. I would say the defense as a whole has got to get 30%
All right, that's
of the
50.
blame pie. So that's 50. The run game or lack thereof, which I thought was pretty easy to see that they were going to struggle to stop the run despite all the numbers. So I'll just say the run game in general, that whole operation, 20%. So that's 70%. Special teams, you got to give 10% to, right? Because that's a big missed field goal. Sure, they got the block. That's 80%. And then 20%. Let's see.
The alumni?
Sure. Let's do that. Whatever. I mean, I ran out of gas, but you get my point. Is I don't think this loss, right? You guys don't think this loss comes down to one person or one thing.
hell no.
This is a systemic across the board.
They never come down to one person.
And by the way, can we? We're back to the Ron Rivera era here of starting games an hour and a half later than they're actually scheduled to start.
Yeah, that's a consistent problem.
It's a problem. At least the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks in a
Yeah.
4 out of the last 5 weeks. If you separate the Raider game, was the only game that they started fast and aggressive in. 4 out of the last 5 weeks, they have been big time behind the 8 ball.
Big time. What do you got on tap today? You talk some ball?
More of this nonsense.
Well, I think you got a big Caps got a game tonight.
They do. Lightning are in town.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You go to that game?
No.
Why
I'm gonna
not?
watch it on TV.
How come you're not mad at what hockey's doing in your personal life?
Yeah.
They play 82 regular season
you can
games.
rest. You can rest
Well,
today.
see, here's the difference. I don't have to watch every minute of the Caps game 4, right? In order to have a feel and in order to be able to get by and do what we do. I feel like I need to watch the NFL because even if it's not directly the Commanders, like Atlanta, Buffalo, I still feel like I need to get a good feel for that because it affects everything. It affects free agency. It affects upcoming opponents, even though in this case...
Sounds like his hockey knowledge
Yeah.
is kind of suspect.
I really believe you're basically just running yourself ragged for no reason. Nobody
probably
around
right.
here, nobody really care about Buffalo and Atlanta around here right now or their free agency.
You know, the longest running program between these two stations, the guys that got a street named after them, the Sports Junk.
Yeah.
They openly talk about how little night games they watch.
No, I know.
I bet Bishop and Cakes watch some of Bill's Falcons for fantasy
Yeah,
and gambling.
right.
I bet the other two
No, that's
watch the
probably
Commanders
fair.
only. And those guys have done a heck of a job for a long
That's probably
time.
fair. I probably drive myself a little crazy. I'm just uniquely me.
God bless you for it, Bruce.
Thanks.
Yes.
I appreciate you guys.
Speaking of unique, Fred Smoot joins the program next.
Oh, boy.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Well, misery Monday Night Football has turned into a terrible Tuesday in D.C. coming off the Commanders' heartbreaking loss late to Chicago last night, 25-24 and a field goal at the end of the game. It's not just that they lost, it's how they lost last night. 3 turnovers, 2 of them by your franchise quarterback, Jaden Daniels, who admits just too many mistakes to get a win.
They just turned the ball over and they took the ball away, I should say, and you don't win football games like that. So, unfortunately, at the end of the day, I had a lack of focus that cost us a game.
Playoff chances take a major hit. According to the numbers, it would have been a 59% chance at the postseason with a win. That drops all the way to 36% now with last night's loss. 3-3, all 3 of those against NFC teams, those losses. So this is a big week. Dallas week up next Sunday, 4:25 in Arlington, Texas. Cowboys have the number 1 offense in the NFL and the league's worst defense heading into week 6. Commanders also have signed a defensive end, pass rusher Drake Jackson, who was a second-round pick by San Francisco in 2022. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, Provia doors, all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales, already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Excited to get on the Rude guest hotline right now and welcome in our friend, Mr. Fred Smoot. Fred, how you doing, man? You get any sleep last night?
Man, we had better days, brother. No sleep. Me and Jeff were just talking about it. He said he couldn't even sit in his car because that belt hadn't hit that butt. It was tough on all of us, man.
So, it was. I totally agree with you, Fred. I'm curious. One thing B and I tried to separate as we were talking about the loss last night is what, at least for me, I kind of consider to be a one-off, a outlier, and then what are the real recurring problems. I don't think Jaden's going to fumble that very often. I think that was a fluky thing. But this team starts slow, and they're bad at tackling and give up big plays. Those are legitimate recurring issues to me.
Yeah, they are, and they starting to really affect us in how we play. That's something that we did well last year. We tackled as a group. I'm seeing a lot of individual tackles where guys are facing the runner, and it's just one person facing that runner. And great defenses. We got this thing called ants on bread. I don't know if you ever dropped a piece of bread on the ground and seen 23 ants around it, but they get that as a group. They tackle that as a group, and I'm not seeing that consistently. Here goes the thing about it. I think that's the word we should say with this team. Consistent, because they didn't show flashes of we can be a good defense. They show flashes of we can be a dominant offense. We can be a dominant special team. But then in situational times, they don't do that. And I think that's what's leaving us feeling the way we are. But I must say this. Last night when I left that game, if I have to sum it up in one word, pain. That's what I felt. Pain. Because as an ex-player, we can take you beating us 40-0. That means you out-schemed us, you outplayed us, you out-hustled us, and y'all were just better. But when we give you a game like that, this is the thing that nightmares are made of. This is where players have nightmares.
Yep. But, Fred, we talk about the slow starts, and we had a guy call earlier and say, is it really slow starts, or are we having mistakes at the most inopportune times? We got the ball 2 times. We threw an interception on the first one. We had a fumble on the second possession. What needs to happen for this thing to just start off where we go down and get the score instead of we're down 10-0?
We need to finish what we start. Like you said, it ain't that we had a slow start yesterday. It's just that we left all the drives incomplete in the first half. And that would put us behind the chains. And what we've seen with this team, to allow us to be our best, we are a running team. To run the ball, that game flow has to give you a chance to run the ball, and you can't run the ball down 13-0. You can't run the ball down 20. Like, it takes away what makes you great. And what we need to do is start doing what we did last year, and that's finishing drives. The one thing I can say that I think made us dominant last year, when we would go on these 12, 13, 14-play drives, and it would drain the life out of teams. We're not putting those drives together right now offensively, and it's not giving us a chance. And then defensively, you have to put the runner on the ground. That's my job, right? My first job is to cover. My second job is to put the runner on the ground. If he catch the ball, if he runs the ball, it doesn't matter. But I'm not going to consistently tackle pro running backs by myself time and time again. It's going to have to be a group effort.
How disappointing do you think the 55-yard touchdown catch to DeAndre Swift, specifically his ability to keep that play going? I thought Quan should have had him out of bounds. Lattimore just unable to get him down. How frustrating was that play specifically for you, a former DB that understood the weight of that possession?
Well, it's one of them things. When it happens, you know it's the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's one of those things where you have to understand when you're in that situation, your best friend is the sideline. The sideline is undefeated. B. Mitch can't beat the sideline. Jerry Rice can't beat the sideline. Nor will Barry Sanders beat the sideline. You have to use that as a lethal weapon. At the least, I don't need to tackle him there. I need to get him out of bounds. I need to use his momentum, push him and force him out of bounds. And I'm not mad at Quan for missing that tackle because he shot his shot. But if you Lattimore, you have to finish that and get this guy out of bounds. And I'm not going to take anything from Ben Johnson. That was a great play call. We was in man-to-man. He running an option route. There's only going to be one person or two people out there because everybody else is stuck to their man. I just thought it was a great play call. And thank Lord that we don't play this running back with 17 games a year because he has Daniel Jones disease. He loves playing at Northwest Stadium.
He does.
He really does, man.
He did it last year. He did it again this year.
Talking with our friend Fred Smoot here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Fred at FSmoot21 Sean T. As much as the game last night was super disappointing, Fred, I feel like you're a good person to ask about this because I remember when they were doing the rebrand, how into the Red Wolves you were and whatever. They've landed on Commanders. We've all kind of moved forward. But they are making a real effort, I think, to kind of like build out what that brand means. How cool was it last night seeing Darryl Green wave that spear around and getting that raised? It was pretty cool.
It was unbelievable because I was in the suite with all the rest of us. We called it the old folks' home of Ashburn. We was in the suite, and as we all up there, you could see in all our eyes when the lights turn out. And I thought it was cool what the ownership did with the wristbands and that light show. And the first thing came out of my mouth, we never got that. Why we never got that? All right, and then to see Darryl out there and him leading the hell check, that atmosphere said, let's go win this game. Like, the theater put on before the game said, let's go win this game. And for us to have this game in our hands and let it slip through our fingers like that, it kind of erased all the pregame excitement. It kind of erased all the extra bells and whistles when we didn't finish what we started. And it took some of the air out of it for me.
I totally agree, man. The crowd... Everything, the setup was right, and then you get the pick early, and then the fumble. I mean, the first two possessions went pick, fumble, really disheartening. Defensively, Fred, what do you make? Another recurring issue, I'd say, is what seems to be a real trouble spot when opposing offenses are running crossing routes. And I don't know what the fix is. Maybe you can identify it, but man, it is a problem week after week after week.
They're man beaters. They're man beaters route. When you're predominantly man team, me and Sean Springs had to play one season 80% man to man. All we seen was crosser routes. All we seen was rub routes. And me and Sean just developed this nonverbal communication of we're going to high-low it, we're going to inside out it, we're going to triangle it, we're going to box it. We're going to fight you with every weapon that we have. Everything that's in our arsenal, we're going to do it. Like we used to be, if they did a stack route on me and Sean, whoever has the point, I need you to be aggressive. Like if Sean is going to be on the point guy, I need you to jam him to give me a clear view of where my guy is, because when you're playing when you're playing man to man and you playing against these man beaters, you're basically a chaser. You in your head, before the play even start, you need to be like, I need to get in this guy's hip pocket because I'm gonna have to chase him horizontally across this field. So what I'm saying is, we getting beat pre-snap. All right, we're not getting beat during the play. We're getting beat pre-snap because the guys are not having a plan that they can allocate and do at a fast rate and understand. I need to get to a certain point on this field where I'm not, and here goes the thing about man-to-man, and most people don't understand, is that don't really know football, is man-to-man coverage is not for interceptions. It's for pass breakups and tackles, right? Because you're not going to intercept the ball a lot. So I think the DBs need to get in their head. A win in this situation is no catch, pass breakup, tackle out the catch with no yards, no yak. So I think it's all pre-snap than it is during the snap.
Fred, they're sitting at 3-3 right now. Where is your mindset with this football team? What needs to happen, and what you think got to happen for them to get back on the winning side?
In the immortal words of one great author, Slim Shady, will the real Slim Shady stand up? I need to know who this team is, because they show me these glimpses of, oh, yeah, we are that team. Then they show me these lapses of we can't seem to get it right. So as a fan, I can understand when you feel like at one point you feel like you got the best team in the league. At another point, they feel like, we the same old Commanders from the past. I totally understand. And these ebb and flows probably come from the fact that the guy that you had listed as your starting running back at the beginning of the year, gone. John Bates just got back. Sam Cosby, Pro Bowl guard, gone. Reinforcements will come. Will Harris gone. Like it's so many guys, and I'm not using it because every team in the league has injuries right now. But we did a lot of shuffling right now. We just signed Preston Smith 2 weeks ago. Preston Smith probably played 19 or 20 snaps last night. So I think when the team as a whole becomes whole again, that's when I think we need to really judge this team. But I can say this. Because of these injuries to your number one wide receiver, to your number 3 wide receiver, guys like Luke McCaffrey have found out that I can play in this league. And not only can I play in this league, I can be whatever my team needs me to be. Right now, Luke might be the number 1 return man in the NFL, and he had a 40-yarder taken from him last night. Luke McCaffrey is on a tear because Luke McCaffrey believes in Luke McCaffrey. Jalen Lane is out there making plays. We didn't know we were going to have to depend on Jalen Lane. Jalen Lane is out there making plays. So through all of this hurt, through all of this pain, we're still 500. We still have a bulk of the schedule still sitting in front of us. So like I said last year, let grandma cook. And please, kids, get out the kitchen.
I like that, Fred. Looking ahead, actually, why do you think they struggled to run the ball last night? That
because
was a pretty big surprise.
No. That bye week for Chicago, they understood we not good against the run. We're gonna put 8 in the box and we're gonna dare you to pass the ball. We're gonna say if you pass the ball, damn if you do, damn if we don't. If you get on top of us, we don't care. But what we're not gonna let you do, we're not gonna let the best rushing team in the NFL utilize that number 1 thing. And then did you realize on all of the RPOs that we ran last night, all they worried about was where was JD5. They made sure that he gave that ball off. They was not gonna let us beat them with him running the ball. So I was always wondering, if they're going to do that, why not do what we did a lot last year? And that was late in the game. We would go into these 4 and 5 wide formations where we would have no backs in the backfield, and then if the play breaks down and nobody's open, then Jaden can use his athletic ability when the play breaks down instead of a design run that they said last night. No design runs from number 5. We accepted. It was just one of those challenges where we was going to say, that's our script. We're going to stick to what we do well. We're going to run the ball. And last night they were saying, no, you're not going to run the ball because we're going to have one more man in this box than you can protect.
And I think if you had Terry, you had Noah, they couldn't have done what they did last night.
No, they couldn't.
Last night they were able to do it.
Yep, you're completely right because they feel like it wasn't a threat there. And don't forget, Debo limped into this game with that heel, and as you can see, that heel was bothering him because he wasn't running like regular Debo last night. So now you take away your number 1 receiver, your number 2 receiver is limping in, and your number 3 receiver is at home with your number 1 receiver. Yeah, they felt like, hey, if they're going to beat us, they're going to beat us in the air. And that's why you seen a lot of Zach Ertz last night because he was that one dependable guy that we could go to.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times when they were in those jumbo sets, the receiver on the field was Chris Moore, and that's just not a dynamic threat opposite the size where Chicago knows you're probably.
Well, it's nothing that the DBs are going to just lose their mind about. You're not alerting Chris Moore. I'm not no disrespect to Chris Moore. I'm just saying, as a cornerback, you're not. That's a job I got to do it. We're not putting no safety over the top of Chris Moore.
Yeah, totally.
Look, it's a short week now. They're playing Dallas in 5 days. They're back on the practice field tomorrow. Pickens is playing at a really elite level. Jerry Jones says they'll have CeeDee Lamb back. What, if anything, do you want to see this secondary try to do against a Cowboys offense anyway that's performing at a really high level?
You know what? This is a mental, very intimate game because this coaching staff and their coaching staff, they know everything about each other. Schottenheimer was there when Coach Quinn was like, they know every little intimate thing about each other. So it's going to be I'm going to be very eager to see the battle of attrition. I'm going to be eager to see which one of these coaching staffs are going to be willing to switch up what they do. Who's going to be able to layer what they do because they know each other inside and out. Coach Quinn knows Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott knows Coach Quinn. Coach Schottenheimer knows him. Coach Witt knows. Like, it's such an intimate thing that you're talking about one of the best offenses in football right now. Skinny Dak is playing some of the best ball he has played in a couple of years. Yes, I'm going to tell you something about that. When he starts to lose weight, he starts to run a little bit more. And if he adds that to his repertoire, that makes their offense that much better. And Williams is running the ball out that backfield. That offensive line is protecting better than people thought they would. So it's going to be a test for this defense. The question is, are you going to go in with an aggressive? Do I want to get Dak off the spot? I'm going to play more zone and coverage and be more of a bend but don't break defense? Do I want to force a high-powered touchdown scoring offense to just settle for 3? Or do I want to try to make them settle for none and that's a chance for them to get 6?
Do you really want to change up what you do best and become something new, or you try to stick to what you know, or go full out on what you know upsets Brett or Dak?
That's the thing about it. Myself, how I would go with it, especially with them having them 2 threats at wide receiver, I would go more bend but don't break defense. I would play a lot of cover 4, a lot of cover 2, but I would also match that cover 2 with a lot of man in the hole. I want that safety to be in the hole, but I have to do something to force Dak to make mistakes. And the one thing Dak has proven, I'm not going to make mistakes if I'm standing up and my jersey is clean. We have to get pressure. And if you have to get pressure, especially on a guy like Dak, it's not your defensive ends that's going to affect him. It's your D tackles that's going to affect him. The shortest route to the quarterback is through the A and the B gap. And if you can get pressure through the A and the B gap and just get your hands up, force him to throw in between defensive linemen, in between linemen, just make it hard for his vision, you have a chance to slow these guys down. But if you let Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and George Pickens just go pitch and catch, you're not going to stop these guys.
Got a problem.
For sure. That could be big trouble. Fred, we really appreciate you making time.
You, young
I know
man.
It was a late night, dude.
Hey, I'm proud of y'all too, man. And I must say this, Jeff looks great. Ozempic Jenkins is looking better than I have ever seen him look in my life, man.
All right, E.T., go home.
Fred, I Do you notice, because I know you're a big Game of Thrones guy, how like a lot of the intro, a lot of the stuff they do on the video boards is very Game of Thrones-ish? Like when they show that map of all the little NFL cities, like that's straight out of Game of Thrones.
I love it. I love it. I love it that they taking on and they selling the image. Like they're selling what the team and what they want you to think about when you think about the team. And I think that's very intelligent. I think that's very smart because you just can't throw a name out there. It has to be a meaning behind the name.
There you go.
Right. All right, Fred. Thank you,
bro.
buddy. Appreciate
Be cool,
the
man.
time.
All right, anytime, fellas.
All
right. That's our guy, Fred Smoot. Give him a follow at FSmoot21. Sean T. Phone lines are still lit up. A couple other things I want to just kind of tidy up as we get ready. Grant and Danny coming your way at 2 o'clock. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Crushing loss for the Commanders on Monday Night Football, falling to the Bears 25-24. Turnovers were the key. Jaden Daniels had 2 of the 3 turnovers for the Commanders, including the dagger at the end, the fumble with just over 3 minutes to play, which led to the Bears' eventual game-winning field goal.
I just lost the ball. Completely my fault. Didn't give Bill a chance, so it was my fault.
So 3-3 on the season. Big week, Dallas week coming up next. Only 5 days to prep for Sunday late afternoon kickoff in Arlington, Texas. Cowboys have the number 1 offense and the worst rated defense in the NFL. Interesting matchup coming up against the Cowboys. Commanders also hope to add some help to the defense today. They have signed defensive end pass rusher Drake Jackson, who is a 2022 second-round pick by the San Francisco 49ers. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk on a terrible Tuesday, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
The brown shoe. Constantly. Blood burgundy.
D'Angelo's
Brown
passed away.
sugar, babe.
I get high off the love. Sad news. D'Angelo, singer of this song and many others, passed away fighting pancreatic cancer.
Yeah.
Good play there, Jeffrey. B, there were a couple other things from my notes from last night that I just want to get to. I thought the offensive line really underperformed. I thought that was Laramie Tunsil's worst game as a Commander. I think getting Cosby back, I think it's a good time to get Cosby back.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. You need him to play at his high level, but I think the O-line could use a little jolt. And maybe the Bears just kind of had their number last night. I don't know, but Jaden didn't have a ton of time. Mm-hmm. There were spots where he did, but generally he was under a lot of pressure last night. I also thought that Brisker hit was absolutely deserved to be flagged. It was right on his knee.
Yeah, he went low. I mean, one thing they tell you, you can't go low on a quarterback in the pocket.
And he did.
So, yeah, you can't do that.
I think Dan Quinn and Joe Witt talk about ball is life.
Mm-hmm.
At various times in that game, Frankie Louvu and Mikey Samerstill had what I thought were picks, and they just dropped them. When you go year to year and you start to compare stuff, it was like when there were plays to be made last year. I asked Dan Quinn this last night. Actually, Jeff, see if you can pull it up. DQ number 8. You know how they talk about winning time?
Yeah.
And they practice it and they preach it. I asked DQ, what's up with the winning time moments?
I was surprised. It's an area that we obviously spend a lot of time on, a lot of space, and we'll continue to do that. But for us to come out the other end of it, it just not getting and creating takeaways. I think honestly that's a big part of it too, man. Like the end, we don't like it, but we've got to go get the stops to go make that happen, and we didn't. But I'll give credit to Chicago. They outperformed us tonight, and that stings. So that's the facts.
They outperformed them because you gave them 3 possessions.
You have 3 possessions, but the thing about it, Chicago, when they touched the ball, they got it. When the fumble was on the ground, they recovered it. We had guys with hands on the ball. We didn't catch it. So just like you see receivers after the game going to that jugs machine, what I used to recall back in the day, when I first got to the league, I wondered, why the hell so many defensive backs were catching balls at the jug machine? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what they would do a lot of them would be here, they shoot the ball, then they turn around where they got to locate the ball, then catch it. You get what I'm saying? And we saw guys picking off balls. Maybe that's something that needs to help because you can be in position to make the winning time play, but if you can't catch, you can't catch.
I mean, dude, we haven't even talked about Jaden had another fumble. Ball just slipped right out of his hands.
And bounced right back to him.
him.
Yeah.
Imagine if that didn't happen.
Yeah. So the thing of it is like, listen, man, they practice all that stuff because one thing about football, what about any sport, you're always practicing to try to become perfect. But the one thing I know about sports, nobody is ever perfect. And you're going to make mistakes every once in a while, but if you will make way less mistakes if you keep practicing the way that you practice. And for me, the guys that, what do they say, most defensive backs play defensive back because they couldn't catch when they was a receiver.
Right.
Well, you need to learn how to catch because they get paid when you get interceptions, right?
Yeah.
So they need to learn how to catch. And linebackers too. Frankie had another one hit him, 2 of them hit him in his hands. He got to pull them things down.
Totally. Jeff, lock the phones. I'm going to take these last 4 callers. If you're on hold right now, stay there. I'm coming to you. Some of these folks have been on hold a while. Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Top of the day to you, gentlemen.
What's up, brother?
Bud? Hey, man, I'm a little bit down, just like everybody else, but I'm a realist like you guys are. B-Mitch said it yesterday when I talked to him, how you win it in the trenches, and they definitely lost it in the trenches. Some of the other callers have said about gap control and contain, and that certainly is a big problem. But Brian brought up my number 1 pet peeve earlier, and that would be the tackling. I don't know why these guys think that you don't have to wrap people up to tackle them and take them to the ground, like Brian said. That is the biggest Achilles heel of this team since the Rivera days and before, and that is what they have to get better at. And the other thing is what you guys were just talking about, being able to hold on to the ball and making those turnovers count rather than just having them hit you in the hands with the ball and dropping it. That's not going to work, and that costs them the game many, many times. But Brian is correct. Man, you got to if you're playing defense and your jersey doesn't get dirty or your pants don't get dirty, your knee pants, man, you might as well be playing baseball, buddy, because that is the problem, is their gap control, their contain, and their tackling. If that would have been 25% better last night, that game wouldn't even have been close. And I'll get off here, JP, because I know you're trying to wind it up. And, hey, man, we'll get Dallas next week. We want Dallas, and we will get them.
Thanks, brother.
Appreciate you, brother.
Good call, man.
Have a nice day.
All right, take care, dude. Carter's over on Naylor Road. What's up, Carter?
What up, Cart?
Carter, you there? Good luck.
Carter went quiet as soon as you said.
Jones in Accokeek. What's up, Jones?
What up, Jay?
Hey, how you doing?
We good.
I would say 75% goes to the offense and 10% goes to the special teams and 15% goes to the defense. The reason why I say all those things is because the offense, they didn't get going till late in the first half. And they had 3 turnovers, and the special teams played really good, but Matt Gay missed the field goal. That could have been a difference maker in the game as well. And then with the defense, the reason why I give them 15 is because I feel as though they played solid enough to win the game for the team, but they still made some mistakes with the missed tackles. So, you know, it's very disappointing, but it's not the end of the season. Thanks for my call.
There you go, bro.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate
That's
the call,
the main
man.
thing. Season's not over. They still got time to make this thing happen.
All right, last call of the day. Alton is down in Goochland. Alton, what's up, man?
What's up, man? How you doing? What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, I'm calling because I was at the game last night. It's 3 things that I understand that the Commanders are doing that really they didn't do a whole lot last year. Number one, they keep deferring when for the other team to get the ball first. Last year, they always got the ball first, and that's where the long extended drives came, and that's how we stayed on top. Number two, I noticed a whole lot of third downs last night that Kinlaw in the run stoppers was on the sideline, and they had other guys in there. And then the third thing I noticed, Dan Quinn don't like to throw the challenge flag because on that punt return, when number 12 for Chicago fumbled that ball, the guy from Washington did fall on the ball, but when he got up, the guy had the ball from Washington and showed it. They still gave it to Chicago. Sometimes you got to take that chance and challenge stuff. You just can't sit there and be like, well, okay, they didn't give it to us, so we didn't get it. Because that was one of Jay Gruden and Ron Rivera's problems. You know, and
it
the
did
whole
seem
thing about it.
on those kickoff returns, you're right. It did seem like there were a couple of those opportunities.
They got somebody up there that's supposed to be doing that. Dude, that used to work in the league, right?
Yeah, Gardy.
Yeah, so I guess he did all. He last year was here too, and he gave them, sit there and tell them what to do and what not to do. I think he's doing the same this year, so maybe he didn't think it was going to be overturned.
But my thing is, though, it's not only that, B. Mitch. It's a whole lot of crazy stuff. If I got two run stoppers that I done traded for a guy that's supposed to be able to stop the run, when Swift was doing them runs, you got to look at it. When Swift was doing them runs, he was doing Kinlaw or the guy that took Jonathan Allen plays. I forgot his name. They was in and out. When they got the third down, it got busy. Them guys wasn't even in.
Yeah, I mean, they rotate those guys, but it's a good call. Thank you, Alton. Appreciate the time, man. Rough night for the Burgundy and Gold. No way around it. Just a bad loss. They coughed it up at the end, man. He always says, turnovers are one thing, but when you turn the ball over matters too, and that's about the worst time you could turn it over.
Totally.
Didn't get the ball back, go on to lose the game to the damn Chicago Bears, miss an opportunity to move into a tie for first place in the division. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. Grant and Danny coming your way next.
Mm-mm. See? Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Matter of fact, a pure reaction.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Wrapping things up on a terrible Tuesday after a tough loss for the Commanders. That one's going to sting, man.
Yes, it is.
They all count, and you get to the end of the year and say they're 10-7 and need to be 11-6 or something, and you're going to remember that one. That's why they play the games, though, dude. Can't cough it up late. You can't do that. Been a good day on the show. Thank you to Fred Smoot for joining us. Quick baseball update. Seattle goes, I believe the first two were in Toronto, right? White Brian?
Yeah, first two were in Toronto.
Yeah, dude.
Back in
Seattle goes across the country and to another country and takes the first two. Mariners now going back home up 2-0. Dodgers have a 1-0 lead. Did you see that play last night, B? I don't know. It was like making the rounds on social, but I know you're kind of running around during games.
Nah, man. I was busy yesterday.
It was wacky, dog. Like, they had this double play that was a hit, like, hit the top of the outfield wall. It was one of the weirdest plays I've ever seen. Dodgers are up 1-0. We're all rooting for the Brewers. Tressway's brother-in-law, Bryce Terang. We'll see if they're able to get it done. That game's tonight at 8, I believe. We do have some bets to make. Jeff, let's hit it.
Heard it here first. Gather around, gather around.
All righty, White Brian, what do we got?
JP, your win streak is now 8. Landfill also won.
8 in a row, dog. You know what's funny is the longest I had a 8 years running Super Bowl pick correct until last year when I took the Chiefs to beat the Eagles.
I had a streak of 11 in a row, Jay. 1991.
11 in a winning.
We won straight games. 11.
That's pretty good. That's pretty darn good, B.
So I think that I had a streak, not us.
I had a streak. I had a streak since '94.
I'm doing what?
I've been winning every year of life, baby.
Oh boy, please save me with that.
By far the
Make
most
me barf.
The most famous and perhaps notorious streak at this radio station was Stallion. From when did we start our show?
14 months.
Yeah, 01 to the middle of 03. Where Stallion got no action.
None.
Where is he? I just realized he's not here.
I don't know.
Where the hell is Stallion? All right, let's make some bets for tonight. We got football, baby. Liberty again? I might have to keep riding the Flames.
CAPS. Caps.
All right.
That's who I'm taking.
Caps Lightning tonight. Now, is that not on locally also? So my app only shows it on ESPN. I hope that's on Monumental so we can watch Joe B and Locker. I very much prefer to have Joe B and Locker when I'm watching Caps games. Is the Caps game only on ESPN tonight?
It looks like it, yeah.
That sucks. The people need Joe B and Locker. Period. Smoking Al, Alan May, Alexa, Tarek, Brett Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
The people need Caps coverage, not ESPN Caps coverage. Isn't that the hater dude that said one trick pony for Alex? Pink Pony Club?
Well, don't talk to him. That Bama don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Straight up Kabama. All right, Caps are on at 7. Jeff's taking the Caps. B, what about you? I smell a parlay coming.
I told you I'm on the Dodgers because I'm going against your Brewers. I don't know why.
Preseason NBA tonight. The Wiz had a big preseason NBA win last night.
I won't be doing nothing on the NBA in preseason. It's like going out and watch people play in the backyard. Nobody of substance is going to really play. All right, and so let me see. That's only that game, and there's nothing else on tonight.
There's college.
College what?
Football.
Really? Who?
Arkansas State and South Alabama, and my pick. I'm taking Liberty laying the 10, White Brian, to New Mexico State, the Fighting Denton Days. Also, I think this is where my win streak comes to an end because I really don't have much of a feel for Liberty, New Mexico State.
You don't?
Do you?
No.
South Alabama's been pretty good. The Jaguars are playing
Well,
tonight.
you taking New Mexico State?
No, I was taking Liberty, but I'm considering my options. Change that, White Brian. Give me the South Alabama Jaguars at home against the Arkansas State Red Wolves. The team reportedly the Commanders could not buy the naming rights to from Arkansas State.
Yeah, I like Arkansas State. I ran a lot of touchdowns against them.
You taking them plus?
Hell no.
Plus a touchdown?
No. I'm not taking them.
I'm laying the points with
I
South
am going
Alabama.
to take Liberty,
White Brian.
though. I'm taking Liberty. You scared? I'm not.
You scared? Get a dog. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that called. A lot of great calls. Hopefully we all got through this together. It's a dreary day on a dreary result last night.
Hey, man, everybody out there, just take a chill pill, bro. It ain't that serious, believe me.
Thank you to Fred Smoot for joining us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Grant on location in Milwaukee, I believe. Danny, Toby, Darius, they're all out there in the bullpen itching to get going. Plenty to discuss after a disappointing Commanders choked away win. I'm not even calling it a loss. Choked away win. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Misery, Monday Night Football for the Commanders. Things were going well until they weren't. The late turnover by Jaden Daniels changed the game. That was the dagger, led to the game-winning field goal by Chicago Bears. Steal one in Landover last night, 25-24. 3 turnovers, and 2 of them last night by JD5. Sloppy weather, sloppy play from Daniels and the Commanders all game long.
I'm not going to sit up here and blame it on the elements. I mean, at the end of the day, I got to focus. I get paid to go out there and focus playing to play out, and I had a lack of focus right there, and it cost us the game.
Oh, and the Bears fans are spiking the football today. Look at some stuff online. A game they should have won, they didn't win. Commanders are now 3-3, so this is a very big week coming up. Dallas week. It's a short work week now, only 5 days till Sunday's 4:25 kickoff in Arlington, Texas. Commanders are an early 2.5-point favorite. Cowboys could have CeeDee Lamb back in the lineup. He's missed 3 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Interesting matchup, too. Cowboys have the number 1 ranked offense and the worst ranked defense in the NFL. Commanders' playoff chances, by the way, with the loss, took a major hit as well. They've dropped to 36% now after the Monday night setback. Commanders today add to the defense, looking for a little help. They have signed pass rusher Drake Jackson, who was a second-round pick by San Francisco in 2022. Hockey, the Capitals looking to keep things going tonight. They are trying for a 3rd straight win, home against the Tampa Bay Lightning. 7 p.m. face-off tonight for Caps hockey here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What's good? Welcome in and happy Tuesday, or as happy as you can be on this Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. In 2 hours at 4 o'clock, we will be giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz right here on G&D. And in 3 hours at 5 o'clock, the rookie running back, Bill Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, will be on the show. We'll talk to him about heart-wrenching bad loss last night for the Commanders on Monday Night Football at the hands of the Chicago Bears. Danny's in our DC studios. I'm out in Milwaukee covering the NLCS. The roof is open right now at American Family Field. It's overcast, but it's pleasant in Milwaukee. Danny, I know it is anything but that back in the nation's capital today after really as painful a loss as the Commanders have suffered in a couple of years.
Yeah, it's gross. It's gross here, and it was gross last night, and watching that game was exasperating. What a blood-boiling, unforgivable, infuriating loss that was. And I think people are pointing to the bad plays, understandable, the Daniels interception, the fumble late in the game, Bill's fumble, of course, and those three things happened. Those are, to me, more one-off incidents and are frustrating and miserable when they happen, but I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to be fumbling handoffs routinely. I don't think he's going to be turning it over and not seeing a defender and throwing an errant pass too late all that often. He was so good at taking care of the football last year and had been through his starts this year. There are sustainable, irritating, exasperating, inexplicable problems that aren't individual plays. The fact that they can't start games until the middle of the second quarter, bewildering, Ron Rivera-esque, inexcusable. Another lackluster, bored, complacent, we'll see what happens. Eventually we'll start turning it on and trying to make a game of it. I mean, after being down double digits again, they outscored Chicago the rest of the way. But, you dig yourself a hole, no margin for error. Errors happen, you end up losing. Tackling, I mean, we'll go through all the different bads, but, that touchdown to DeAndre Swift, after the play clock, by the way, was at 0 for nearly a full second, whatever, just a multi-billion-dollar league. We'll figure that out, I guess, at some point. But you can't bother to push the guy out of bounds, and Marshawn Lattimore sort of jogging around aimlessly, not doing anything of impact on that play. A microcosm, man. What a frustrating loss that was last night.
Yeah, I was trying to think about the last time, if you're a fan of this team, that you were that mad after a loss. Because they've suffered losses where they got outclassed. Think about the NFC Championship game to the Eagles, and they lost 5 games last year to good teams. But a game that they just should have won. Danny, when you're watching the game and you go, you're probably better than the team you're playing, and with several minutes to go, the chances are, analytically, that you're almost certainly going to win. The last time they lost a game like that, and I had to go back to the Jets game in 2023 when Greg Zuerlein kicked the field goal heard around the world that allowed them to pick second and get Jaden Daniels. I think that's the last time against a inferior team that they had a win in their hands and kind of fumbled it away, literally in this case, but figuratively for the sake of the conversation. And I think that's what's so hard is you snatched a defeat out of the jaws of a victory last night. And that has not been what they do as part of this operation under Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. When you come out and you have a lead late in games, you put those games away. But you talked about it. There's a lot of different ways we could go today. Some major issues. We knew defensively they were going to give up a lot. I actually think, you look at it, 25 points against the Bears coming off of a bye where they allowed 19 points effectively. Actually, 3 drives of 36 or fewer yards. So 16 points that were earned with drives beyond 36 yards. Their defense bent, but it didn't break. I think more often than not, while they have plenty of things to clean up, you can win with that performance. The 3 turnovers are the biggest story. But when are they going to start playing football in first quarters? When is this offense going to go on an early game drive or come out with some energy and some emotion? Their slow starts, this is a full season of this now, Danny. They were lethargic against the Giants. They were down 14-0 against the Packers. They were playing the Raiders at home when Vegas was on a short week, and it was kind of a who's going to score first, nobody wants to. They had 10 points going into the halftime, basically, in that game. Then they're down 17-7 to the Falcons with 5 to go in the half. They were down 10-0 to the Chargers, LA moving the football last week. And then they spot the Bears 13. 10 points with 3 minutes to go or so in the third quarter last night before the big play to Luke McCaffrey. What is with these starts, and why can't they fix it?
I have no idea. If I knew, I would obviously prescribe it immediately or give somebody a pill. But to me, it looks like a team that just is expecting things will happen, magic will happen, because it did last year. Last year, the seas opened up for them, and Jaden Daniels put his cape on against inferior opponents, and they crushed everybody. There's no magic. There's a target on your back. There are expectations now. I understand losing a game on the road on a short week to Green Bay. You go back and forth with them, whether they were playing, that's going to happen. Atlanta, that loss looks a little bit less terrible in retrospect now that they did what they did to the Bills last night. And that's an okay team coming off a weird aberration loss against Carolina. But Atlanta's fine. But again, being dominated for 80% of the game isn't okay. But those losses don't look as bad. It's when you're dealing with a team, and Chicago is aggressively mediocre. They gave you multiple first downs. They got a touchdown wiped off the board because the left tackle just wasn't standing in the right place. Nothing Washington did. 4 different first downs via stupid penalty that had nothing to do with the play. And they're terrible. They wanted to give you the game just as much. They're so okay. And that's the level that you were at last night.
I don't even know if the tackle did anything wrong, to be clear, on that play.
Seriously,
I thought it was a terrible call. But I'll take it. I'll take some of those along the way. You need a few of those as the year goes on. Toby actually texted me, and he used his Toki phone. He's got different phones.
Yeah,
but during the game last night, he picked up the Toki hotline, and he said it's almost like, guys never practicing affects how they start these games. And I said, ooh, that's good. I'm using that. But it's true. I mean, when you go, some of this is injury related. I understand that. But a lot of it isn't. A lot of it is just taking care of guys. But they'll go through the week and look at the injury report. This guy's not going for rest, and that guy's not going for rest. And it's part of trying to navigate a full season with 35-year-old Bobby Wagner and 34-year-old Zach Ertz and the oldest roster in the NFL. But either practice matters or it doesn't. And I say that not to do some tough guy thing as much as to say, yeah, it stands to reason when you have a roster where you just can't grind like a young team might during the practice week, you might get off to some slow starts in games. I think that's reared its head. I'm ready to slam the gavel watching the Chiefs as the healthiest team in the league that takes camp in the preseason the most seriously of everyone in the league. They're one of the few teams in the entire NFL that still goes away and sleeps in dorms and, has legit hard physical practices and occasionally tackles to the ground. And they got Patrick Mahomes, the greatest quarterback of his era and maybe all time when it's all said and done. And he's playing in preseason games for a quarter at a time. And they're the only team in the league this week without anybody on their injury report. It's almost like it helps, right? But I think there's something to that with their practice weeks as well. But they have to fix that. There are things I'm not sure that they can fix, Danny. Like defensively, you and I will go round and around as a show, and so will everyone else in town, breaking down the chunks that they allowed, the big plays, the explosives they're on the wrong end of all season long. That's probably not going away. There's not a fix walking through that door. But you should be able to figure out as a staff how to alleviate these slow starts because they have absolutely killed them. I think you just said something important too. I think why I'm so upset today about this loss is mainly because it was self-inflicted. It felt like with the 3 turnovers and the kind of inexplicable and excruciating rain fumble at the end of the game by Jaden Daniels. But the Bears tried so hard to let you win this football game. I mean, how many times did you go, thank God it's Chicago?
Yeah.
If this was Kansas City at Arrowhead in a couple of weeks, or if this is Seattle after that, or Detroit after that, the brutal part of the schedule coming up, game's over. But it's the Bears. Whether it's, I just jotted a bunch of these down. I'm going to read through them rapid fire here and then tag you in. These are things that I would call, thank God it was the Bears. Dumb Montez Sweat roughing penalty negated a 3rd and 8. Caleb Williams underthrows Rome Odunze wide open deep. Chicago has a completion called back for an OPI they didn't need to commit to set up a 2nd and 20. They gave Washington 4 auto firsts with penalties. You talked about that. They have a face mask on a 3rd and 6 before a punt or go decision in plus territory. Daniels' first fumble bounces right back to him. I guess that has nothing to do with the Bears, but that's lucky. Illegal formation takes a touchdown off the board. Caleb misses Zacchaeus on the sideline. Easy 10 to 15-yard play. Bad snap on 3rd and 1 before the blocked field goal on what would have been probably a conversion. And then how about Olamide Zacchaeus dropping a ball where he might have gone for a 60-yard touchdown?
That was a touchdown.
With nobody around him.
That was a touchdown. I mean, it wasn't like it hit him some weird place. It wasn't like it went off his shoelaces. That hit him right square in between the breastplates. I mean,
do you
right
think he
there.
scores on that play?
I do.
Because he's running across the field with Wagner. He'd leave him in his dust. I think maybe the safety makes the play, but it's a huge gain if the safety makes the tackle, which, go back to the 55-yarder in Sweat last night, is not a guarantee.
No, sir, it is not. DeAndre Swift doesn't do that. I want to be very clear. DeAndre Swift doesn't do what he just did. Came into this game with one game of over 3.1 yards per carry. Last night looked like Gale Sayers. The last time he went over 100 total yards was also against Washington. So this is the kind of thing that drives me insane. It's my Dylan G. All-Stars corollary. I understand when prime Hall of Fame superstar does prime Hall of Fame superstar stuff to you. He does it to everybody.
Yeah, Bijan Robinson gets you. You got.
Yeah, you got. Ask Buffalo about that last night. Ask Buffalo what they think about that dude that nobody stops. When Saquon Barkley's going for $2,000, he goes for 110 against you. Yeah, all right, that's what he does. I understand that. It sucks, but I understand it. When a guy that doesn't do it, when a team that comes into this game as the worst run defense we have seen in the modern era, 6.1 yards per attempt, dominant 85 Bears, Mongo McMichael, Richard Dent, Mike Singletary, Ron
Rivera.
Yeah, Ron Rivera, pretty much. Thank you very much for bringing it up. Move to the side. This group of Jags that cannot catch a cold is knocking dudes stiff into the dirt. They were awesome against running backs. And then on the other side, they can't run the ball worth a lick against a good run defense. Washington's run defense is good. I have data that supports that. At one point, I don't think that's true now, but they were in the top 3 in rush defense DVOA in the entire NFL. Gone, mauled, mushed, pushed around. When it happens out of character, and they'll go back to normal, by the way. The Bears will go back to not being able to stop the run and not being able to run it. But it happens in prime time, and it happens last night because it matters to my team. Infuriating to me. Infuriating when that happens.
Yeah, the Commanders find themselves now 17th against the run in yards per play at 4.2 a pop after it's gotten a little leakier. My fear after the Dietrich Wise injury as an edge-setting presence and a physical player on the outside was that they'd struggle with some outside stuff. And boy, has it happened. I mean, Bijan Robinson, again, that was going to be the case. But the Chargers did some pretty good things on the ground against Washington. And then yesterday, the Bears had whatever they wanted. But you're right. I mean, we're kind of just now building a cake of anger and just throwing ingredients in at this point of like, and you know what else annoyed me about last night? But it was all of the things that went against type from the season. The Bears come in not being able to run, and then they go for 145, including non-Caleb Williams, 23 attempts for 147 yards. They come in not being able to stop the run, as Danny said. Washington, worst run game offensively that we've seen them have so far this year. They were not terrible. They were okay. But non-Jaden Daniels division, because he saved their bacon, it was a 21-attempt, 72-yard game where they averaged a little over 3.5. This was like last year's run game with Brian Robinson.
And it wasn't anything designed, and Daniels kept it a couple times, and they sniffed those out. They had those pretty well scouted. It was his scrambles on miraculous, awesome plays that saved their bacon. When they handed it off, it wasn't good. It was less than 4 yards a pop.
Daniels was special in the decisions he made as a scrambler last night, and he really did legitimately give them a chance. I understand that they lost the game on his fumble and that he turned the ball over 2 times. And so on the net ledger, not all plays are created equal. And the bad interception, which was really bad,
it was
in the red zone when Debo's wide open in the end zone and Ertz is underneath wide open, and the read should probably go to the back out of the backfield there based on the cover 3 they were running and how they were doing things. That play is worth a few really good ones. The fumble at the end is probably worth 5 really good plays. Like, not all plays are created equal. But I think, you look at PFF's grading today, it's a really clean sheet for him as a passer in terms of the decision-making, the accuracy. I thought it was another step forward. But overall, he made the play at the end so many times to win last year. Early this year, generally, you put the ball in his hands, you count on him to win you a game, and with the ball in his hands, they lost this particular game. Very, very rare. I mean, that's now the balance sheet is like 10 good, 1 bad in that area, but this was the bad one. And I will say, I know fans don't always care about this. Some of you might. I certainly do. The way he handled his post-game presser last night was so awesome. I love this guy. As a person, he is almost as good or maybe better than he is as a player. And I'm talking about him handling the media at the microphone. He is the opposite of some of the diva young quarterbacks that you will occasionally see, where he blamed himself for the loss, probably not even completely true, and said, I lost us the game. Basically had the opportunity. Someone said, what about the weather? It was a slick football. You fumbled 2 times today. He goes, I'm not going to sit here and blame the weather. I get paid to not worry about the weather. God, I love that dude. Like, what an awesome answer that was from him, and I just want to give him credit for that. But, yeah, you're playing a team that can't run it, and they run it. They can't stop the run, and they stop the run. You never turn the ball over 3 times all year. You turn it over 3 times. Matt Gay hadn't missed a kick in almost a month. He misses a big kick last night. And the result is your worst loss since Week 12 against Dallas, and probably the most maddening game you should have won that you lost since 2023.
Yeah, listen, those individual moments that we're talking about, the turnovers, are discussion worthy. We will discuss them. I don't, that to me is not part of a larger trend, right? Like, I'm not worried about Jaden Daniels all of a sudden becoming a turnover machine. I don't think he's going to, next time he goes to scramble, he's just going to drop the ball and have it bounce back up to him like he did last night. Like, I don't
totally, but you agree it could still be the reason why they lost last night.
Of course.
Different conversation.
Of course.
Right?
But here's the point I want to make. They can't tackle. That's sustainable. They're going to give up big chunks all the time. Unless the offensive line that they're playing against is garbage and terrible, they can't really get home all that often. They don't harass enough. The slow starts, these things that have happened, they got no takeaways again. Like, the things that have plagued them and are the issues were also the issues last night. Yeah, and you're still in position to win the game against a Chicago team that's, just very mid, very okay, an 8-9 kind of team that is looking to give it away to you in their own right with all their penalties and stupid mistakes and the like. And, yeah, some things didn't go your way in terms of those one-off turnovers and bad moments. Those, again, should be discussed. To me, it's alarm bells that they can't force turnovers at all. Like, at all. They've got 3 through 6 games. Like, that's a hallmark of worst defense in the NFL type stuff. I'm not saying that's what they are, but that's the company you're in. A group that creates
they dropped
no pressure.
multiple interceptions.
Yep.
Frankie Louvu on the 4th and 1 had a ball hit him in the chest, didn't catch it. And Mikey Sanders still would have had a goal line interception on the 2nd straight game. Remember that was it a third down play, I think it was, before a field goal. He has a ball that hits him right in the chest, basically, and it goes through his hands, and he can't catch it. I think PFF had 3 turnover-worthy plays for Caleb Williams. I'll be honest, I don't remember the third one. But I can think of 2 dropped picks that could easily have been takeaways. And you see around the league more than ever the punch fumbles. I mean, how many times now, Danny, that you're watching a game? I used to be Peanut Tillman did it and nobody else. Now every player in the league is punching the ball out, it seems like, every time someone's got a football. Washington didn't go to that class. You know, they didn't have that one on their schedule in third block to go to punch the ball out to force a fumble class. But it's time to maybe put that one on the itinerary, because you're right. Again, there's only 2 games where they've gotten takeaways out of 6 this season, one of the lowest totals defensively in the NFL, and it was a problem for major stretches last year as well. All right, next, let's do game balls to the best, gassers to the worst. Who are you going to single out, positively, negatively, or what about this game will you single out as far as the best and the worst from a bad loss and a painful loss to the Bears? And also, it is Tuesday after Monday Night Football. So we've got Commanders Survivor. We'll tee that up next on Grant and Danny, live on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to the Bears yesterday, 25-24, with 3 turnovers on the day for Washington. They fall to 3-3. They're on to next week, where they'll take on the Cowboys in Dallas. Today for the Commanders, they signed defensive end Drake Jackson, a 2022 49ers second-round pick. He tore his patellar tendon during the 2023 season. Coming up later today, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt set to join the program coming up at 5. Keep it tuned right here to Grant and Danny. In hockey tonight, the Capitals back in action against the Lightning. Back-to-back wins for the Caps, so look to keep it going tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. MLB playoffs continuing on. Last night, ALCS Game 2. Mariners beat the Blue Jays 10-3. Game 3 going to be tomorrow. The Mariners now have a 2-0 lead. The Dodgers held on to win by a run over the Brewers last night in Game 1. Game 2 tonight, 8 o'clock first pitch. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for the Dodgers. Freddie Peralta goes for the Brewers. The Dodgers up 1-0 in the series. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
They're down and 1. Ball's on the ground. And it's recovered by Nashawn Wright.
I'm not going to sit up here and blame it on the elements. I mean, at the end of the day, I got to focus. I get paid to go out there and focus playing to play out. And I had a lack of focus right there, and it cost us the game.
That's what a pro sounds like. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jaden Daniels, 2 turnovers last night, masking what was an otherwise pretty sharp performance. 211 yards, 3 touchdowns. Luke McCaffrey has scored in 3 of his last 4 games for Washington, a 33-yard catch and run on a beautiful design from Cliff Kingsbury. Also, Chris Moore, who started out great, 3 grabs, 46 yards. He had 46 of 54 receiving yards at one point for Washington. And then Zach Ertz also caught a touchdown last night. Moore did drop a pass on like a 3rd and 2, set up a 4th and 2 that they converted. But overall, at least out of the shoot last night, he gave them a bunch. Jalen Lane made a 37-yard catch, another touchdown for McCaffrey. So the others in the receiving room, with Debo having a down game, I thought handled themselves fairly well.
What'd you think of Debo? It looked to me like he wasn't himself, and that heel may have been more impactful than certainly I thought.
Seemed that way. I thought the Bears had a really good plan, and I thought defensively they basically said, Debo's not beating us, so we're going to account for him. Even on the touchdown, to Luke McCaffrey as an example, they had 2 guys basically attracting like magnets to him, so that if they caught a screen, he was getting buried immediately. And I think Cliff saw that and said, all right, well, if they're going to do that, let's zig when they zag. And they dialed up a play to basically use him as a decoy. His one run, as an example, was negative yards. They played it well. So I think there was a little bit of both. He certainly wasn't as explosive. But you know what really stands out when you watch last night? And this is a Terry thing. I've said for a couple of weeks. I don't know how much they've missed him. Would the results have been different? They had 0 speed on offense last night, really.
No yards after the catch. Everything was catch and fall, maybe break something for a foot or 2. But, yeah, Chicago had room to run, and they didn't.
Nothing vertical, nothing that stresses the defense down the field. I actually would have used Jalen Lane more in that regard. I don't know. I'd have to go back and see how much they actually had him running deeper routes, like love of the game stuff, to open things up underneath just to take the lid off. But he had the one big explosive, the 37-yarder. But he's the one guy with some speed. He ran a great double move route to get open there. Not to knock Luke, because he's been very sharp in his role. That's not really his game. I know he caught a 50-yarder where he had a guy draped around him last week. But without McLaurin, who is that? That's not what Debo's here to do. He's not running behind people and in man coverage, like beating guys. So that's where you miss McLaurin. And Chris Moore is a big body, physical, a lot like a Noah Brown. But those are not down-the-field vertical receivers. So sans McLaurin, that has shown up in a big way, I think, in this offense.
Definitely has. Chris Moore, nice touchdown catch. That was a really nice play. That drop, it gets lost in the sauce because McNichols made a nice play afterwards on a natural pick route there. But it's the dropping of the football. It's not like a new thing either. This is like a pretty consistent training camp, preseason, regular season, sort of the story. If you throw it to him, great. That's like a 20% chance he's swatting it to the ground like Rod Gardner.
It's why he originally didn't make the roster, frankly. I mean, he had a really good camp when he caught the football, but that's not how it works.
Right.
You know, when you don't always catch it, that's a problem. It is Tuesday, so before we get to game balls and gassers the day after a game, we're going to do a rare double dip with game balls and gassers and Commanders Survivor. You're going to vote at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. And unfortunately, you've probably got a plethora of options today in terms of who you're going to vote off the island. You're also going to give a player who shined immunity. So you're kicking somebody off of Commander Survivor Island. You're giving one player a safety pass through next week. Go vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. As we get deeper into the show today, we'll give you our votes for Commander Survivor. We'll announce who gets immunity, who's getting sent home in our final segment after 6 o'clock. We're taking you up to 6:30. You'll hear Dan Quinn's press conference late in the show between 6 and 6:30 today on the Fan as well. Danny, let's get to game balls for the best, gassers to the worst. You get us started.
Gasser, please. Joe Witt, we got plenty to get to here today, but at some point a team playing against you is going to probably run one of those crossing routes. You know the one, whenever they need yards, one guy's going to start on one side of the field, just sort of gently jog, casually, 3/4 speed across the pitch, find an open space and get huge yards after the catch. You haven't figured out a way to cover it. Whenever somebody needs yards, especially on a 2nd and long, 3rd and long, they're going to that to change field position and potentially go score. It's infuriating. Please do something else.
Gasser. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill will be on the show today at 5. I love him. He's one of my favorite players on the team. He's outstanding. I think he's their most dangerous running back with the ball in his hand since early career Clinton Portis. And yet, 2 straight games he has fumbled. I'm not talking about the fumble that wasn't his fault when Jaden lost a wet ball and kind of threw it into his stomach. I'm talking about earlier in the game when Bill had a ball in the backfield punched out of his grasp. And twice in 2 quarters, including the first quarter last night, the 4th quarter against the Chargers, he's put a ball on the ground. Not allowed this to become something where they're worried. He's still got of 19 carries by running backs last night. They've given him the ball to play after his fumble both times it happened. So I don't think they're overly concerned. Neither am I in terms of this being a thing going forward. But it still happened last night, and it was a big problem. So got to hold on to the football. The ball is life, as they say, Danny.
Marshawn Lattimore. I know Quan Martin is the guy that missed the tackle most primarily, but you're almost 1 second of sprinting, sort of weird jogging over towards the play, watching it happen with the worst angle I've ever seen, and then stunned that DeAndre Swift broke out of the tackle. No rallying, no sprinting, no effort really at all to try to do anything to prevent that touchdown on that play. Make them make more plays, for God's sakes. And then you had to kind of rev it up again, and Swift was already gone, ran by you like you were a statue. What is it you'd say you do here? That was such an awful play.
I'll go game ball. Hey, you had to find that one. You didn't know we were going to give out any game balls today, did you, Dad? I liked what I saw. It's Armstrong fighting through a hamstring injury. He only got a half sack, not a full sack. Split it with Von Miller, I think it was. But to be hurt, to be ruled out as questionable, I guess not ruled out, but listed as questionable and a chance of being ruled out, and then to come back into the game, have a couple of rushes where you're getting the quarterback out of the pocket, get home on one of them. I just like the year he's having. He's up to basically 6 sacks now through 6 games, right around 9 sacks in his last 9 going back to the playoffs last year. He keeps putting up numbers.
The NFL. The NFL's net worth is approximately $228 billion. $228 billion when you take in all the different team valuations, the property of the league, the brand, etc. For a league where hundreds of millions change hands every week, the fate and fortunes of so many are riding upon every single play, you're still doing the, well, I didn't see the clock hit 0 and the snap went off. I guess it's fine. Incredible to me, the amount of technology we have, auto reviews, first down, not a first down. We know within a microsecond due to this thing, we can figure this out. We can fix that, fix this, fix the other thing. We modified the kickoffs because we got this data. We got these microchips. We got these sports bras that the dudes wear, tell you how far they ran in the miles per hour, et cetera, et cetera. The ball was not snapped when the play clock was at 0. That's not why the touchdown scored. That's because Quan Martin can't bleep and tackle. But it's still at 0, and it's like a Oopsie-daisy, the mechanics of the referee. Wrong, stupid, insult to our intelligence. Fix it immediately.
You thought that it was a stale 0 and it should have been a delay of game, or you're saying as soon as it gets to 0, the technology buzzer should be used to say it's a delay of game?
I'm saying it's 0, 1/1000, almost to 1, almost to a full second of that play clock at 0. The ball was not snapped. And even still to this day, it's the back judge looks at the clock and then slowly casts his gaze down. Oops, the ball's snapping. And he gives everyone the benefit of the doubt. Wrong. The play clock, there's so many seconds to get a snap off. And if you can't do it, it's delay of game. That play never should have counted. Again, please make a tackle. That's not why they lost. They lost because Quan Martin couldn't tackle and Marshawn Lattimore's useless. But that was a 0 play that didn't happen.
Yeah, still 0 is not for me. I'm with you. We have enough technology that as soon as it hits 0, the shot clock isn't 0 and then a half second or whatever, and you have to get the shot off.
Yeah, it's not the
it was 0,
yeah.
but he has the extra second until the whistle blows. No. It's just if the ball's in your hand at 0, it's over, and that's pretty much what should happen for football, I think. One more gasser, please, for me. Dan Quinn, the lack of early game success, to me, comes back to readiness, energy. It's not all on him. I'm throwing that onto the pile here. But here's why I'm actually giving him the gasser. What was that challenge of a 1-yard completion on a 1st and 10? I don't understand that challenge at all. Now, the only thing more annoying than that challenge are the people that say now it was a good thing because it turned into like a 4th and 1. And they got the stop on 4th and 1. So people are saying, based on not having gotten the 1 yard on 1st down, that it would have been a 1st down, which is not how the world works. It's not like, okay, now on 2nd down, the exact same play happens and on 3rd down or whatever. But on top of that, let's say it does work that way. And that 1 yard is what saved them on that possession. It still is a bad process that led to a fortuitous result. The process, you get 2 of these challenges. If he challenges later in the game and doesn't get it, you're now out of challenges because you used 1 challenge on a 1-yard play on a 1st and 10. Someone says, well, maybe he was trying to save clock because 40 seconds is going to go off the clock. You have timeouts for that if you want to use those timeouts.
And they called one, by the way.
Subsequently.
They called one right after that, for the record. A classic squandering.
No. That's a different thing. You're right. They did call a timeout because they weren't ready somehow after like 6 game minutes.
Yep.
Life minutes. So with the game and break, that was insane, and I've never seen anything that made less sense. But I'm talking about like someone's like saying you might want to use that challenge because you're saving game time at the end of the half or whatever. But it's not like they were in a mode after that where they were burning timeouts to get the ball back. So that wasn't what they were thinking. I have no idea why they challenged that. So again, yes, it was a 4th and 1 and they didn't convert. Does not change anything for me. I mean, can you explain that? A 1st and 10, 1-yard play that they challenged. In a world where you get 2 of these, and if a bang-bang play doesn't go your way later in the game, you're out of challenges for the rest of the game. What am I missing?
I think they thought they had that one pretty definitively, but enough weird crap has happened where I've seen inexplicable things get
There's no
through.
chance you don't get it. I'm saying it's a layup. It's still 1 yard. You've saved yourself 1 yard, and the next challenge might not be. The next challenge might be, we got to throw this here. And if it's not like you get a second one. It's like if you don't win them both, to my knowledge, you don't get a third one. If you use 2 and you go 1 for 1, 1 and 1, you don't get a third one, I don't think. So my point is, like, there is no logic. It's a yard, man.
Very little upside.
It's not 3rd and 10. It's 2nd and 9 or 2nd and 10. Like, what are you doing?
So I care way more about the use of the timeout after an enormous delay while they're doing a review. That to me is the like, we don't really have our act together thing. And the number of times whether they haven't been able to get a play in, second half timeout usage where they never have them in close games when they desperately need them because they always squander one early in the 3rd quarter. Like, that's the kind of stuff that drives me up the wall because it's all manageable. It's all process. And it's the thing you're supposed to be really good at when you're not calling plays. And that's what Dan Quinn's supposed to be doing.
A yard on 1st and 10. A yard. I just don't get it. But regardless, not why they won or lost, and in this case, lost the game. 25-24, Bears over the Commanders. Washington, this is not what good teams do, I will acknowledge, but they are doing the boy, girl bit here. Win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. So I guess that's good news going to Dallas this coming week. I actually want to talk about this Cowboys game, which feels about as big as George Marathon at this point. We'll get to that next. Grant and Danny live on The Fan.
feeling now after losing a game that way with the turnovers? Obviously, you guys know you can't do that.
You win and lose. Obviously, as a competitor, you hate losing. But we got a short week, so you dwell on this forever, however long, and we on to Dallas.
That's Jaden Daniels. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. About an hour and 10 minutes from now, somebody's winning a pair of tickets to go see the Capitals at Capital One Arena, an upcoming home game. And then at 5 o'clock, we've got Bill Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt on the show to talk about last night's game with the Bears, a tough 1-point loss for Washington. By the way, the Caps play tonight right here on 106.7 The Fan. I just heard that Pierre-Luc Dubois is not going to be on the ice for the Capitals this evening, it sounds like. So they'll be reshuffling the top lines as they look to win 3 in a row. They had a productive road trip over the weekend in the Metro. Back-to-back wins, 4 points. Those are good ones. Those are keepers when you're knocking teams around in your own division. Those are worth 4. So
You'd love to see that. Yeah, haven't been lighting the lamp a ton early season, but it's 3 games in. Who knows as teams kind of settle in at this point? But that was the Charlie Lindgren game, as far as I'm concerned, the other night against the Rangers.
Shut out with a ridiculous save on Zibanejad in that game for the Rangers. So yeah, they'll look to continue to keep pucks out of the net, play good, clean defense, and get that offense going as they look for a 3rd straight win. But speaking of wins, let's talk this Cowboys game on Sunday. So look down the pipe a little bit. The pike, I guess, is what I'm looking for. Look down the barrel of this schedule for a moment with me. You're 3-3 through 6. You've got to go 9-2 to equal last year's 12-5 record. Who cares? You're not doing that. You're not getting to 12-5. That was never really the goal or the expectation. It's just getting into the playoffs and ideally trying to win the division. And it may not take 12 games, frankly, to win the East, the way the Eagles are playing with Dallas, with the Giants being as flawed as they are with their early season records. But, Danny, after this Dallas game, I got a 3-game stretch pre the Madrid trip against the Dolphins. In Kansas City, home against Seattle, home against Detroit. Those are 3 of the top 10 teams in football. You could convince me they're 3 of the top 5 or 7 teams in football back to back to back. Like, if you went 2-1 in that stretch, it is a standing ovation, let's all hug it out, high five Jim Harbaugh style, find someone to give a kiss on the cheek to kind of deal. You're probably likely just hoping to get to 1-2 in that stretch. And I say that to tell you, my God, do they need to beat Dallas. I mean, if they're 3-4 going into Kansas City, Seattle, Detroit, they're in really, really big trouble.
Well, here's my little I don't know if it's hot yet, but the burner's on. They're in trouble now. They're 1-3 in the NFC. And if I'm doing my little mathematics, right, where I go, okay, look at the NFC West. There are 3 teams over there that are all over 500. The NFC North probably got a couple teams. They get Detroit. I think Minnesota's going to be okay. Green Bay we know is pretty good. We saw that firsthand. You start doing the math, somebody is going to be in that 9-8 or 10-7 range. You're the last of those teams in that range right now because you've lost 3 NFC games. That is a huge deal to me. And 2 of those 3 games, you already mentioned, against good teams, Seattle, Detroit, are in the thick of this playoff situation that you're competing directly against, and you're already behind the 8 ball. If you lose to Dallas, my rudimentary math tells me you'd be 1-4 in the NFC. You are already trying to in a mudslide, trying to climb uphill because of whom you've lost to at this point.
Yeah, it's completely true. I mean, they have started the season by building a really bad wild card resume and a really poor tiebreaker resume in the NFC. The good news is, so far, they've held serve and they have a very good tiebreaker division resume. But that only matters if you're in the running for the NFC East.
That's
and
right.
we could get to a point, depending on Philadelphia, where that becomes more manageable than the conference and a wild card. But I think we both agree the Eagles are going to be playing better as this season goes along, and they're probably not as bad as it feels like they are right now. All right, next on Grant and Danny. What was the bigger reason for last night's loss? 3 turnovers or the defensive performance giving the Bears and Ben Johnson way too much as he went for 381 and Chicago got a 1-point win? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-3 with their loss to the Bears last night, 25-24 on a walk-off field goal by Jake Moody. The Commanders with 3 turnovers on the day, proving costly and ultimately leading to a loss. The Commanders now on to Week 7, where they'll take on the Cowboys next Sunday in Dallas. Today for the Commanders, they signed defensive end Drake Jackson. The 2022 49ers second-round pick has been recovering last couple years from a torn patellar tendon during the 2023 season that some thought might end his career. Coming up a little bit later in the show today at 5 o'clock, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Bill, going to join the program right here on Grant and Danny. In hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Lightning, looking to keep their winning ways going as they're coming off back-to-back wins over the weekend. Pierre-Luc Dubois going to be out tonight for the Caps. 7 p.m. puck drop between the Caps and the Lightning. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Baseball playoffs, ALCS Game 2 yesterday. The Mariners beat the Blue Jays 10-3. Game 3 going to be tomorrow. The Mariners now have a 2-0 series lead. Last night, the Dodgers beating the Brewers by a run. Game 2 tonight, 8 o'clock first pitch. Freddie Peralta takes on Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Dodgers up 1-0 in the series. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Second down and 5. End zone picked off. Intercepted by Brisker. Samuel was the target, and Brisker's out near the 35.
Quite honestly, I think just, the ball and the turnover margin, that's a big deal for us. We've got to create them to get into the plus. And, so for us to, 2 of them in the first half and 1 there at the end, that's not the recipe.
Bigger reason for the Commanders' loss on Monday Night Football? 3 turnovers on offense? Or their defensive performance as they couldn't make the big play and get off the field and get a key stop in the fourth quarter while protecting an 8-point lead against Chicago? Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I'm live in Milwaukee. Danny's in our DC studios. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad, can help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Go schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, I don't know how much of the NLCS you caught last night at all and or any of the highlights. I think I saw the best pitching performance in person I've ever seen in the playoffs.
Do you think Blake Snell was good last night?
8 innings, he was? Faced the minimum, 24 batters. So it was a one-hit performance, and he immediately picked the guy off of first. So he faced 24 batters in 8 innings.
Pretty good.
Threw 5 pitches out of the stretch. I long for a day in baseball where we can get back to him getting to finish what he started. And I know Snell's different because it used to be he'd go 5 innings, and he was one of these guys that throw like 75, 80 pitches. But he was at 103 pitches, I think it was, and there was like no thought. Even with a bad bullpen and Roki Sasaki new to relief pitching and not knowing what happens when that door swings open in a one-run game to letting him finish it, he's a guy you paid. Like, it's an ace, man. I would just love to get back to a place in baseball where that's on the table. It wasn't even a consideration. You just knew at 103 pitches after 8 innings that he was done. And that's not a place I want to be. I'd love to have seen him face 27 batters and throw a one-hitter without a walk. And against the third best lineup in baseball, by the way, hang a signature effort that'll be remembered by Dodgers fans for a long, long time. So I'm on site for Game 2 tonight. Freddie Peralta goes for the Brewers. You just never know what you're going to see. They're closing the roof right now. It's kind of cool to watch. And it's a retractable roof. They had it open all afternoon. But it's closing at pretty cool speed. Like, this is definitely the way to do it. I know owners don't like doing this because it costs so much money. But it only takes like 10 or 12 minutes for this thing to close. It moves faster than my garage door. It's pretty awesome.
That's pretty neat, man. The technology is wild right there. You could give me all the time for the rest of my life. And, if I didn't have to want for anything, et cetera, everybody's taken care of, rides for my kids to all their practices and stuff. And they're like, Figure out how to make a roof open and closed. You're not going to get that roof open and closed, man. I can't help you. It's amazing what we can do.
Well, why is it, though, that like 20 or so years ago, it was something that teams were willing to do, organizations, what have you? The retractable roof was on the table, but now it's like a formality that if you build something indoors, it's just domed. Like when I talk to people with this Commanders' new stadium, you hear, well, you know, the retractable thing doesn't make a lot of sense because you're never really going to have it open anyway, and even if it's really nice out, you know, you want the noise for the home field advantage, and I think that's true with, say, the Houston Astros in baseball. The Brewers could open it today. It's like a different ballpark when it's open, having just sat here for a little while. It's like being in two different facilities, but they're closing it because it's going to be really, really loud. So I get that you don't use it a lot, but it isn't just the idea that you never, ever, ever have to worry about what happened last night, or Jaden Daniels is fumbling a snap because of the rain, where you're kicking a 50-yard field goal in slick conditions and it's windy. Isn't that worth something?
100%. Again, the especially with baseball, in my view, but any sport that's affected by outside, people are too busy. It's too expensive. It's too much of a pain in the ass to get places. You cannot make me sit through delays. I will not, and I cannot. For people that are, you know, for Ryan's age, you're 24, you got, you know, there's no obligation. You can stay up late that night or not. I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want. For everybody else, it's so hard. And my entertainment, attention, and dollar is so valuable to me. I cannot be hassled. You cannot make it harder for me. I don't want any new apps. I don't want anything. We're going to wait this delay out for a couple hours and reevaluate then. No, none of that. Play the game regardless of the weather. It needs to be a catastrophic Wrath of God type stuff, like the four horsemen riding through the town with the varying degrees of weaponry and the earth ending for me to say, okay, fine, I'll go home. I'll cancel it in this day and age. So whatever we have to do, I'm with you.
I'm going to post a video at Grant H. Paulson now, Twitter and Instagram. If you want to see a retractable roof closing, which is as exciting as it sounds, and I know you guys want to see it because it's awesome, you can go look at it there. All right, Danny, before we hit the phones, 800-636-1067 for the folks that want to hop in. Let's dive into this. Why'd they lose? 3 turnovers or the defensive performance?
Defensive performance. They had a fourth quarter lead that turned out to be a 2-possession lead. What I mean by that is they were up 8, but Chicago, because Caleb Williams didn't see the wide open guy the play was designed to go to, missed the 2-point conversion. So you still required them to go get another drive and another score, and they had no answer for it. They couldn't stop it. When you took a lead, finally for the first time in this game, you come clawing back. The offense did that. This was the casual, effortless DeAndre Swift sort of jog down the sideline situation for a give-up easy touchdown, where the offense had a bad afternoon or evening. They absolutely did. God forbid they do anything wrong at any point in time, and you can't bail them out once at any point in time. You had a fourth quarter lead that took multiple scoring drives against you, and there was so little resistance. To me, it's emblematic. The bad tackling, the fact that guys are so open, the run after the catch, the run defense was atrocious all night long. Washington outpossessed Chicago, even with all the turnovers, had the ball for longer, so don't give me the tired excuse. They lost this game. I understand the offense didn't do its job to the same degree. You still manage mid-20s points. If Matt Gay makes a field goal, which is an offense, to me that's special teams, you scored 28 in the game. That should be plenty to beat a team like Chicago, but it wasn't.
Yeah, so they did plenty of good on offense. I actually said earlier today, I know it was 2 bad turnovers, so I'm not pretending like Jaden Daniels was incredible, but I liked his performance overall. I thought it was a B-plus kind of outing, and it would have been an A-plus without the turnovers that pull it down. Maybe you'd have to say it's a C because of the fumble that cost you the game and the interception. But all plays are not created equal, and the 2 really bad ones outweigh a lot of really good ones. I'm understanding of that. They lost this game because of the turnovers, though. And I don't even think it's particularly close. I mean, when you look at their defensive outing, Danny, if I was to have told you going in, they got to score 25 against this Bears defense, I will take that every single time. You got to be able to score more than 25. And if you don't wait until a quarter and a half into the game to start the scoring, when you get 4 quarters instead of 2.5, it's a lot easier to go get 25 points. You know, the penalties they committed, a factor in that, right? Some of the other things that they did where they bogged down and they have to settle for 50-plus yard field goals are a factor in that, obviously. But of the 25 points that Chicago scored, 9 of those, so 3 field goals, 3 of their scoring drives, came on drives of 35 or fewer yards. Some of that is short field stuff after takeaways. If I give up 35 yards, and I know in today's NFL, if I'm starting at the 30, as a general rule, that gets you to the 45. Now you're talking about a 62-yard field goal. 35 yards gets you to the fringe of field goal range anyway. But on shorter fields with takeaways, which is what happened, now 35 yards gets me points. And that's what happened last night because your offense hurt your defense. So I actually thought this was grading on the curve of knowing what the offense is, knowing what the defense is, knowing how they have to win and what they need to be. This was on the offense. And by the way, they got the ball back multiple times at the end of the game and did nothing with it. They went 5 plays, 6 yards, and punted. That was a killer. 7:57 to go when they lost the football. I think they got it back with 10:26 to go, remember, in the fourth quarter. You got a chance to go win the football game, and you go 5 plays, 6 yards, and with 15 yards of penalties, and you have to punt the ball. And then they get the ball back at the very end of the game after a punt with 6:02 to go, and they run some clock down to 3:07, and that was the Jaden Daniels fumble, which no one play cost you a game, but that was the direct correlation to the Bears winning it. Then you have an interception that takes 3 off the board at minimum, should have been 7 because Debo's open in the end zone. Then you have the Bill fumble around midfield as well. So a team that turned the ball over 3 times all season, turning it over 3 times last night, that's why you lost.
I hear all that. I'm not telling you it was good. The defense got bailed out again by that weird play, the penalty call on the left tackle where he's just lining up like every left tackle always does. That was another touchdown they gave up that gets off the board. They've been bailed out, luckily, 2 straight weeks. Huge gains against the Chargers by procedure penalties against the team with makeshift offensive lines. Yeah, this group can't stop anybody. So to me, the offense needs to be, that's the better of the 2 units, needs to be allowed some grace at times for bad moments, and there certainly were bad moments. You touched on it. When they get a roughing the passer penalty to get the ball, I think it's the 39-yard line of Chicago, go backwards and don't get anything out of that drive, which was just infuriating. The offense wasn't great last night. I totally understand that. But again, you got a fourth quarter lead. You're up, and it's not you're not up by a point. You're up by a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Your offense needs you one time to do something, and you couldn't do it. So I understand your point. I think I don't disagree with any of it. It's a matter of how you see the water in the glass.
Yeah, I think that this is why it's a fun conversation. This is why it's a fun debate. I don't know that either is going to be wrong. You talk about needing kind of help that one time. I would say that about the entire first 20 minutes of football. Like the defense holds to a field goal, and is kind of bowing as best they can. And you're just kind of looking. You're in a fight for your life, and you're turning over your shoulder, going, "Where's the reinforcements here? Well, where is my offense?" And it's before you look up, it's 13-0. You played a quarter and a half. All right, let's hit the phones. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. More responsible for the loss. 3 turnovers offensively, 2 from Daniels, 1 for Bill, who's joining us at 5 today, or the defensive performance. Let's go to Al in Hyattsville to get started on Grant and Danny. What's up, Al? How are you?
Hey, what's up, boys? How y'all doing?
Hey, man.
Good. It was the turnovers. Okay, at a minimum, we have 9 points that wasn't put on the board from just being able to get field goals because of 3 turnovers that were lost. At a maximum, you had 21 points that you could have put on additional on the board. Not to mention the extra field goal that was missed, which was another 3 points. So it was the turnovers. Had we not turned the ball over, the game was over. That's simple.
Very simple. Yeah. I mean, if you don't fumble at the end of the game, you either kick a field goal and they've got to go the length of the field in the rain, which they had done one time all night, and you just count on a Caleb Williams or a Bears mistake, and there were plenty of those. Or you keep the ball in your possession until the game's over. I mean, so the very direct last few minutes is like a very obvious the turnover cost them, but obviously there's a lot of other football plays and a lot of other context we can provide. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on G&D. Who you blaming, the defensive performance or the 3 takeaways?
I'm definitely blaming the offense and the turnovers. As boring as that sounds, it's the most obvious thing. I think the defense played well. They got some stops when they needed, not to mention a blocked field goal. Caleb Williams was very underwhelming, as Troy Aikman pointed out. But to me, what's obvious is the roster as it's currently constructed offensively does not have enough dynamic playmakers. And it's all on Jaden's shoulders. He's got to throw with pinpoint accuracy, drop the ball in the bucket. aside from Debo occasionally, there's nobody who can break one. And Zach Ertz continues to be a main focal point of the offense. The guy is a fall and catch tight end right now. I don't know why Ben Sinnott, a second-round pick, has been relegated to blocking duty. Why can't we incorporate him? We've seen what's happened when we give the ball to McCaffrey. Get your young players involved. I think Kingsbury is lacking a little bit of inspiration right now.
Well, I think there's something to, and Chris, appreciate you as always. There's something to that, Grant. There's nothing dynamic happening. And if and when McLaurin comes back, and if Noah Brown's healthy for more than an hour, okay, maybe there's something different there, although Noah Brown's not terribly explosive. But it may be time to start passing the torch a little bit. Now, Zach Ertz is still very useful. And he's got a place for me. Goal line, he was so good, scoring that touchdown.
Third down last night, yeah.
Yeah, doing his normal routine. But there's nothing dynamic about anything they do. If Deebo Samuel's not fully armed and operational, I think he was actually more bothered, it sounds like maybe than you do, by that heel. And I give Chicago some credit, too, for taking him away.
I think that's probably fair. But I don't disagree with that.
But to me, there was nobody explosive at all last night. And I guess you could put Jeremy McNichols taking a check down for a first down for the second straight week. And but I'm not talking about that level. I'm talking about what you saw from DeAndre Swift.
Now, who scared you?
Yeah, nobody.
Who scared you last night if you're the
nobody.
Bears?
Nobody.
I mean, you took Debo away, and they had nothing else, right? Luke on a schemed-up play scores a long touchdown. Jalen Lane, great twitchy play. That's kind of what we're talking about, but you don't see a lot of it. I don't think they give him enough opportunities. But that gets to your point of passing the torch. Like, I know they're rolling with who they trust right now, and it's clearly Chris Moore over, say, Jalen Lane. It's Luke McCaffrey over Jalen Lane.
Well, that little stutter go, to me, said, Jalen Lane, you deserve more targets.
Right. I mean, the guy did it all camp. Like, at some point, you got to give guys opportunities. I agree with the point at tight end, too. I'm not going to play Ertz less, but you can't get Sinnott a touch in the open field. I mean, this guy's entire game in college was his after-the-catch ability. His Chris Cooley-like balance and body lean where he's able to run through tackles and stay up. The one time we've ever seen him rumble in space was in the preseason against the Jets. He's dragging dudes for 20 yards last August, a year ago. You can't find a way to involve him in the passing game at all. And while I thought Ertz was really good last night, he does a lot of those things that frankly aren't appreciated that much really, really well. There were also one specific player I remember with a long developing, he has to get to 15 yards and bend it in, and you're waiting. You could just see Jaden come on, man. Come on, man. Whenever you're ready. So I think there's some truth to that. They're right in their love and infatuation with Ertz because he does a lot of that stuff that they need on third down and red zone, and you saw it last night with 6 grabs. But I think someone like Chris is right, too, when he's going, they got to get a little more explosiveness out of that position. Let's go to B, who's in D.C. on G&D. What's up, B? How are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? And I know this is a hard day for everybody. It was hard for me because I fell asleep in the fourth quarter, and I had to wake up and see that we took the L. But what a lot of people forgot is that the NFL changed the rules so there can be more explosive plays, so there can be more touchdowns, more receivers breaking long passes, running backs, whatever. They don't want to see 17 or 14, 9 or 13. So I'm not putting a lot of pressure on the defense. The defense, they did pretty good yesterday. The offense, the turnovers. You can't have turnovers. That's like starting back at square one. The first turnover, Jaden Daniels would have hit Debo Samuel, the momentum would have just been with us the whole game. But the turnovers is what I think killed us. And another thing is we got to starting off fast. We coming out the gate real slow. There's no urgency out there. So I think we need to get that together. And one more thing on the stadium, guys. Only time I've been to the stadium over RFK was I went to go see Howard play Hampton. I never been to FedEx. I don't like going to games in the weather. So if they build a dome, I'm definitely going to be going there. Thanks, man.
That's good
Appreciate
to hear.
You, dude, yeah.
On the slow starts, down 14-0 to Green Bay, 17-7 to Atlanta, 10-0 to the Chargers, 13-0 to the Bears, and lethargic early against the Giants. It's a no-brainer. It's easy, and it's true. They got to start faster. They just haven't done it. What about his other point, though, about basically when the turnovers came? Because that's kind of what I'm basing my answer on, that the turnovers were a bigger problem last night than the defense, which is to say the Daniels interception is on a should-be touchdown, and then the fumble is when you're putting the game away to give the Bears the ball a couple of runs from field goal range. Just the size, the magnitude of these self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah, I mean, not a great analogy, but you think of the tie game where the guy misses the free throw, and everybody's like, oh, my God, the free throw. You don't remember the first quarter when, somebody blew a defensive switch and there was a backdoor layup, or you don't remember, a million other plays that led you to that moment. But, yeah, I mean, those were so glaring and obvious. If you don't fumble there, and especially the last one, you win the game. Probably in all likelihood. So it's very easy for me to say, like you're talking about, yeah, the timing of that one, that was pretty killer. Like, you've got the football up 3, your win probability was really a really big number, and then you turned it over, and then it became a really small number.
And I also just think, like, you had given up 22 points to the Bears going into the final seconds of that football game. So I just think that's a winning effort for the most part, off of a bye against the offense with one of the top designers in the league, and you knew he was going to scheme you up a little bit. And if you're sitting at 22 points in the waning seconds when 6 of those points at that juncture had been on really short drives, and I think 13 total points off of the shorter fields with takeaways, like, I'll take that defensive performance in terms of scoring defense almost every week. We're going to keep hitting the phones on this because good feedback so far from you guys on why they lost last night. 3 turnovers, defensive performance. Where do you put the majority of the blame? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Danny is in our Navy Yard, Half Street Studios in the district. I am in Milwaukee at American Family Field getting ready for NLCS action. And if you're watching on the YouTube stream, that's Kevin Franzen behind me with his tongue out. And he's giving you like a kiss symbol, like some kind of rocker thing. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, but he's just that's a pickleball signal. He and I are going to play when he gets back into town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, the pickleballers unite.
That's all that was.
G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends at Fanatic Sportsbook. I am a Fanatic Sportsbook guy. It's the home of fair play. I think this is unbelievably awesome what they do. So it protects all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays, all season long from any first half injury. They were the first ones to protect your prop bets through the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection throughout the entire first half. 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, even defensive players. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. So why stick with a book that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with the one that has your back the entire first half? If you want to protect your players and parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter of all pro football, every single game, all season long. That's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, the Commanders fall to 3-3 with their loss to the Bears yesterday, 25-24. The Commanders with 3 turnovers on the day. They now set their sights to Dallas, where they'll be next week on Sunday at 4:25. Commanders have signed defensive end Drake Jackson. The 2022 49ers second-round pick has been recovering from a torn patellar tendon that he suffered during the 2023 season. Coming up a little bit later on the show today, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt joins Grant and Danny coming up at 5 o'clock. In hockey tonight, Caps and Lightning. The Caps looking to keep their winning ways going as they won back-to-back games over the weekend. Pierre-Luc Dubois out tonight for the Capitals. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions to give our warfighters the edge. Built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
They just got it away, and it's Swift with a catch, and still going. DeAndre Swift veers into the end zone.
And just like that, the game changed. 55-yard catch and run. DeAndre Swift in space. Missed tackle by Quan Martin. Washington struggling with running backs out of the backfield in the passing game. That may not change as the year goes on. There are other things they can figure out and get right. I'm just not sure what the personnel looks like for them to fix that bugaboo. Danny Rugays alongside. I'm Grant Paulson. We're locked into the Fan. Thanks for listening to us all over the DMV on 106.7 or on the Odyssey app, wherever you are coast to coast. Danny, before we get back to the calls on why Washington lost on Monday Night Football, was it the turnovers on offense or the defensive performance? I was thinking about their game coming up with the Dallas Cowboys now. As we were saying, on the other side of that game, they're at Arrowhead Stadium. Then they're hosting Seattle and Detroit, 2 of the better teams in the NFC. That Cowboys game, I have not seen what the total is, the over-under for scoring. I don't think it could be high enough for me to not take it, because I don't know how they're going to get stops against Dallas, and they should be able to do whatever they want with the football against the Cowboys as well. Going to be competitive. It's a division game. Weird things happen, obviously. I'm not sitting here saying Dallas can't win that game. They've been in every game they play just about. But I do think that is a over I am smashing, because these are 2 bad defenses and 2 really effective offenses.
It certainly smells like it, but I would say so did last year's first game, and it didn't work out that way. The offense looked sluggish for whatever reason against Dallas and found a way to lose that one. And I need to know the status of the weaponry. What's Terry McLaurin doing? Is Noah Brown back? Are they themselves? In what capacity? Again, on paper, you're 100% right. It hadn't mattered who Dallas has played. That team, whoever it's been, has moved the ball and scored points against them with ease.
54.5 is the total. That's about as big as you see in the NFL. That feels like a college football.
That's some Big 12 action right there.
Exactly. And I'm still going to take the over, probably. That's how crazy that game could be. Should be ultra entertaining, but boy, do they need a win at this point. All right, we're asking you about what went wrong last night. Let's go to Mark, who's in Largo on line 6. Mark, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
As bad as the defense was, and the defense was bad, and to be honest, you guys might want to have a question sometime later this week to Quan Martin be benched. I mean, that was a pitiful display of tackling one-on-one that he really gave to Swift. Crazy. Grant, I agree with you. Look, if Jaden doesn't throw that interception the first time, and he doesn't throw and he doesn't fumble the ball, they're talking about Jaden being NFC Player of the Week. Seriously. Because he probably throws 4 touchdown passes, and they probably score over 30. And maybe the Bears score 13 to 16 points. So I would have to say it's the offense. And the bigger issue here is, and Danny, you brought it up earlier, we don't know if Debo's going to be back this week because that foot looked, I mean, he just looked real slow. He looked like he was 50 last night. And they're going to have to bring up Ja'Cory Brooks or at least play him.
He played 6 snaps, I think, Mark.
Yeah, play him a little bit.
But you're right. He might have to play more. Thanks for the call, buddy. Good stuff. I think I had him at 6 snaps on the snap count this morning when I looked.
Or let Jalen Lane kind of be Debo light on some of those motions and jets, little pop passes and things like that.
Well, I want to clean something up, too, because you had said last segment you thought maybe that I disagreed with you. And if it sounded that way, I didn't. I think you're right. I just thought the Bears had a really good plan for Debo.
I think both are true. I think that's fair, yeah.
But he looked slow. I mean, there's no doubt. Like, we have seen Deebo Samuel so far this season as the 49ers' explosive weapon that they acquired for a 5th-round pick that they dreamed on. Last night was not that. This was banged up, didn't practice all week. How many times, ask a 49ers fan about that. Like, they know about that too, right?
Yes, they do.
And that's what it looked like to me.
100%. Yeah, I mean, this is that, again, not to relate it to fantasy, this is real football, it's far more important, but where you've got him on your fantasy team and it's, look at this juicy matchup. I can't wait. Yeah, he's questionable, but he's always questionable. It's going to be fine. 0 usage, 0 explosion, a couple targets, and maybe a couple show-me plays just to make sure that they know that you'll still go to him, but you really are focused elsewhere. That's what it looked like last night, and it's exasperating.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're giving away Caps tickets in 30 minutes and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's on the show in 90 minutes. Jay's in L.A. wants to talk about last night's loss. What went wrong, Jay? Why'd they lose?
Man, it's definitely the turnovers because I think I said this when I called in last week. Our defense, we're front runners. We only play well once the offense gives us a lead to hide behind. And I cannot believe that I actually flew from L.A. to D.C. for this game. And the moment Jaden fumbled that last handoff to Bill, there was zero doubt in my mind exactly what was coming because you just knew that the Bears were going to march down the short field, drain the clock, and kick the game winner because we know what our defense is already. Every time our offense started to find a groove, we shot ourselves in the foot. We handed them free possessions, and you can't expect our shaky defense to bail you out like that. So at this point, our offense has to be our defense because we just got to protect the ball, control the clock, and keep our horrible defense off the field because if we don't, we're just going to keep watching the same movie just with a different opponent each week. So I'm tired of this. Like, we already know what our defense is.
Appreciate
you, buddy.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's so to me it's philosophical, right? I'm sitting there going, I know what this defense is, and they stink. And he's going, I know what this defense is, so it's on the, it's the house GPA is lower, and I need the smart kid to pull his weight. As my C student, you get C's, that's great. My A student gets a B, you can't afford that.
So here's how I would view it to an extent in the debate if we're just juxtaposing the two, and it's hard, right? Because it's both in so many ways, but. How often, at what percentage does a team in this NFL, in this era, this year, win with that defensive performance? I guarantee you it's a higher percentage than turning the ball over 3 times. And that's kind of where I'm on it. When you give up 25 points and, how many drives they gave up that were 40 or more yards or whatever, or 381 yards and 6.5 yards per play, you put all the numbers together and you spit it out. You probably win, I'm guessing, but at a 34% clip or 37%. And I'll bet you when you turn the ball over 3 times, it's lower than that. And so that's kind of where it's at for me. But can you imagine making that trip? That would be tough. Flying cross country for that one. To watch that, I had a buddy text me. He was at the game last night, first time in a couple of years, and he's like, I don't know why I do this. Now, my fandom's a little bit different in that I'm not going to make or break whether I'm going back or, my night gets ruined by the loss for sure, but it's not like it now wasn't worth the trip because they lost. Did you have a good tailgate? Were you with your buddies? Did you have a good experience? Those types of things. But he's like, I don't know, man. I don't know when the next time I do this is.
Well, and I was talking to Darius about
this. Because it's expensive.
Yes, I was talking to Darius about this pre-show. And it's not one person's fault. Because, again, they're the marketing team, the owners, the business people are trying to make chicken salad out of the other thing. I understand all that. So, but to me, when it's time for the blackout, you guys. Let's have Darryl Green with a spear and rally and light show. All that stuff is great and cool. But now, if I went, and I never would, but if I did, my association is with a lackluster performance where the crowd was taken out of it immediately by the team being down 13-0 again with another slow start. I know Dan Quinn and the football operation has nothing to do with the light show. I'm an adult. I'm aware of the difference, and they're 2 separate categories. The problem is when you get hyped up, rug pull again. Let's have this theme, rug pull again. And they've been good at home. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's not one thing, but last night I'm just rolling my eyes. I want those black jerseys burned. I never want to see them again, but it's the number one seller. So I'm not getting rid of it, but it's just the association I have is not particularly positive.
Well, they've won 9 of 12 at home.
Yes.
Right? So the product on the field's been pretty
much
good.
better. It is.
For ticket holders, number one. Number two, like, we just see it differently, and you're in the majority for the record. Like, you have company. Don't get me wrong. But I think if you went to that game last night, you had a really cool experience that wasn't possible 5 years ago, 2 years ago with the LED lights and all of the stuff they did. All you can do is control that. Like, even Dan Quinn can't actually control the on-field product. He's a coach. He can do as much as he can. But if he could touch a button and give you a 40-point win, he would do that, right? Some of this is uncontrollable. But I think if I went to that game, I got that environment, I got the juice in the stands, I got the light show, the Darryl Green, whatever javelin, we're calling that a spear or whatever, he's slamming in the end zone and the fireworks going off. And then I got that football game. I would say I saw an ultra-entertaining game that came down to the final second. And I saw some spectacular moments from my franchise quarterback, Jaden Daniels, running around for 50 yards and throwing for 3 touchdowns. Now, did they lose a game they shouldn't have? Yes. Did they make too many dumb plays? Am I mad? Am I leaving angry in traffic? Of course. But, you know, what I talk about all the time with the Capitals or the Nats when they were good is you owe me basically an ROI. I just want a return on my investment, look professional, be a mature, legitimate outfit. I think all of those boxes were checked, but I know my bar is a little bit lower than most. Dave's in Centerville on G&D. What's up, Dave? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
All right, so I think, Danny, you had just said it recently, but it kind of went to my point. We know what the defense is at this point, and you can't give the opposing offense with more than, knowledgeable play caller 3 more possessions like we did yesterday. But one of the things that I really had an issue with, I think, was just kind of the play calling, too. Now, I think we've saw Bill. He's great when he's downhill, but it seemed like a lot of what we were trying to get to him was in read option, which, to be honest with you, the first 3 or 4 times, it didn't seem like Jaden really made the right read on keeping it versus giving to him. So I just didn't think that it's a bad run defense. Just get Bill going downhill to me. But before I head out, I just want to ask you guys a question on just kind of like the clock management at the end. I don't know if you guys have talked about this already, but I'm a football high school coach. So to me, in my eyes, at the end, if you're dealing with a kicker and a team with a kicker who's been inconsistent, already got cut this year, why are we calling the timeouts with a minute something left? Just let them get, let them run out the clock and try and go for a 40, 50-plus yard field goal and not give a running back who was killing us all day a chance for 3-4 more carries and closer field goal range. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, bud. So on that, just the sequence he's referring to, it starts with a minute 30 left after the fumble, after the turnover, and the easiest third down conversion in human history, that little dump off to Colston Loveland, who carries a couple guys with him for an easy, effortless first down.
Yeah, by the way, what was that defensive plan? It was like a 3rd and 5, right?
Yes.
What was it?
3rd and 5.
And he basically ran a 6-yard stick route, turns around like on a hitch, and he's got 2 yards of cushion still before he just falls over and catches the ball. It's as if they were playing him at the sticks on like a 3rd and 10. I don't know what that was.
I don't either. And so then Chicago's basically going, all right, we're content. We're going to hand it off a couple of times. We're now sort of within the range from the Washington 45. Try to get a few more yards, obviously. So now it's DeAndre Swift for 4, Washington timeout. DeAndre Swift around the right end the same way for 10 yards, DeAndre Swift, second timeout for Washington. Then, kind of the intentional, we don't care that we're losing yardage, whatever happens. And the 15-yard gain from Swift seals the deal right before the last timeout. But, the idea maybe at that point was if we could stop them, which is laughable considering how terrible the defense was and how they've played, et cetera, especially against this bad rush offense, then maybe we can get the ball back and have a chance to go equal if they do make a longer field goal. What goes against the plan, of course, is him ripping off a 10-yard and a 15-yard run gain when they're trying to run out the clock.
Yeah, so I understand the question, and I think it makes some sense. I had no problem with what they did. You want to burn those timeouts because you want the ball back with as much time as possible in the event that he makes the kick. He's saying, if they would have not called the timeout, maybe the Bears wouldn't have gotten any more yards, and they're kicking a 50-some yarder instead of a 36-yarder, whatever it was, 38, for the win. And so, that's a harder field goal, and maybe he misses it or you block it or whatever. I don't think it's necessarily true that they would have just stopped running plays and settled for a 50-plus yarder with a guy that had been on the team for a couple of hours. But I just think the correct practice there is end the game with the football. Get the ball back in Jaden's hands. And if they miss earlier, then so what? You go out in victory formation, you take some knees. If they make the field goal, then had you have gotten stops and not given up 1,000,000 yards on the pin and pull at the end of the game on the big toss for 19 or whatever that was, now you at least have the possibility of driving the field and equaling or going ahead for a win. So get the question. That was not on my list of things I was frustrated by last night. With Danny, I'm Grant. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight at 4 o'clock. We've got Caps tickets. You better be listening in 20 at 5 o'clock. Bills on the show. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt with us right here on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook, an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer that you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. I am jealous of you guys. I don't have this offer. $5 bet, hit it, $300 bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you get those 300 bonus bucks. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines, whatever you want to do. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. Got to be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet. Will expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. ND on the Fan with you until 6:30. We'll give out some Caps tickets in 12 minutes. You better be listening. In about an hour and 15 from now, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's on the show. How about two underdogs winning on Monday Night Football last night? We've been focusing on the Commanders' loss to Chicago, but the Buffalo Bills scored 14 points against Atlanta. And kudos, I think you were on this one. You liked the Falcons to play them well on Monday night. They, too, were coming off of a bye, so there's something to be said for the 2 weeks of prep, which we talk a lot about on the show, but that was a dominant Falcons performance.
They were great.
170 on the ground for Bijan Robinson, who also added 68 as a receiver. 238 all-purpose for him in the game. I know his head coach, Raheem Morris, says he's the best player in the league, and people say, I'm not so sure. He's definitely the best running back in the league right now, and I don't even know who's second, but he is head and shoulders above the rest, and Drake London went off, 10 for 158 on 16 targets from Michael Penix.
This is the Danny Rouillet / Mike McDaniel / anybody, that runs an offense school of thinking. Give the ball to your best players. And once they've fed enough, then you can worry about everything else, right? So when they increase the target load to Drake London, great things have happened. Double-digit catches, as you mentioned. And once they've found a way not to, have Bijan Robinson get 2 carried and make sure Tyler Algier gets his, once they quit doing that crap, this offense has taken off here of late.
Josh Allen, 2 interceptions in an L, back-to-back losses where they were favorites. This is not quite Penn State and James Franklin, but, Buffalo, 4-0 a couple of weeks ago, easily could be 6-0 right now. The Patriots jump up and get them. Drake May playing his butt off in that game. They were really, really good in New Orleans again. And now Atlanta with Penix looking very, very sharp. So the young quarterback class. I know Daniels had the 2 turnovers, but incredible performance at moments last night as a ball carrier. Again, you have another week where with him, Williams making strides, took a step forward. Turnovers have been at a minimum for him. He still takes a couple crazy sacks and misses a lot of throws. He would drive me crazy, but he's definitely better than he was last year. And that's all you can really ask for a young guy in a new offense ascending. But Penix looks like he's turned a corner after some early struggles, bumps in the road this year. I thought Nix got off to a slow start. He's been playing well. That QB class is legit.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And we still have TBDs on McCarthy, who we haven't seen enough of. And, everybody else is putting a lot of deposits in the bank. Penix a little bit further behind, McCarthy kind of the same way, but you're starting to see some good stuff there for both of those guys to go with the dudes at the top 3.
I want to squeeze in a former neighbor and buddy of mine, Ricky, who's in Fairfax. Now, he is a Bears fan, Danny. I will let you know, but he's a good guy.
All right.
I don't think he'll be gloating today.
This feels a little trolly.
Yeah. What's up, Ricky? How you doing, bud?
Good. How's it going, Grant?
Chilling, man. Everything's good.
Awesome. So I wanted to give a perspective that not a lot of people are talking about. So the Bears actually came off of a bye week, and they returned 5 starters. And, Brisker had the INT. He came back. TJ Edwards was in the middle in the A-gap. He had 9 tackles. Our first-round pick 2 years ago, Darnell Wright, was the outside blocker, right tackle blocker for Swift on those runs. So I know a lot of it is like the 3 turnovers, but a lot of that was because we were injured. So I think that was something not a lot of people knew or talked about, but I think that's why the numbers were a little skewed about how bad the Bears' defense was and stuff like that. But
I think that's true.
Overall,
and we mentioned this. Thanks for the call,
Thank you,
brother.
buddy.
Good catching up. We mentioned this throughout the week that they were getting 3 starters back, but what the Bears had been and maybe what they'll be for the rest of the year defensively is probably different. Still doesn't change how frustrating last night was, but I think he's on to something. I mean, the guys that came back really did help them. And off of a bye, when you have a guy like Ben Johnson calling plays, you're going to have a good plan, and they did.
They definitely did. And I think Wright was sensational, right tackle. I mean, the 2 huge runs to basically seal this game for Chicago off that right side, where he looked like he walled off 4 or 5 defenders who were trying to pursue and fill some gaps and make some plays. He was really, really good in this game. But there was also plenty of stuff that wasn't to his side that he had nothing to do with. That was to undrafted underling dude over there, where he was knocking people into the dirt, and Swift had tons of room to operate for a rush offense that had really, really struggled through the course of the year. Obviously, getting a good player back helps you play good. That's more breakdowns like this as the show progresses. But to me, it wasn't just those guys coming back. He's right; it helped, but there's enough bad washing in there where I kind of go, yeah, that's true, but
Yeah, Theo Benedict is undrafted underling, I think, in your description, who started a tackle. You would have liked for that to have become a bigger story. Like, I don't know, one of those primetime games where they're going, oh my gosh, they got to bench this guy. He's given up 5 sacks. It did not become a story. He did show up on a negative play where they took a touchdown off the board, but I'm still not even sure that call was right. But you'll take the break where he wasn't lined up correctly, supposedly, on an illegal formation. All right, next we do have those Caps tickets we're giving away, and then a Beltway Blitz on the Caps, the NFL, and the Commanders jammed into one segment. About an hour away from talking to Bill as well. Danny will take you up to 6:30. I'm off to do some baseball duties here in Milwaukee. NLCS Game 2 tonight. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to the Bears last night 25-24 on the back of 3 turnovers by Washington. They fall to 3-3 on the season. Now set their sights on Dallas. They'll take on the Cowboys and Jerry World next Sunday at 4:25. For today, the Commanders have signed defensive end Drake Jackson, a former second-round pick of the 49ers in 2022. He tore his patellar tendon during the 2023 season. That's kind of derailed his career to this point. Coming up in an hour, Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt set to join Grant and Danny right here at 5 o'clock. Hockey tonight. The Capitals coming off back-to-back wins over the weekend. They'll take on the Lightning at home tonight. Pierre-Luc Dubois going to be out for the matchup. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Baseball playoffs continuing on tonight. NLCS Game 2 between the Brewers and the Dodgers. The Dodgers winning Game 1 last night. 8 o'clock first pitch for that one. Freddie Peralta gets the ball for Milwaukee. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for the Dodgers in a matchup of aces. ALCS, day off today. Game 3 going to be tomorrow back in Seattle. The Mariners up 2-0 in the series after they beat the Blue Jays last night 10-3. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It's Beltway Blitz time right here on the Fan. Grant and Danny with you until 6:30. Right? Not yet. Not yet. Now, 800-636-1067. Caller 10, you'll win 2 tickets to see the Washington Capitals. Tuesday, October 21st versus Seattle. The Capitals will host Donate Life Night in partnership with MedStar Health. For tickets and the complete Capitals schedule, visit thefandc.com/contests, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. 800-636-1067. Happy dialing and good luck. Speaking of your Washington Capitals, I say we start the Blitz right now, Dares. Play-by-play voice of the Caps, John Walton. It's good that he's coming on to talk about the Caps. John, nice little trip to New York, huh? A little Mississippi two-piece up there.
Yeah, not bad at all. And, to be able to win in both places and do it inside division, didn't give him any points, saw some good offense, saw some good goaltending. Defense, I was out talking to Spencer Carberry today about, he said after the game on Sunday his team's rounding into form, and ask him a little bit more about that for the pregame tonight. Just the processes are there. A few more pucks going in is what they're looking for. But, for just being a couple of games now, 3 games into the season, 4th tonight against Tampa Bay, things have gone really well so far.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, John. It's so early. It's impossible to draw any conclusions, I think, about damn near anything, right? 3 games in with kind of the weird early season quirky schedules. But I'm bringing it up anyway to ask you about it. 1 goal in 2 of their 3 games. I don't think this is a 1 goal per game offense. I think they'll be just fine in that regard. But what have you seen there?
The game against the Islanders, their start offensively was really good. And we saw, whether it was Ryan Leonard or we saw Alexei Protas and, being able to jump out to that 4-0 lead, I think that is a pretty good indication of what this team is going to be when it's at its best. But you're right. I mean, going into the game, you only get the 1 goal in the Ranger game, and Charlie makes it stand up. I thought that they had, there were so many nets they should have hit, could have hit, and I feel like the chances were there, and the shooting percentage for this team right now, I think, is right about 7%. That's not very good, but it's also going to go up from there. A lot of people who like to, from a national perspective, talk about the Caps saying, oh, well, they can't repeat what they did last year. They point to shooting percentage being abnormally high. Well, it's abnormally low right now, and they're winning games anyway. So I think you're going to start to see more goals. I think you could see that as soon as tonight here against Tampa.
Yeah, I think it was nearly twice that for the first half of last year, John. It was pretty incredible. Again, just in terms of the what am I trying to say? The forward line. Scott, without Pierre-Luc Dubois, how do you expect the reshuffling to happen? Easy for me to say.
Yeah, so what you'll have tonight is Connor McMichael's going to move up and play on the second line in the middle. And I thought he's just, whether he's on a wing or whether he's at center, it's just flip the switch and you're fine. So he'll move up. Sonny Milano is going to come down and play on line 3. Hendrix LaPierre is going to get back in tonight after missing one game in New York on Sunday. And Anthony Beauvillier is going to be on the top line. They went to that in the middle of the game Sunday, and it turned into the only goal of the game. I thought Bo was really good Sunday. I thought he was good all weekend. And maybe trying to get Dylan Strome going a little bit too, and Alex Ovechkin, neither with goals yet. Would like to see that against a Tampa team that scores a lot of goals, but they give up a lot of goals too. So I'd like to see some of those offensive guys maybe start to get right a little bit tonight against the Lightning.
Yeah, I think I like that Beauvillier speed combo on that top line with those other two guys. How I don't want to say permanent because these things are always in flux, John, but I think I kind of like that combo. I didn't know that I would.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of had its echoes back in the playoffs last year where Spencer really liked Beauvillier on that line, and we saw some good returns on that against Montreal, a little bit quieter in the Carolina series. So I always kind of thought that maybe they would get back to that. A little bit of Hendrix LaPierre coming into camp and doing as well as he did and kind of reshuffling things a little bit where, it was going to be Connor McMichael maybe at 3C, and then he started it on the second line on the left side. I think that's a temporary situation. I mean, Pierre-Luc Dubois does so much defensively. The real challenge tonight is going to be whether it's LaPierre, whether it's McMichael, whether it's Strome. The guys down the middle, you're going to have to be a horse tonight because when you've got Kucherov and Point and all the guys that can hurt you offensively, that's Tampa's strength. To be able to hold them down, that's going to be a really big part of what goes on here tonight. And if you can equalize that, if you can get as much as they will take from you, you probably got a good chance of winning the hockey game.
Who's somebody unsung to this point? Again, only 3 games in, still super early, not necessarily enough time to draw any kind of referendum on anybody, but who's been better maybe than the stats might indicate?
You know who I was really impressed with, Danny, was Declan Chisholm in the game on Sunday. Now, he's not going to play tonight, but I think they wanted to see what he can do. It's a guy that played 66 games for Minnesota last year, and essentially right now is the 7, and they spelled in a back-to-back. They wanted to get a look at him. They didn't want him sitting too long. I thought he was great. I thought he was, really fluid skater. He's got a little bit of a shot. I mean, you look at the numbers, and he's like, well, he's not really much of an offensive guy. I don't really know that was the reason they brought him in anyway, but then scored a goal in the preseason. I liked him there, and I thought he was really good in the game against the Rangers. So I think, the little tweaks. The Caps didn't do a ton in the offseason. There wasn't a lot to do. The free agent class was really not very good, and the one guy they were runner-up for, Nikolai Ehlers, might have been a good fit here, but once you got past that, it's like, well, it really wasn't a lot worth spending your money on. But adding those little pieces, they matter. And, for a guy like Declan Chisholm to come in and be that 7, so when a guy gets dinged up, you're not going to miss much on defense. I think the Caps have the best defense in the league. I really do. And pound for pound, they have given up almost nothing at 5-on-5. And even with a little defensive change and Chisholm coming in, really impressed with what they've been able to do. I think that's what Spencer Carberry was talking about, still kind of hitting our stride a little bit, tweaking here or there, but really like the way they're rounding into form. I think that starts from the net out. Charlie and Logan have been good, and the defense has been good too.
John, awesome as always, brother. Have a great call tonight.
All right, Danny, thank you.
We'll see you, my friend. There he goes. That is how we do it. No, I need to see. It never works. I try to put him on hold in this thing. It's something that I'm doing, right? Where it's highlighted, and I hit hold, and it's just like he's there. It's just sort of John's like, okay, thanks, and like there's an awkward pause, and then I look like an idiot, and Toby's looking at me like, what's wrong with you? And Ryan's like, get in the stream, just his one note yelling at me, whatever. Talk NFL, please. Okay, Eric Edholm, NFL Media, discussing the NFL with us. Eric, all of a sudden, Buffalo's lost 2 straight games. What's up there?
Yeah, no, it looks like it's kind of a problem right now. I mean, James Cook runs the ball well, 5 yards a carry, and they can't get more than 14 points or 300 yards. I mean, it's not the offense we've come to expect. They have way too many empty drives. That when Josh Palmer went out last night, the big play element left. Dalton Kincaid was injured too. They've got some reinforcements coming back on defense, but how much better can they really get on that side of the ball? I mean, I don't know. We just haven't seen players like Rousseau and Ed Oliver take over, and Matt Milano's been hurt. The secondary's kind of a mess. They got a lot of issues right now, and it's just you can't commit 30 penalties in 3 games and expect to just get by with Josh Allen heroics. So I think part of it is just, Josh hasn't played great, compared to his standards, but everybody else is sort of just waiting for him to rescue them. I think they're an incomplete team right now.
If you had to go to the betting window, it was one of these weird scenarios. You have to just trust me. There's no reason why you're there, but just trust me that you have to go. Okay, it's like one of those life or death things. And you have to bet your house. Do the Steelers win the AFC North or somebody else?
Well, I got to preface this by saying I cannot legally, by NFL,
no, totally
dispense any, just so everyone's clear on that. But yeah, I mean, look what's happened the last 3 weeks. They've won their only 2 games. The rest of the division has lost all 9. I mean, that right there shifts, them into a complete power position. And, has it looked brilliant? I mean, have they just been blowing people away? Of course not. No. I mean, they almost coughed the game away in New England with the Patriots giving them 5 turnovers. Barely beat the Jets in week 1, but they've gotten progressively better. I mean, and that's the best thing is that, Aaron Rodgers kind of settled in. He's looked pretty good. He's not getting hit. I mean, that's a great thing. What was the biggest problem in New York last year was him having to, speed everything up and not being the same guy he was, but that hasn't really been an issue. They've taken little incremental steps offensively. I think defensively they've certainly gotten better in the last few games. Some of it has obviously been the division's implosion. Everybody else kind of falling apart, but they're taking care of business, and they've had good injury fill-ins too. Guys get hurt, somebody else steps up. So, it's been pretty darn solid. I've really kind of slow played them in the power rankings because I haven't been blown away, but they've been pretty good, and like right now the division is in their hands.
Eric, do you play any like rec sports or anything to stay in shape? Just to, any kind of activity or something that you do?
I do some disc golf. That's not exactly something that'll work up a huge sweat. I will play some hoops every now and then with the boys, but as I get close to a milestone birthday, I could use a little more exercise. So
I smell what you're cooking. The reason I ask is I play pickup hoops and other stuff. Just Operation Less Fat is always ongoing. You ever have a game where you've played a couple of games, and all of a sudden, like the 4th or 5th game, a dude that looked like he couldn't do much, all of a sudden, hits this weird crossover, step back, fade away, and you're like, I didn't know you could do that. That's my Atlanta Falcons feel like. Okay, Atlanta. I thought I had them categorized as they're the Atlanta Hawks of football, man. You know what I mean? They're going to go 8-9, 9-8, just be okay. All of a sudden, I'm going, do I have to reevaluate the Atlanta Falcons? And the only weird one is the Carolina game, not them playing well.
Yeah, 30-0 losing to the Panthers. That really did stick in my head when I was kind of doing the rankings. And, barely lost to the Bucs in a great game in week 1. Kind of dominated the Vikings in week 2 and settled for a lot of field goals. But, outside of that Panthers game, they've played well. And if you have Bijan Robinson, you've got a chance. I mean, not only running the ball, but catching passes too. Drake London was fantastic last night. Penix is, shook off that Panthers game. And oh, by the way, I mean, I don't know if people realize how good they've been defensively. I know some of the scores have gotten a little high, but, they haven't allowed 300 points to an opponent this year. I think last night was the high water mark at 290 something. But, those rookies, those 4 draft picks, 2 at safety, 2 at pass rusher, have really performed well. They haven't missed Grady Jarrett. Finally they have a semblance of a pass rush. So, if Penix plays well, they have a chance. And, look, defense and run game, that travels. So they're going to be a dangerous team on the road, too. And, I really felt like last night kind of changed the trajectory a little bit for this team that, obviously they beat a good Washington team and, but it was a backup quarterback. We didn't really know what to make of him. But, you kind of put the foot on the neck against Josh Allen and the Bills. I think you deserve a little more respect.
Who's the best team in the NFC right now, and who will be the best team in the NFC December 1st?
Yeah, it's hard, man. I keep saying, the Eagles are going to figure this thing out. I mean, are they? I don't know. You tell me. I mean, obviously, by record, you'd say Tampa Bay's in that spot, Green Bay kind of right behind them. But, all the 2-loss teams, like San Francisco with all their injuries, the Eagles haven't played all that great lately. Seattle, I don't know that people are quite ready to buy in on them. So I think you probably come down to, we'll probably find out after the game this week, but Tampa Bay, Detroit is going to be a great game. That'll tell us a lot about both teams. How long can Seattle keep this thing going? They have an ace receiver in Smith and Jigba. Darnold's playing well. The run game's there. You know, I mean, everybody has at least one major question, and I'm not going to bury the Eagles, but I think it ends up coming down to Lions or Bucks. I mean, I could see both teams, you know, especially if the Bucks can withstand this little stretch here with all these guys hurt and get to the bye and then get in decent shape for the stretch run. I think they're going to be a real tough team.
Eric, appreciate you, dude. Have a great week.
All right, man. See ya.
See you, brother. There he goes. Let's talk about the Local 53. Our pal Mitch Tischler joins us to do that very thing. Mitch, last night was really frustrating, really annoying. Did they deserve to lose that game?
Yeah, they probably did. I mean, when you turn the ball over 3 times and you don't get yourself any turnovers, it's kind of the way things work, particularly when you turn the ball over, you know, in prime position to put away a football game. It's tough, but you combine all these little mistakes, and it's the turnovers, it's the missed field goals, it's the defensive lapses, and you find yourself at 3-3 in the middle of the pack, and they have every opportunity in front of them. The season isn't over, but by all means, you really wanted to come out of that one with a win because you're getting into the meat of a tough schedule, and you got to find some W's on this in these next couple of weeks.
Why are they getting off to these slow starts?
It's a real good question. I would imagine that they're asking that same question internally over there in Ashburn right now. You know, I would say in part we saw a relatively lax training camp, or maybe not the toughest training camp that we've seen. We've seen a couple of these short practices on Wednesdays, and you know, maybe they need to hit the grindstone a little bit harder. But honestly, you know, this week was the first week that you really saw the offense get moving in their opening possession. They had been an NFL worst average yard per play in the first possession, in their first possession each game. And to me, I think for all the good things that we've had to say about Cliff Kingsbury over the last 2 years, I think that first 15 play script hasn't been as strong this year, and they haven't been able to get things going. So it's certainly something that needs to be addressed, because as many problems as they have on defense, if they're able to get out there and get a score, get up early in a game, start putting a little bit of pressure on the opposing team, that certainly would allow the defense to sit back and get after the quarterback and play some of the pressure defense that, you know, Joe Witt and company like to play.
So I want your thoughts on this, Mitch. To me, it's upsetting in an individual moment where Jaden Daniels fumbles on a handoff. I don't think that's going to happen a lot. I don't think he's going to not see a defender a lot. He takes care of the football generally. Those things happened last night. You deserve, and he accepted the blame for it, and he deserves criticism for that, no problem. To me, the sustainable issues that are plaguing them this entire season and maybe coming into the season, that's where I'm way more concerned about, right? Like the same issue keeps coming up every week. Yards after the catch allowed, guys are running free, bad tackling, etc. A team that couldn't run the ball at all ran it down their throat. A team that couldn't stop the run shoved it on their running backs, etc. To me, that's a little bit more concerning than kind of fluky bad plays in certain moments from Jaden Daniels. Give me your reaction.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, they've had offensively 3 games where they've run for 200-plus yards, and they've won all 3 of those games. They've had 3 games where they weren't able to run for as many. They lost all 3. The problems on defense, to me, are the biggest issue, because I don't know that there's a quick fix to those things. Offensively, you can look at getting some of these injured guys back. You're going to get Sam Cosmi back. Hopefully you're going to get Terry and Noah Brown back, and I think that would fix a lot of the issues that we're seeing offensively. Defensively, I think you're starting to see the attrition of injuries starting to really affect these guys. I think you're seeing, you know, you have to see Jacob Martin and you have to see Preston Smith getting real snaps on defense, and, you know, Jalen Holmes and some other folks are having to play more, and I think you see some of those issues. And as much as those run fits kind of have been a problem all season, particular to Monday night, I think you saw some defensive linemen getting out of position, you know, poor technique, and that affected the linebackers, Frankie Luvu and Bobby Wagner's ability to flow in the run game and get over there. The missed tackling, to me, is the number one biggest issue on this team, and I don't know how you fix that mid-season. I think, you know, maybe this week we see a little bit more, you know, physicality in practice, and, you know, they work on some of that stuff a little bit more. But, you know, Quan Martin has been, on Monday, he was really good until he wasn't. And to me, that, you know, that long play to DeAndre Swift was basically exactly what we've seen kind of all season as a whole from this defense. You know, 2 defenders run into each other. DeAndre Swift is running down the sideline. You don't have to lay a big hit on him, just get two hands on him, push him out of bounds, and force Caleb Williams to beat you. And instead, Quan misses a tackle and he goes for the touchdown, and all of a sudden the defense, the game turns around on that play. And I think I don't know exactly how you go fix it. Certainly, going out and bringing in a guy like Drake Jackson, hopefully they're able to find something from him. He was in San Francisco with Darryl Tapp and Adam Peters when he was there in 2022. So, maybe you bring a little bit more youth to that defensive line who can get after it a little bit. But the edges are starting to look a lot like they did last year, where you started having breakdowns in the run game and give up big plays, and guys are able to get to the outside. And it's not a particularly great scene to see. But I think it's also important to point out you're only 6 games into the season. They are 3-3. They're a game behind the Eagles, who just lost to the Giants. The Commanders have their issues, but I think you can look around the rest of the NFL, and a lot of top teams are having similar type issues in their early season games.
Today's October 14th. On November 14th, what are we saying about Terry McLaurin and his season?
I certainly hope we're saying that it's turned around. You look at what this offense looks like with the receivers that they're rolling out there. Clearly, Deebo Samuel was more beat up heading into that Monday night game. And the fact that they had to call up 2 practice squad receivers, I think there was a real question whether Deebo was even going to be able to go. But you look at snap counts and Chris Moore getting 50% of snaps on offense is troublesome, because he's a guy that you want as a fill-in type player, not your quote unquote number one receiver. And on Monday, he pretty much was that. He was the guy when they ran 13 personnel with the 3 tight ends out there. That was the sole wide receiver on the outside, and he's not a guy that threatens teams really in any kind of way. Maybe he's a solid route runner, and you can give him credit for that, but teams aren't scheming up Chris Moore. They're not sending extra help to the outside because Chris Moore is out there. So you get more guys in the box. You have, more guys breaking down that run game. And clearly the Bears, had a focus. They weren't going to let Bill Mayer beat them, and he didn't.
Mitch, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
You got it, man. Talk soon. There he goes. That is Mitch Tischler. Appreciate it. That's how we Beltway Blitz. I want to ask you guys that question. There's someone to Audible. I'm going to reverse the things that we said we were going to do in terms of order. We'll do the first one later, the second one now. Is that okay?
What's your Audible call? You got to call it at the line of scrimmage. It's the only way it works.
Let me see. I want to say, Sally, kill, Sally.
I like the hand signals.
That's because that was a check with me.
Yeah.
That was a look at me. It's a look at my face.
That.
This is where I'm looking.
Love that.
800-636-1067. Why are they getting off to crappy starts? What the hell is going on? The game starts. They just wait. They're like the Freeze doing that bit in Atlanta where they let the fat guy try to run around the track, and he gets like a 100-yard head start, and the Freeze chases his ass down like a former college 400-meter runner. They're doing the Freeze bit, and sometimes they lose. Sometimes the frat guy's got enough legs underneath him and he wins. What is going on with these starts? Why are they getting off to such terrible starts? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to the Bears yesterday 25-24. The record now 3-3 after their 3-turnover day yesterday. Today, Commanders have signed defensive end Drake Jackson, a 2022 49ers second-round pick. He had a patellar tendon tear during the 2023 season. Coming up in about half an hour, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt Bill going to be joining the program at 5 o'clock. In hockey tonight, the Caps back on the ice after a day off yesterday at back-to-back wins. Over the weekend, they'll take on the Lightning tonight. They'll be without Pierre-Luc Dubois tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop can hear the game right here on the Fan. Pre-game coverage with Katie Florio comes up at 6:45. Baseball playoffs continuing today. Brewers and Dodgers game 2 at 8 o'clock. Freddie Peralta takes the hill for the Brewers. Yoshinobu Yamamoto gets the ball for the Dodgers. The Dodgers won last night to lead the series 1-0. The Mariners beat the Blue Jays yesterday 10-3 to take a 2-0 series lead. Game 3 of that series tomorrow. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It's Grant Danny here on the Fan. No GPs at the NLCS in Milwaukee, but you do have me until about 6:30 before we turn it over to your Washington Capitals. 800-636-1067 is the telephone number. What the hell's going on with these starts to games? You don't need all the numbers. You've watched them, for goodness sakes, but they're down 13-0. They're down 10-0, about to be 17. They're getting beat all to hell by Green Bay, by Atlanta, sluggish against the Giants. They have gotten off to rotten starts, and everybody knows it. This radio program is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. And any discussion, Darius, about slow starts for your local NFL team? Presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS. And Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 800-636-1067. I got 2 working theories. I got 2. 1, nobody practices. I don't mean in the league. I mean for them. It's DNP rest, DNP veteran, DNP old, DNP beat up, DNP. No one practices. They didn't practice enough in August. They didn't practice enough in September. They didn't get the joint practices in. Nobody practices. Some guys are holding out. Some guys are hurt. They don't get enough practice time. That's my biggest one. That's it. Number 2 is this. I don't want to hear from you guys. All right? Number 2 is this. I played AAU basketball forever ago, before it became as ubiquitous. It was kind of a rare thing. People weren't really doing that, like before travel sports were this multi-trillion-dollar industry or whatever. I put on a team with a bunch of guys that were a lot better than me. Our best player was a guy named Keith Bogans, who played in the, I almost said played in the NFL, played in the NBA, went to Kentucky, played for a dozen teams, went to DeMatha. Obviously an incredible player. Again, better than little old Randy Douye. But he was the best player on our team, and he was the best player in every game that we played. So what would happen a lot is we'd get up big, or we wouldn't get up, whatever, and we just knew Keith was going to fix it. Whether you said it or not, you just knew. Keith would take over. He would score 20. He would get 10 steals. He would swat shots. He would catch an alley-oop when we were 13 years old. He would just fix it. He was so good, he would fix it. I think that's what's happened. Last year was so magical. Last year for this football team was so incredible. This magic carpet ride, Jaden will fix it. There's a complacency. There's as long as we got 5, we're fine. No. That ain't fair to anybody. That's not fair to 10-year future Hall of Famer quarterback. Somebody's got to do something. Plays need to be made. Assignments need to be hit. The second play of the game can't be a false start, Laramie Tunsil. When DeAndre Swift, who only gets 100 scrimmage yards or more against Washington and nobody else, literally the numbers say that for an entire calendar year, is near the sideline, push him out of bounds. Quan Martin or Marshawn Lattimore or anybody. Cover, tackle, defend, Tackle better. It's got nothing to do with Jaden. People need to do their jobs, and they're not getting done until punches in the mouth happen. There's an assumption, we'll come back. We'll do it. Whether that's deep down in places you don't talk about at parties, I think that mentality's in there, man. I really do. They think they're always in it because they got Jaden Daniels. On one hand, they're kind of right because Daniels is special. On the other hand, sometimes the great player doesn't come through. Who was the MVP last year? It was incorrectly Josh Allen, but still, Josh Allen was the MVP. 2 picks last night. Not particularly good in their loss against Atlanta. You keep counting on the miracle, and a lot of times that miracle don't go down. That's what it is to me. Nobody practices, and they just think, Daniels will fix it. It's not like a lack of effort. It's not like people are doing full Hainsworth and just laying down or something. But I'm telling you, there's a complacency there. That's how it looks to me. 800-636-1067. Start with our guy Elijah in D.C. Why are they getting off to these terrible starts, man?
What's going on, fellas? I've been looking. It seems like they can't get through their script. You kind of alluded to that. I don't know if that's a practice thing. But it seems like when you don't get through your script, there is an inconsistency that's just present throughout the ball game. And if you don't get in gear, now, like you just said, now Jaden, he is able to play from behind with the virtual reality. I think he is good in that aspect, but that is like a smash the glass kind of thing, and that's not something that I want to hang my hat on. And I just thought they had so many opportunities, and the complacency, just like you said, can present itself in all sorts of ways. Just situationally, you can maybe water down something, or you can be like, well, I don't have to, like, it's going to be okay. And yeah, you have to know how to walk that edge without falling off of it. And yesterday I just felt bad. I was just like, whoa, like the 1-point loss, it almost felt like, having you're managing something great and you having your boy take the reins. Like, all right, man, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom and get some wings. Everything's going to be fine. And I came back to the game and I was looking like John, the hardball of the Chargers from the post game from the Commanders. I really didn't know what, and I don't know if there is a running back, because I was like, well, maybe McNichols with his veteran ability, maybe he could have been able to corral that ball. I was like, I don't know, man. It just seemed like that play in particular was just out of hand, So
it just felt that way. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. Again, I will take my chances up with the football with about 3 minutes left on a 3rd and 1. You'll sign up for that right now. I tell you that every game the rest of this year will be decided with Washington up with the football on a 3rd and 1 in opposing territory. The snap's going to Jaden Daniels. And if you wouldn't take that, you're out of your damn mind. Now, that last night happened. I saw it too. I was exasperated just like you guys were. That, to me, is out of character. That, to me, is one of those, again, the star player made a poor play. And he said as much, and you put enough deposits in the bank, it's fine. If you're Tim Hasselbeck or which Hasselbeck was it? Was it Matt? No, Matt's the good one. Tim's the one who played here at the 0.0 quarterback rating, right? If you're Tim Hasselbeck telling me something, I don't really trust you. If you're Rex Grossman telling me you're going to take care of the football, I don't trust you. If you're Taylor Heineke doing anything, I don't really trust you. That's Jaden Daniels, man. I will take my chances with that guy. Let's go to Chris and Brandywine. Why are they getting off to these terrible starts, man?
So I had to think about it for a little while I was sitting on hold, and there's a couple things that's going on. One, we lost our identity. Last year, we played like a team with their hair on fire. We had more 4th down conversions than any other team, and it was threatening to the opposing defense. We don't do that anymore, right? We go 3 and out and punt every single time, except for like when the system tells us to do it, That's something that I think is different than last year. I also think that we're experiencing Jaden Daniels' sophomore slump, and we're in the midst of it. And he has to, the defenses have started to do a lot more zones and complex things to confuse him a little bit. He's a little slower on the trigger, and he has to evolve by learning how to not just run when it's time to run, but maybe threaten to run to create the throw. And I hope that he learns how to do that, so that's what Josh Allen does. That's what the quarterback in Kansas City does is threaten that run, but still throw the ball in that open space, and hopefully he can get there and learn how to adjust his game.
Chris, appreciate you, dude. 800-636-1067. Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt joins the show for his usual spot in 20 minutes. Until then, your calls. Why are they getting off to these glacially paced, tortoise uphill in a headwind, walking in molasses starts? Why has this team started game after game after game so slowly? 800-636-1067. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan.
going into it on the field goals, that's not the worst thing. But, to have a turnover and get knocked out that way, I think that, caused us, to give up some points. So, quite honestly, I think just, the ball and the turnover margin, that's a big deal for us. We've got to create them to get into the plus. And, so for us to, 2 of them in the first half and 1 there at the end, that's not the recipe.
Dan Quinn talking about something they might want to practice. Great Danny here on the Fan. No GP, but yes, Danny. Jacory Cross-Camara joins us in 14 minutes right here on G&D on 106.7 The Fan. Thank you for checking out the show today. We know you got options, but quite frankly, this is the best one. So come hang out with us for the duration. 800-636-1067. Why are they getting off to these slow starts? That's the question that we're under. Carlos in Severna Park, thanks for your patience, buddy. What's up, man?
Yeah, we're not practicing. You are completely right. We are not practicing, and it's not because they don't want to practice. The people that were practicing since the beginning of training camp, since the beginning of the season, are all injured, except for Tanner McLaurin because he just didn't practice. They're all injured. The people that are taking 100% of the snaps are the ones that were taking 30% of the snaps at the beginning of the season. We're depleted on injuries, and I know that doesn't give us an excuse, but Jane Daniels was carving up that Bears defense with backup wide receivers, and something needs to change. So you were right. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you, buddy. So the injury point, and you got to keep guys healthy for the duration. I mean, sometimes you got to pay in the short term to have long-term success, right? You're aware it's a little something we like to call trade-offs. That's with everything in life. That's what life is. Life is trade-offs. If you increase one thing, you're probably decreasing something else. It's all finite. I understand that. But the point is, right now, it ain't working. And the big plan, the most important thing for this veteran team, you could clearly see the philosophy, was to make sure that guys were fresh and healthy for November, December, God willing, late January football, and so on and so forth. You might have to you might have to be sluggish for a couple of weeks to start the year. You might have to not be at 100%. They're so banged up already that that plan backfired and didn't work. And B, the guys that are healthy enough, there are plenty of guys that are healthy enough to practice. There are. I mean, I don't think Quan Martin's missed a ton of time practicing. Like, send that guy a tackling dummy. Do something different is my point. Adjust. And that's something I'm hoping that they now start to do. Curtis, Capitol Heights, why are they getting off to these slow starts in games?
Hey, Daddy, thanks for having me.
Got it.
So I have 3 things. They all fall right back on Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn, for one, we love the brotherhood. We love the culture that you brought to D.C. Thank you so much. I need to see the fiery Dan Quinn that's slapping helmets, slapping shoulder pads, sending his guys out there, knowing his playmakers. It starts from the top. I need to see it from you. Secondly, when we win these coin tosses, why are we deferring the ball? Just like your AAU teammates, you want the ball in your best player's hands. Our defense has not shown us anything that they need to be on the field first. JD5 needs to be having that ball in the first quarter, 15 minutes. He needs to have that ball first. And thirdly, Dan Quinn needs to get it in his team's head that crowd out there, we have not seen a D.C. crowd. I was at the game on Monday or last night. We have not seen a D.C. crowd like this in a long time. Ride that wave. We were out there. All the turnovers, 13-0. Even after the last turnover, we're still out there making so much noise after that gut-wrenching last fumble. Ride the wave, man. Hell to the freaking Commanders. Thank you for calling. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you, buddy. Josh and PG, why are they getting off to these terrible starts?
I think there's a culmination of issues plaguing this team right now. Start with the third down efficiency. They're not converting when it matters the most. Like Jaden, he had some highlight reel magic plays in his career, but not consistently converting is a problem. Last season, this team was attacking 4th downs with confidence. This year, they're missing 3rd downs. You saw the aggression last year, the belief. And, they fumbled twice in the NFC Championship and an interception there as well. Right, so then you got the coaching staff with questionable decisions in crucial moments. We saw the clock management in Game 1 of the season, Game 2 of the season. But what concerns me most are 2 things. The defense, they're getting torched by explosive plays, right? But they actually did okay last night. But what really concerns me is Jaden Daniels. He's smiling a lot, and I'm glad that he loves the game. But we need him to be locked in, right? I need that Mamba mentality. Those physical tools are there. We need that edge. So Dallas is a must-win. Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate you, dude. We'll see eye to eye on that Dallas situation. I mean, I know people recoil, some of them do, at the phrase must win. Fine, call it something else. It's really important you win that game. It's as close to a gotta have it, given what's coming up. Now, again, who knows? Maybe, Jared Goff slips in his kitchen like John Wall did and is hurt, and, maybe the seas part for you. Who knows? The point is, really good teams are coming up in your schedule, and you would be 1-4 in the NFC if you were to lose to Dallas this coming week. Be really important to win that game, is what I would say. The aptly named Gibbs in Connecticut. Why are they getting off to these slow starts, man?
What's up, guys? One reason is because the team is insanely old. And I know they have young pieces, Jade and Mikey, but you have Bobby, you have Vaughn, you have guys that you really rely on. And they might just get off to slow starts because they're old and they don't practice. And Dan Quinn loves to give every single person who is over the age of 30 a veteran rest day. Even if you're a little under 30, you're not going to rest. You're not going to practice on Wednesday and Thursday. So I think that's one of the reasons. And I think another reason is our defense is awful. Our offense is good. How about instead of deferring every kickoff, we take the ball and we try and go down and score instead of playing from behind?
So I've heard, and Gibbs, appreciate the phone call. I heard this throughout the day today. Darius, I don't know if you did too. This is now kind of the new common pulse among Washington fans. They want to, if you win the toss, take the football first. And the logic that, and I'm speaking for a lot of people here, so bear with me. The logic that I've heard is their offense is starting slow. Their defense sucks. Why not try to play with a lead? The idea being the offense, get them on the field first, etc. To me, the deferring is the cheat code, if you will. If it works out that way, you can usually, given the way possessions work, go back and forth, manipulate the end of half by having the football and then starting the second half with the football. It's the single greatest possibility for game-changing, point-changing, vibe-changing, whatever, and giving that up. To me, I need a lot bigger sample, a lot bigger correlation, even causation, to make that change. I don't want to give that up. What do you think?
I am mostly with you. I'm definitely a defer to the second half.
But
guy.
You've heard this, right? You've heard this today.
Yes, I've definitely heard a lot of talk about it today. Normally, I'm a defer to the second half kind of guy. I do it in Madden all the time. Blah blah blah. I love when my team does it. I think when you're in this situation right now where your offense is struggling the way that it is early in games, I think this is the time where you do kind of look to switch it up and just give it a chance and see, for a week or two. I know the Falcons, they just did it when they played us 2 weeks ago. They took the ball first. They went down the field and scored. And they wiped away they never looked back. They wiped away their sins from their 0-30 loss to the Panthers. And then they did it yesterday against the Buffalo Bills. They took the ball, went down the field, scored, and boom. They never looked back. I think it's something that you should consider when you're in this situation where you're starting slow in games.
I smell what everybody's cooking. I'm not dismissing out of hand, by the way. I'm not doing that's not analytically sound, pipe down. I'm not saying that at all. Here's my second counter. One, the analytical part of it that I've already espoused, the chance to double dip, I think is invaluable. But secondarily, if I may, and I believe I may, why would getting the ball first guarantee that fixes your offense? Why? Like, in other words, to me, the worst case scenario, and I think about stuff like this all the time, because I guess I'm a pessimist by nature, or maybe I'm pragmatic. But the worst case scenario is take the ball first. We're going to establish our, oh crap, we punted 3 and out. Or something else, right? Turnover, whatever happened on the first drive. Now you've squandered the potential advantage. You're already starting slow, and it's their football in a 0-0 game. Now, if it works out the way you guys are thinking of, and you walk down the field and score, yeah, it worked the way you wanted it to. And I understand that now you're starting fast, and your defense is playing with a lead for it seems like the first time in the first half this year. But I think of all the other scenarios that aren't necessarily because I've got the ball first, my offense, who hasn't been good to start games, is all of a sudden good now. You guys follow that? I appreciate the phone call, though. And again, I'm not ripping any of you guys. It's a debate point. It's a point of discussion. And you're not alone. I have heard that a lot today. I've seen that tweeted. That's not tweeted. That's tweeted out. I've seen that a bunch. Who else I've seen a bunch? Terrible transition. Apologize. Shakori Krosky-Merritt joins us at 5 p.m. every Tuesday. And by God, it's 5 minutes from 5 on a Tuesday. We'll talk to Bill next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. In the NFL, the Commanders had home field advantage last night, but were unable to capitalize as they fell to the Bears 25-24. 3 turnovers on the day for Washington. Their record now 3-3. They turn their sights to Dallas, where they'll head to Jerry World to take on the Cowboys on Sunday. Today, the Commanders have signed defensive end Drake Jackson. He's a former second-round pick for the Niners back in 2022. Still coming back from a injury that has kind of set back his career, a patellar tendon injury during the 2023 season. In hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Lightning, coming off back-to-back wins for the Caps. Pierre-Luc Dubois going to be out tonight for the Caps. They'll take on the Lightning at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Baseball playoffs continuing on. ALCS Game 2 last night, the Mariners beat the Blue Jays 10-3 to take a 2-0 series lead. Game 3 back in Seattle comes up tomorrow. Tonight, Game 2 between the Brewers and the Dodgers. The Dodgers winning last night in Game 1 to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 back in Milwaukee tonight at 8 o'clock. Freddie Peralta gets the ball for Milwaukee. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for L.A. Business success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and a strong home advantage. In Fairfax City, companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them and a place where employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit GoFairfaxCity.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Grant Danny here on The Fan. No GP. He's in Milwaukee for the National League Championship Series. You got me, Danny Rouillet, with you until 6:30. It's 5 o'clock on a Tuesday, which means it's time to pay the bill. Let's talk to our guy, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. JCM, tough one last night, man. How you feeling?
What's going on? Feeling good. How you doing?
We're doing okay, bud. Walk me through last night, post-game. Just what's the feeling like? A hard-fought game where you guys come up a little bit short. How frustrating was it? Just kind of what was the vibe?
It's definitely frustrating, and I mean, I feel like that's the only way to put it. Definitely upset, and only thing we can do is move forward and play our football that we know we play. So I mean, it was frustrating for sure.
So the play that everybody's talking about, the end of the game, you guys have the ball, 3rd and 1. Looked like Jaden never had a great grip on it, and it sort of bounces around when it gets to you. Fumble happens, Chicago gets the ball. What did you feel? What did you see on that play in those kind of wet, gross conditions?
I feel like it's a play that happened very fast, and I feel like we just gotta just be more detailed in what we do, and I mean I take responsibility in that. I mean we both do. I mean we both gonna hold each other accountable, but I mean we just gotta be better at the end of the day, and that will never happen.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt with us here on Grant and Danny. I give Chicago some credit, man, coming off the bye week. It looked like they changed some things. They got some people back, and that run defense had not been good to this point for this year, rather. And they were pretty good last night. I thought it was tough sledding for you at times. What were they doing to try to slow you and the running attack down?
I mean, I think it was a lot of just having guys in the box to try to stop the run. I mean, give those guys credit. They played a hard-fought game, but I give those guys a lot of credit.
In terms of how comfortable you are now, I mean, obviously this is a whole bunch of carries for you, consecutive weeks. I know Cliff Kingsbury's referenced this a couple different times, you away from the football as kind of the place and area, and you've talked about this too, that you're continuing to grow and learn at this level. How much more comfortable do you feel now than you did a couple weeks ago at all those things away from the ball, pass blocking, route running, all that kind of stuff? How are you feeling now compared to a couple weeks ago?
I'm definitely feeling more comfortable, and I mean I got a lot of stuff that I want to work on, and I feel like yesterday it wasn't my game, but I won't let that just kill my confidence. I mean, and I know I just got to get better for my team.
Speaking of confidence, I thought it was really cool where, you know what, you see a lot of times in old school football. I mean, I'm obviously much older than you, Jacory. I'm more than twice your age, I think. But I think back to like when I was a kid, if somebody, you know, regardless of how it happened or whose fault it was, fumbled, they'd be benched and the coach is going to make a big scene about chewing them out, et cetera, and put on a big production. It happens to you. You're right back in there, first carry of the next possession. A lot of confidence shown in you. What does that mean to you to have that staff and all your teammates behind you like that?
I mean, I really don't want to be put in that position for them to have to choose whether I go back in or not. So I mean, that's my main thing. I hear people saying that, but it's like this shouldn't happen in the first place to even have to let them choose or whether you're gonna go in or not. So I mean, I take full responsibility for that, and I mean, I'm happy that they just kept their trust, but I know things like that, it can't keep happening, or it's not gonna always be that outcome. So I know I just gotta just tighten up on my fundamentals and just be better, because I know it's not gonna always be like that.
I hear you. A couple games now, a whole bunch of touches, as we kind of mentioned. 34, I think, is that the number I got, if I got it right, over the last couple of games. How's the recovery going? How do you feel kind of the day after? Are you kind of getting used to this unbelievable grind that is the NFL, where it seems like there's no downtime and you guys are just right back on the horse, getting ready for the next game? How's the body feel at this point?
Body feels great. And like that's a blessing that your body can feel good going into week 7, and it's just, I mean, I like me being around the different guys in the locker room. I kind of like pick up on how they can like prevent injuries, or like just treat their body the best they can, so that it can be prepared for like the beating that they're about to get into. So I mean, it's been great so far, and I mean, I'm loving the grind, like day in and day out. Just like we was right back at it today. Just trying to get better, and like I'm loving the grind for real.
Can you give me an example of a tip you've picked up from a veteran as to kind of best way to either prevent injuries or take care of your body or something like that?
I would say massages, getting them throughout the week. Just getting your body worked on, hot tub, cold tub, just contrasting. And I mean, even just eating clean too. I mean, that helps a lot, making sure you're hydrated. So it's a lot of small things that go into it.
Jacory Krosky-Merritt with us here on Grant and Danny Ver's weekly 5 p.m. spot. So what does this week look like? You don't have a lot of time to feel sorry for yourself and lick your wounds. As you said, it's right back to it. You guys are on a short week now with a divisional opponent coming up. What does this week look like?
Oh, yeah, I know guys are ready to get back to practice and ready to get back on the field. And like, we put so much work in, and it's like, anytime we step on the field, our goal is to win, like, in all categories. So, I mean, I know, like, every single guy in that building got that taste in their mouth, and, like, we just ready to get back on the field.
So last night, you guys, as a team, not just one person, obviously, get down double digits. Same thing happened against the Chargers. Think of that Atlanta game. Think of the Green Bay game where you guys were down early and then you kind of come roaring back. Why do you think that's happened over several times this year, where you guys, to your credit, have come storming back and you had a late lead in this game, but you've gotten off to less than ideal starts? It's been a little slower going, maybe in the first quarter. What's your feeling? Why do you think that is?
I mean, we just got to start fast. I feel like that's all it is. And once we start fast, I feel like that eliminates a lot of us being down double digits. So I mean, that's basically it. Just starting fast from the beginning to the end of the game.
Do you feel like it's a matter of time before you guys start doing that?
Nah, I feel like it can happen every game. It's just a matter of us executing.
Gotcha.
We have really good players on this team, so we just got to execute.
What What kind of surprised you about last night? And here's what I mean. Like, you looked, I'm sure you watched hours and hours of film on the Bears, and they, as you said, they loaded the box, did a couple different things. They had some guys back that they hadn't had previously. But were there some looks, were there some things that they were doing that you guys hadn't anticipated? And then how did you adjust to that?
No, it was what we seen on film. It wasn't really anything that surprised me. We know there was a tough team, like gonna give they a lot of effort, and like it just wasn't our day.
I'm trying to remember which run it was. You might know it. There was a carry that you had where I think you burst through. I want to say it was like 5 or 6 yards, and you could tell you were really ticked off. Like you're kind of slamming the ball on the turf a little bit. Like, damn it, I almost had something huge right there. Do you remember that play?
I think I do.
Yeah. So what did you see there? What did you feel like you almost had?
I feel like it was an inside zone thing. Was under center.
Yep.
And I think I had a crease, but it just ended up closing very fast.
Those are the kind of things that, I think fans don't realize this. And I know I can't, because I never played anywhere near at the level you guys are at, of course, and most people didn't. You're the best players in the world. How close it is sometimes, right? Where like a 4-yard carry is almost a 50-yard carry, right? Just it's a matter of that little tiny bit right there. Do you have like a couple of those a game, it feels like, where it's like, man, if people only knew how close this was to a house call or something?
Oh, definitely. And, I mean, it's always like that. I mean, guys are very fast, very athletic, and, I mean, they got a job to do, too, at the end of the day. And, I mean, it's definitely a lot of plays like that where you're, like, a second away or a cut away from, like, just taking it, making a 4-yard gain to a 20-yard gain or something like that. So, yeah, it's definitely a lot of close calls that people don't notice.
For sure. Well, buddy, a tough one last night, but as you said, not much time here to kind of get back after it this week. Dallas week, it's a huge one, man, and good luck preparing and have a great weekend, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. There he goes. That is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt for his weekly spot. Yeah, just the right tude there, right? Like, yeah, there's no time to feel sorry for ourselves. We as fans get to whine and pout and moan and freak out and be irritated. I think that's our right. That's kind of our buy-in. But these guys, the pros, there's no time for that. They were back at the facility today. It's a short week, dude. Like you had that extra day or two, whereas the Bears had 2 weeks. But the job is the job. You got to go. You need to prepare for the Dallas Cowboys right now. They're coming off a loss. They've been just as Jekyll and Hyde as you have. You got a chance to either be 4-3 and in a much better spot, or 3-4 in a dire straight situation. Money for nothing. This is a pivotal game coming up against the stupid Cowboys who I hate so much, and the fans. But yeah, I mean, the business does not slow down for anybody. There is zero wait around. There is zero, I'm feeling sorry for myself today or whatever. And I actually loved his answer about getting tips from veterans. Isn't that usually what someone does, like after a miserable year and it doesn't go well and they're injury plagued, and then they finally have that moment where they go, oh, I need to hire the private chef, or oh, I do Pilates now, or oh, I'm doing yoga, or I took up ballet or something like that. He's doing it right now as a rookie, and the workload is increasing. I mean, go through it. I think I mentioned it. 34 touches just over the last couple of games for JCM. I think that exceeds his previous several games combined, if I've got my numbers correct. Yeah. So you go back, he had 9, 9, 4, and 10. That's basically what he's done the last 2 games over the first 4 games. The workload's not going down, especially without Austin Eckler, especially when Chris Rodriguez is banged up. They're going to start going to him. And the more comfortable he is doing that stuff that Ben Johnson, I keep saying Ben Johnson. Damn it. Why am I doing that? More stuff that Cliff Kingsbury talked about, him away from the football. That's pass pro. That's route running. That's some of the things that aren't always sexy. The more comfortable he gets with that, the more you'll see him utilized, quite frankly. Right? The more you start to trust him back there Because the most important player on this offense is who? It's Jaden Daniels. You can't have a guy that doesn't know how to pass pro or doesn't know exactly who to pick up, or whom to pick up, rather, on double A gap, mug up blitz, or this or that, whatever teams are going to try to do to conflate you and confuse you. You can't leave him to get blasted. It's got to be something else. You also got to be able to have someone back there that knows, hey, if this guy, is on a delayed blitz, I can leak out before he gets to the quarterback. I could be in his spot where he just vacated for a massive gain. McNichols knows all those nuances right now. And that's why you're seeing, I think, McNichols used in some of those third and long type situations. It's consecutive weeks, by the way, for McNichols to take a third down and long, check down, dump off for nothing, and turning into a double-digit gain for a first down. Those little hidden moments are incredibly massive, and eventually they could be Bills. And God, let's get crazy here for a second, boys. Let's get nuts. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. An early down pass. I know. Hear me out. Hear me out. An early down pass to a running back. Oh, can you imagine? How fun would that be? Eventually, you could start doing that stuff if and when Bill is comfortable. And I think he's getting there. Again, the trust factor is obvious. 34 touches over the last 2 weeks, a far cry from what he was doing in weeks 1 through 4. But appreciate him, as always. Good stuff from the youngster. I want to talk about the defense. This is my thing. I'm the I can't stand this defense guy. I'm the I don't think we realize how bad this group actually is guy. I was the one who was raining on the parade going, yeah, but nothing is solved against the Chargers. It was their own ineptitude. I was that guy that nobody liked. I'm that guy again this week against the Bears. Is this defense fixable? Can they fix this defense? Can they tackle better? Can they cover? This week it was the run. I don't know how sustainably bad the run defense is going to be. It had been good for 5 weeks previously. It was dog water, as my son says, this particular evening against the Bears and DeAndre Swift, the Washington killer. Can this defense be fixed? 800-636-1067. And if you have a fix, tell me what it is. I'd love to hear it. Maybe I'll pass it on to one of the coaches. I can't have no contact with them, but you know what I mean? Maybe it'll be in the ether, and maybe they'll go, oh, that's a good idea, actually. I heard this guy on the radio who said something. Maybe I'll try that. Is there a fix for this defense? Is it fixable, or are we just doing this? 800-636-1067. It's Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders now 3-3 after their loss to the Bears yesterday. News today for the Commanders: they signed defensive end Drake Jackson, a former 2022 Niners second-round pick. He also had a major injury, a torn patellar tendon during the 2023 season. Free agent wide receiver Treylon Burks is visiting with the Commanders tomorrow after he visited with the Broncos today. Hockey tonight, Caps and Lightning. Caps coming off back-to-back wins over the weekend. Pierre-Luc Dubois not going to be available for the Caps tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Baseball tonight, NLCS Game 2, Brewers and Dodgers at 8 o'clock. The Dodgers lead the series 1-0. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
They just got it away, and it's Swift with a catch, and still going. DeAndre Swift veers into the end zone.
Super fun highlight. Yay, Dad. 800-636-1067. That's your terrible defense allowing another huge play to a guy that only plays well against Washington. Welcome back. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. And yes, I'm still furious. Danny Rouillet with you for about another hour or so. You'll never guess. You'll never, ever guess. Have you guys seen the news? Have you guys seen on Twitter? Everybody shut down Elon's app right now. Toby, Ryan, Darius, look away. Hands free. Show me hands. Show me hands, Toby. Show me hands. Guessing game, Darius. Here we go. Guessing game. You got to now. You can show me. You can use your hands for the guessing game. Who's visiting Washington? What player is visiting Washington tomorrow? Who is visiting Washington tomorrow? Here's a hint. It didn't go well in his first stop. Start with Ryan.
I think I'm going to nail this one. Treylon Burks.
You saw it, you jerk.
I didn't. I swear.
You saw
I swear.
Well,
I swear on everything.
Do you guys remember the time Ryan sandbagged the game by pretending he didn't see?
No, I swear I did not.
It's not that you got it right. It's the lying that hurts. That's what hurts. You knew Treylon Burks' visit plans. You knew a guy that's been out of football this year because he was a failure. You knew that guy was coming tomorrow. Put your hands down. It's the lying. That's the big. And now it's the what? You know what? You know exactly what. You Gen Z liar. You lying young person. You fibber. Yeah, Treylon Burks is coming. So that'll solve it, I guess. Treylon Burks. The guy that Tennessee said we're good on A.J. Brown for. Treylon Burks. 699 yards over 3 years in his NFL career. He's visiting tomorrow. So, that's happening. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. You heard from Dan Quinn in the 6 o'clock hour. Gave a little pressersons. We'll talk about that later on. But I'm going to talk about this defense. This defense drives me crazy. And I feel like I'm taking the aforementioned crazy pills, watching them play. Every time a big play happens against them, not every time, let me back that up. Like Cisco. 50% of the time, a big play happens against them. It gets called back because of something that has nothing to do with them. It's a procedural penalty, a guy lining up in the wrong spot, see Chargers. A touchdown wiped off the board because the left tackle just was in a normal left tackle spot, and they're like, yep, that's totally illegal. The number of times they've been bailed out by an Alameda Zaccheaus drop, which took 80-plus yards off the board, by a procedural penalty, which took, again, 60, 70 yards off the board against the Chargers last week. This week they added unable to stop the run to their resume because they've been excellent, really, really good against the run. As it stands, they are, as I've been hammering since the start of this thing, the 6th worst team in terms of defending the pass. They are, I believe, I've got this right, let me see, they are 7th worst, or no, tied for 6th. I was right on both. They're 6th worst in yards per play, 6th worst against the pass. Run defense now is the middle of the pack because they were bad last night. But in general, they've been excellent in terms of dealing with running backs this year. Excellent. Not hyperbolic either. They had been really, really, really good. What had gotten them, occasional quarterback scramble, but even still the Russian totals look good. Quarterback scrambles, some end arounds, which again, you still got to defend them, but it's not the down in, down out, 20 carry per game going to running backs. They had been really, really good entering last night, and last night they were terrible, which bumped them down in the middle of the pack. It's early enough in the season where if you make DeAndre Swift look like Gale Sayers, it's going to really hurt your rankings. But in general, this pass defense is atrocious. Their only ability to stop the pass comes when the offense messes up or they are able to hit the quarterback, which has happened a lot more against the bad offenses with beat-up offensive lines that are makeshift. Now, you're good enough to take advantage of those, to their credit. Von Miller, Dorrance Armstrong, Johnny Newton, Deron Payne, Kinlaw to a degree. But you're not going to get to play the makeshift offensive line every week. You're not going to get to play Russell Wilson, deer in headlights, every week. The next time you see the Giants, it's Jackson Dart running all over the place. So to me, this defense remains the problem. The offense hasn't gotten going yet, and they're still ranked much higher than the defense is in nearly any and every positive category. They don't get takeaways, ever. No takeaways. They are down at the bottom of this league. Right? I'm going to start slowly scrolling down. The Jacksonville Jaguars, the Jaguars, by the way, that's right, lead the NFL in takeaways. Here's my scrolling. Scroll once. I don't see Washington. Scroll twice. Don't see Washington. I scroll thrice. They are tied with the Ravens. Now, normally that'd be good. But this is this year's Ravens. You know, the 1-5 Ravens, the broken defense Ravens. You know, the worst defense in the sport Ravens. They're tied with the Ravens, a turnover ahead of the Jets by virtue of their 2-turnover game last week. They do not force turnovers. You can give up a lot, if you're able to take the ball away on occasion. More than 0.5 times per game. Wait, let me do my math again. 3 turnovers, 6 games. Yep, 0.5. That's what Dan Quinn's defenses did in Dallas. They gave up yards, man. They were going to get burned deep sometimes. But they were going to turn you over. They were going to jump a route. They were going to be aggressive. What is this group doing? What do? They give up stuff, and they're passive, and they don't take it away. This defense is horrendous. And I understand it being bad last year. I do. A lot of people didn't. I do. When you drafted, and you're Ron Rivera and all the Martys, who again were underqualified and they were boobs and shouldn't have had their jobs, okay? But when you draft multiple defensive players in the first round and those guys aren't on the roster anymore, yeah, your defense is going to stink on ice. There's going to be a meeting of all the staffers, an all-company meeting. They're going to turn to you, and they go, what's going on with the defense? That's your response in the big group meeting. I understand that defense being terrible last year. It was makeshift. They tried to build it on the fly. They brought in Frankie Louvu, Bobby Wagner, did what they could. A couple of cheap pieces at the wall. This was really about protecting Jaden Daniels. That was their idea, right? Understood it. They had an offseason. They had choices they could have made, and their choices they did make. This was not a spending issue. This was not we don't have the resources right now. You have a rookie quarterback. I know you're dealing with the McLaurin thing, and I know he held in and held out forever and signed a team-friendly deal, but you still had cap room. You still were able to improve a lot here, and you didn't. That's my frustration. That's my extreme frustration here. I was not asking, and I'm still not asking, by the way, for a top 10 juggernaut unit. I am not telling you that you have to be the bleeping Denver Broncos. I'm not. Denver's awesome on defense. I'm not even asking for that. I'm asking for okay. Can I get okay on defense? If they're just okay on defense, meaning bend, give up some points here and there, but a turnover per week, even I take that, not even 2 per week, a turnover per week. You average that, I'm a pig in mud. You take it away sometimes, you harass the quarterback sometimes, you cover a little bit, you can get a stop on occasion. A 2nd and 16 isn't a death sentence for your defense. If you do that, if you do the bare minimum, if you do just okay, regular people defensive things, like if you're as good as the Jets who are defeated this year, I would be thrilled. Because to me, it's about Jayden Daniels, about the offense, and about doing just enough to get the football back to that kid and let him do magic. That's where your bread is buttered. That's where everybody's key card's going to work because of him and his health and then all the rest for the end of time. He's so wonderful. This offense hasn't gotten going yet, and they're still ranked so much higher than this defense. They had an offseason. They went out and signed their guys. They made this in their image. This is what they wanted. They wanted Trey Amos. They wanted Javon Kinlaw. They wanted Dorrance Armstrong and all the rest. These were their opt-ins. They had choices everywhere, all up and down the line of scrimmage. They didn't go sign one of the safeties in free agency. They didn't pay Jeremy Chin. And again, it's not man, we'd love to pay Jeremy, but we just can't afford it. Now, he wanted way more in free agency, and I'm totally fine to let him go. I'm not bitching about that. But the point of the dude's story is, this is a lot more whom they wanted versus last year who they inherited. You had a chance to do something, and this is what they chose. And this defense is still horrendous. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to. I need a film analyzer, someone to analyze and analysize the filmers to tell me exactly what's going on defensively. How much is scheme? How much is the fact that you can't leave this guy on an island, and he is being left on an island? How much of it is the scheme was great, but this guy screwed up, or that guy didn't communicate, or this guy didn't tackle? And the tackling. Oh, my God, the tackling. I can't believe it's still this bad. And I can't believe, by the way, the numbers against them haven't been worse. They have been so fortunate. That Chargers game is the microcosm of it. Chargers are walking down that field. Walking down that field. Justin Herbert's blowing kisses to Madison Beer. Madeline Beer or Madison Beer? Madison? Is it Madison? Madison? Tell me, what is it? Is it Madison Beer or Madeline Beer? You know what I'm talking about. No one knows what I'm talking about?
Madison Beer.
Madison Beer. Thank
Madison
you.
Beer.
I'm not just doing a show over here. Flailing. No one knew what I was talking about? You guys know the hot girl that Justin Herbert is dating? Nobody? Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry to bother everybody. I'll go back to my little soliloquy. Look at me like I'm a space alien. We talked about this. All right, hold on. You know what? Turn your microphones on. You don't remember us talking about this? The whole bit where Justin Herbert's dating her? And everyone's like, that's pretty amazing. Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
Okay. What can you explain why all three of you look at me like I had just grown a head out of my nose?
There was other bits happening at the moment. Yeah.
Rival bits.
Yep, there were other bits happening.
Rival bits. Sorry to bother everybody. All right. Sorry to bug you guys. Just over here flailing, trying to do some bits on my own, Okay. Remember the time my train of thought got derailed? Oh, yeah. 800-636-1067. That's my venting. That's my venti, which is just another word for large at Starbucks. That's my venting about the defense. I can't believe it's still this. And I also can't believe the numbers, fortunately for them, aren't worse. Again, 6th worst against the pass, 6th worst in terms of yards per play. Now middle of the pack against the run, although I do think, again, 5 of their 6 games, that run defense has been very, very solid to plus. Last night, the aberration. Maybe something was found out. I don't know. Maybe somebody now knows the word is out and this is how you attack them in the run game. I think outside runs, greater than symbol. Inside runs against them. I would certainly say that by and large. But my question is a simple one. Can this defense get better? Can they improve things? Can they turn it around? Is this defense fixable? That's what I want to know from you. 800-636-1067. Is this defense fixable? 800-636-1067. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. Selling a home can be stressful, especially when things don't go as planned. What's up? Danny Rouillet here for my realtors and my friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They created systems to handle every challenge, and the results, quite simply, are amazing. Here's what their client, Kimberly, had to say. Quote, our situation was anything but typical. We were out of the country when the house was listed, and Reynolds of Power Home Team sold our home for $100,000 over asking. All cash, and they made the process seamless with their amazing support team. End quote. Stories like this, I'm telling you, they happen all the time with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team. They know the local market inside and out. They have access to thousands of pre-qualified buyers and use cutting-edge marketing strategies that put more eyes on your home. Whether you're relocating or just want top dollar, they know how to get the job done. And if your home doesn't sell for some reason, listen to this. Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Do what me and my family did. Call 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. G&D here on the Fan. GP's in Milwaukee. I think he'll be back here tomorrow. Right? He's catching an early bird post Game 2 of NLCS. We will see him live and in color. That's mañana. Couple segments left here on the radio with you guys. Got your Caps Power Play for you. Hear from Dan Quinn. We're busy little bees. We got plenty to do. The question right now, and I want your calls on this at 800-636-1067. Can this defense be fixed? I am exasperated. I am so annoyed at this defense. And the fact that they haven't given up more points and like people that aren't as upset as me, that makes me even madder, if that makes any sense. It probably doesn't, but whatever. It's not like I'm rooting against them for them to give up more points, but they deserve to have given up more points. They've been that bad. And they don't get any takeaways. Drives me crazy. Philip in Silver Spring, can this defense be fixed?
Hey, Danny, how you doing? Thanks for having me on.
You got it, pal.
I think that defense can be salvageable. Like you said, they're never going to be a top defense because of part of the scheme, coaching, and players. I think Quan Martin has really disappointed me. I thought Darnell Savage stood out yesterday. Replace Quan Martin, bench him. Put Sandersville back on the outside, bench Lattimore. He's way too slow. Put Noah I back in the middle. That's for the secondary. For the front seven, they got a lot of injuries. Probably simplified their scheme a bit, but I think a lot of this falls on Joe Witt and Dan Quinn. I'm going to call them Dan Witt or Joe Quinn at this point because they're tied at the hip. I don't like their scheme. I don't like what they're doing. There's no intensity. I'm disappointed in Dan Quinn as a defensive coach for bringing this trash in here.
Appreciate you, dude. Let's go to Corey and Clinton. Can this defense be fixed?
Hey, Danny. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
I think that it's possible it could be salvaged a little bit, but I think we as fans have to truly understand what our dear friends Rivera and the Martys did to this defense.
100%.
It was so depleted. It's going, like you said, it's going to take probably a good another year or two. I think they made a mistake with Lattimore, and it cost us draft picks. So we don't have enough young pieces to really fix this defense as quickly as we would like to. So it probably will take another 2 or 3 years because they're kind of old right now. So
yeah, and that's the point. I appreciate it, Corey. It's not like you just have a bunch of, Jordan McGee's waiting on deck. That looks like the heir apparent. That's great. But there's not a ton of those situations, right, where you've got a guy that's kind of the understudy to the star, and he'll take over as, the older player matriculates onward, becomes a player coach or something like that. Like this where I disagree slightly with Corey, I think, is that explanation you gave is what last year was to me. It wasn't good, and I get why it wasn't good, man. Jamin Davis was a stupid pick. Emmanuel Forbes was an even stupider pick. Dumb. No to both of those guys. It was obvious then. It was obvious, to anybody. So, yeah, you weren't going to be great there, right? They inherited John Allen's contract. John Allen clearly didn't fit their scheme design. John Allen's a great dude. Played his ass off here, was good, but wasn't what they wanted. This is what they wanted. They told you with the dollars they spent on Javon Kinlaw. They told you they wanted Eddie Goldman. They told you they wanted Dietrich Wise. This was the plan. Now, I know Wise got hurt. That's nobody's fault. That's bad luck. But this is the route they went. There were choices here this time. David, Tyson's, is this defense fixable?
Oh, hey, Danny. How's it going? Love the show.
Appreciate you.
Haven't called in a bit, yeah. Everyone's kind of getting to it. It's salvageable. And I think about what happened last year and when we were really in our stride, when we were able to have those long sustaining drives, and, especially that was contingent upon Jaden really using his legs, it protected the defense. And I think if our offense can really maybe start to get healthy and we can really kind of start to win that time of possession battle again, then maybe we can protect it. And, we have not been able to make any turnovers. But like that would be ideal where it's just like where the offense is hitting its stride. We're having these long sustaining drives, and maybe at some point we start to gradually win the turnover margin.
And that's what happened last year. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry about that. I got a bunch of calls. But second half of last year, they couldn't run it, save the Tennessee game. And it was just Jaden Daniels as the lead runner. Just sort of making stuff up as they went. The defense was still bad, but the offense kind of covered for it. Luke in D.C., what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
What's up, man? Listen, I don't know. This defense can't be fixed. It's like the previous callers just said, the offense is going to have to score enough points and cover and limit their turnovers. I was at the game last night, man. It was absolutely crazy. I thought the defense did enough to get it done, but to me, they don't seem nasty enough. They don't seem mean enough. They don't have enough grit. And I'm gonna get your listeners a little mad. I think they adopted this attitude from their cool, calm, and collected quarterback. There's got to be some intensity on that field to grab this moment and go after it. Thanks for the
Interesting.
call.
I appreciate you, dude. That's interesting. I mean, different roles. You know, one where you're hunting, you're seeking, you're hitting, and the other, you know, Jaden Daniels is cool as a cucumber. So, you know, it's one of those things where when you're not winning, people don't like it. But in general, I mean, I think of, you know, one of the most famous Joe Montana things ever. Joe Montana is the best I ever saw at the position. You know, looks up and says, "Hey, there's John Candy," right? That famous moment before the drive that goes to win the Super Bowl. If he says, "Hey, there's John Candy," then throws a pick six, everyone gets mad about it. But he goes, "Hey, there's John Candy," and then they walk down the field and he throws a touchdown pass to John Taylor, and they win. They beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. But I know what you mean. I don't know that they're taking after Jaden Daniels in that regard. There are too many leaders on that side of the ball to be able to dictate stuff. But I appreciate the phone call, as always. 800-636-1067. Got a Caps power play for you. We'll do that. Plus, Dan Quinn, coach of your Washington 53. And we'll get you Survivor results when we come back on the other side. Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-3 with their loss to the Bears yesterday. Some movement today for the Commanders. They signed defensive end Drake Jackson, a 2022 49ers second-round pick. He also had a major injury in 2023, ending his season, a torn patellar tendon. Coming up tomorrow, free agent wide receiver Treylon Burks will be visiting the Commanders. He visited with the Denver Broncos today. Hockey tonight. The Caps back in action after back-to-back wins over the weekend. They take on the Tampa Bay Lightning tonight at Capital One Arena. Pierre-Luc Dubois not going to suit up tonight for the Caps. 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Baseball playoffs, ALCS day off today after the Mariners beat the Blue Jays yesterday 10-3 to take a 2-0 series lead. That series now shifts to Seattle. Brewers and Dodgers game 2 tonight at 8 o'clock. The Dodgers winning game 1 last night. Freddie Peralta starts for Milwaukee tonight. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for the Dodgers in a matchup of aces tonight, 8 p.m. first pitch in LCS game 2. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Final furlong here on Grant and Danny, about 10 minutes away from Dan Quinn's press conference. Let you know what he said kind of post, the what have you last night against the Chicago Bears. Welcome back to the program. As I said, G&D here on the Fan. GP will be back with us fully armed and operational tomorrow. A couple more of your calls I want to get to before we get to a Caps power play here, talking about their opponent this evening, and find out the results of Survivor. Commander Survivor, that is. And God, I hate saying that word. I try not to say it, but, when you got to say the title of the segment, you say it, and then it feels gross, and then you're reminded that they did a blackout last night, and it had nothing to do with the team colors, and you're mad, but all the young people like it, and then you're kind of mad at them, and you resent the fact that they're in on it, and then the whole thing is that the jersey sells well, and now I want it to not sell well. I want to have a bonfire with all those jerseys, and they look so stupid, but you guys like them, and that's even more annoying. So now I'm the old man shaking his fist at the ocean, and it just has nothing to do with the team or the history, and they said they wanted to have stuff to do with the team and the history, and it doesn't really at all, and now we're supposed to be excited about it. They're like, yay, get excited, and then they play that crap in the first half. I don't know. Point is, can this defense be fixed? 800-636-1067. LT and Bowie, can this defense be fixed, buddy?
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me on the show. The defense can be fixed. Yes, absolutely. I mean, shoot, they're one good defensive play away from letting DeAndre Hopkins score that 55-yard touchdown that was just so ridiculous yesterday. And many of us were at the game. We sat and watched that in person, in the rain, in the cold.
Yeah.
When you get plays like that happen, that are preventable, I mean, shoot, we don't even have this conversation.
Well, I hear you on the. Sorry, man, to cut you off, but I think there might have been potty mouth in there. I hear you, but the missed tackles are a thing, and whether DeAndre Swift, and you said DeAndre Hopkins, I know who you meant, whether DeAndre Swift goes on touchdown the sideline or not, he was still gashing you in the run game. He was still destroying you in the run game. Guys are still running wild and free. Again, Keenan Allen is old. Keenan Allen moves around like I do after playing pickup basketball. And he was gashing them last week. And it got called back because of, some guy wasn't covering the tight end or whatever the hell in terms of lining up improperly. They gave up a touchdown pass that they were helpless to resist. And again, the left tackle was in a normal formation. They said it was illegal. So, yeah, you're right. They missed that tackle. But you know who was on that play? 2 starters who are big-time contributors, Quan Martin, terrible, and Marshawn Lattimore looked helpless. That dude was helpless to do anything on that play. You saw it. Josh Manassas, what do you got, bud?
Hey, Danny, thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
I think the defense can be fixed. It's probably, like your other caller said, a matter of time possession on offense and make them play the catch-up game. But I wanted to ask a question regarding whether the Commanders, once they got into a high percentage field goal range, should have they just let them score it and gave the ball back to Jaden?
I love that question. I appreciate that. So I'm an advocate for doing this. No, I have to know myself. I have to know what team I am. Okay? And I'm a team with a terrible defense and a great player on offense. So the problem then becomes you have to put up just enough resistance to make the player confused, to make him think he's breaking free, but maybe he's been coached to say, nope, go down. I'd rather have the ball to end the game, kick a last-second field goal, etc. But once they got into easy field goal range, like looking at, I don't know, probably when they're on the Washington 41 and Swift rips off that 10-yarder to the Washington 31. Now, that's still a 48-yard field goal right there. That's a 48-yard field goal right there. So then you go down to a minute 22 left, okay? Caleb Williams, they tried to run some kind of gimmick play. Jeremy Reeves, comes in there. I guess they called it a sack technically, but I don't know if it was or wasn't. I mean, it was some sort of weird offensive play. Wasting some more time. Once on that play where Swift rips off 15 yards and they tackle him, the game's over right there. That's a chip shot field goal now. Easily makeable. Not in that upper 40s, low 50s range, which, it's more makeable now. But this is Jake Moody. This isn't, some superstar kicker in his prime. This guy's already been cut once this year, who's had a kick blocked that had a terrible trajectory. So maybe on that play, it's really hard to coach that, though, where you would go, hey, if this guy rips off a run of longer than 5 yards, because now that's much easier field goal range, 6 yards, 7 yards, whatever, just let him go. Maybe then DeAndre Swift senses that, goes down, and you lose anyway. I don't know. That's tough to do. But that would have been the point on that play. If you get inside, I'd say the 33-yard line, which is where that last play I'm talking about started, maybe then you talk about letting him go, getting the football back, where a touchdown wins it for you. Easier to say, I think, in hindsight, that it would have been in real time. Because the killer is that 15-yarder. If you make them kick it from the Washington 31 in the rain, I know 48-yarders aren't what they used to be, but again, this is not the world's greatest kicker at this point. The guy's already been cut once this year. He makes it. But it's a thought, though. Darius, can we find out the results, please, of Local 53 Survivor? All right, what do we got here? Let's do the bad news first. Who is off? Who has been voted off the island?
Bad news first. When you don't play for a while, the fans turn on you. Terry McLaurin,
wow, in
a whopping landslide, you have been dismissed from Commander Survivor Island.
Yeah. I thought this might be the week.
This has to be his earliest career exit.
I don't think he's done anything but go to the finals or win it in all his years. That is, I'm not going to say it's surprising because it's not. He has not produced, and he's been hurt for a while. And you look up and down, and, the other guys that were culprits last night, Marshawn Lattimore, long gone. I think Quan Martin's been voted off a million times over. So who else are you going to, Zach Ertz didn't do anything last week, and Zach Ertz has been pretty damn good for this team. Gone. So, yeah, it's kind of your time. Who is immune, sir?
The immunity was much closer. Definitely spread out a lot of votes. I guess it's always tough when the team loses to lock in on one particular player. But the guy that did come out on top, Daron Payne, former champion, once Commander Survivor before. Daron Payne.
It is contract year, Daron Payne.
Yeah.
Saddle up, partner. I thought he was pretty good last night. Not great. It's who I voted for. I didn't think anybody was great for them, but Payne was noticeable. That was kind of a, hey, you're having a nice season. And last night was pretty decent, I thought.
When was the last time we've seen a blocked field goal? And he was the man behind it.
Against Washington a lot.
Well, of course, yes.
But not
that's a given.
For Washington. Like, Red Bryant for Seattle is still blocking their kicks. Like, when they play Seattle, they should just bring Red Bryant back.
That is a hell of a pull.
I'll never forget that guy's name. Red Bryant. I don't know. I don't know if it's his real name. I don't know if it's a nickname. I know that he blocks kicks against Washington. I know that. If there's a kick and that guy's on the field, he's blocking that bleep. That he is amazing at it. And again, nobody subscribes to my theory. I would do this until someone explained to me that, hey, it's not possible and we can't. I know roster spots are so special. You're telling me that like G League Jimmy, some 6'11" pogo stick, wouldn't be super effective at bothering and harassing kickers? Like the guy with the best vert at the NBA Combine who can't play in the league, right? Like the Scalabiseries of the world. You tell me that guy wouldn't be intimidating? Put the lightest pads on him possible, line him up just behind the kick, line up where the center would be, right? So like have him draw a line where the center of the uprights are, the 6'11" dude with the long wingspan. You say, when they snap it, you go 1, 2, maybe a third step, depends on where you are. You just jump as high as you can. You tell me that wouldn't bother kickers? We have to start using English to go around, something like that. I'm just telling you. No one ever tries it. And I know it sounds stupid, and maybe it is stupid. It's the type of thing I would do. I'm an innovator. Darius, you got the power play sound already? Hit that. It's time to play the Tampa Bay Lightning. They're off to a little bit of a rugged start in their division. They are 1-2 to start the year, but they're really, really good offensively. Very proficient. Caps coming off a nice little two-piece there in New York. Good to see them win a couple hockey games after starting off on a bad foot. Offense needs to get going. Probably a chance to do that against Tampa, although again, it's so early. They haven't given up a ton of goals just yet, but it's the type of thing where given where they were last year, you're going to be able to put the biscuit in the old basket. But let's get this guy Ovechkin off the scoring snide. That would be really good. Dylan Strome needs to get going as well. But that is your Caps power play tonight. We've talked about multiple sports in this segment. Anytime you do that, that's brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Local 53, the head coach, Dan Quinn. A little bit of an autopsy from yesterday. What went wrong? What went right? Here he was at the podium earlier this afternoon.
I think, we got to talk about the game, but I thought you've heard me talk a lot about complementary football, and a team can win a game without it, but it cannot consistently win without all phases rocking together. And we've had some times where we're playing complementary football, and sometimes that's led to us winning, but too often it's led to us beating ourselves. So all three phases feed off each other, and it's worked for us, and it's worked against us. I absolutely love how we fight back. I love it. There's no fight that we think we're out of, but we have to enter into these games physically, mentally, emotionally, all of it, all the time. Doesn't start in the second or third quarter. It starts, right here in Ashburn, meetings, practice. And so that's what I'm looking for. If we're going to be a team that gets better and does those things, we've got to consistently be about it. So on a short week, I know you have a lot of questions on injuries and transactions. I'm not going to be able to give you anything on that today, as we're still working through that and lots to go through tonight. I'll update you best I can before practice tomorrow. And with all that said, I'll get rolling with you guys for today.
Hey, Dan, with last night, the Bears hurt you guys on the ground more than other teams have. I'm curious how you feel like the run fits were, and how has that been throughout this year so far?
Yeah, I think it's been an area that we've improved upon, John. I was not pleased with the second level run fits into last night's game, so not to lump it all into one. But it kind of like, most things, even with the complementers, things I liked, then didn't. Things I liked, things didn't. So we've got to work hard to level those out, and that's for sure.
And I know, you guys want to put last year in the past, but I'm curious, last year you had the success in these late game moments compared to last night, especially. What's the margin for error when you look at things that went your way last year versus maybe a couple times not going your way this year? What's the margin for error here?
Yeah, I think the NFL in itself, the margin for error is really small. And, for all of us, you got to know what it's like to win a game. You also, unfortunately, have to know what it's like to go lose it. You got to feel from it, and you got to lean into it, John. And that's what I intend to do, is lean in hard on these moments, because when you have your chances to go get it, you got to nail them. And as difficult as it was to still be in that space at the end is surprising, but we were ready to go do that. And I'm excited about, what we do and how we will go do it. But make no mistakes, you do have to gain from them, and the margins are small, whomever you're playing.
Hi, Jim. Just generally talking about the pass rush last night, and I know you guys signed Drake Jackson. What's the intrigue there and kind of helping that group?
Yeah, I thought at the end of the half we had some good pressure, and I know DA and looked like Frankie ended on one. It was good to see that as a 2 minute at the end of the half, but it's just from us digging in always, that's where we're not ever going to stop competing, and finding ways and looking. So we'll do that, kind of the whole way through.
And last night you talked about being disappointed or a word like that about the physicality in some of the plays. I'm guessing what showed up, or I'm curious what showed up on the film and how you go about correcting that.
Yeah, I think look, Tom, there's plenty that I was pleased with, to see physicality going. And then there's others that I didn't love it. And that's part of the consistency of like leaning in over and over again. And probably what I was talking about, even at the top of, I love the way that we fight back. I want it right from Jump Street and all the way through. And so that's what I want us to lean in towards. As far as it goes into being physical, I think effort and mindset, felt good at the start of the game. I just want to make sure that's the whole way, every play, how we get down. And it's difficult to attain that, Tom, but I think it's a standard worth going for. And it just can't be, this game or that game. It just has to be how we live and how we play. And so as you're going through the season, you're trying to level that out and keep making gains on it. But we do have to live it. If that's how we're, say we want to be about it, we got to do it all the time.
What are other things you can or will try to get the team off to better starts from a mental standpoint or a physical standpoint early in games?
Yeah, and I thought we were off to a good start, Howard. Then we threw an interception. It was about 9 or 10 plays in, going down the field to get going. So you're right, though, man. I'm digging in and to try and find an edge, to try and find something to do that. It'll likely include something at practice, some type of competition that will go back and forth. Generally, that's where we find our best improvement, Howard, going against one another, trying to find something. So I may just spot it and play to get a jump start onto some things. So that's what I'm looking for from our team, but it'll likely have something to do with the practice part of it first.
Hey, Dan, obviously you guys are in position to win that game last night. So for your staff and the players, Dan, what is the challenge now of trying to get over a game like that?
Yeah, it's a good question, Scott. I don't know if get over is the right word for me. I'd rather make sure we still lean into it first. And it sucks, man. You have to embrace that a little bit, and knowing what to feel from it, what to learn from it. You're right that you don't carry it into the days ahead. There's plenty to learn. If they could play today, trust me, they would. It's the kind of loss that pisses you off. And those can also, Scott, they can have some real meaning if you lean into it. And trust me, we'll be leaning into it for sure. But we do have to turn the page in terms of the preparation heading into Dallas and all the unique challenges they have.
I don't know if you heard this after the game last night, but Jaden was very forthcoming, saying he lost focus there on that handoff to Bill with 3 minutes left in the game. Was that surprising to you that he would say that he lost focus in that moment, knowing his track record of being so calm, cool, and collected in those moments?
No, it doesn't surprise me. It actually, probably enhances what I feel about him. That's just like him to go through those spots, and I'm not surprised that he said that. I had a text that we exchanged today. I won't share that, but just about how important it is, how he plays, and I'm certain he'll learn from it.
It's like based on the way you guys came out defensively against their scripted offense, you were anticipating that they may not go with their 12 personnel as much as they do typically. Were you surprised, though, that they stayed in it as much as they did? And what does that maybe say about how they viewed attacking you guys defensively?
Like staying in 11 more, Ben? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sorry. Staying in 11 more, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't all the way surprised. I was expecting lots of personnel groupings changing. That's what they had done the game before the bye. But sometimes when guys are coming back off of injuries and such, that can play a role in it too. So I can't speak to that. But I thought Joe and the guys were ready. If they wanted to go multiple groups, they could. Like I said, thought we made some progress with the exception of the last third down into that, as it went into the game. But, I know that they've had some games where they played more personnel groups than others, and so we were ready if they did. But I wasn't surprised necessarily. But they've got a good skill group, and I'm not surprised they, stayed in that one. That seems to be one that's a good one for them.
When you look at the team overall, is it anything that concerns you a little bit more than one area over the other?
Just the fact that we haven't done complementary as well as we need to, Donna, in the 6 games. So there's been times that we have, and it feels like winning, and it feels like the things we do feed off of one another. And then there's times when we don't. And, we had a chance at the end to get some points, at the end of the half and missing those spots. I liked how the defense then responded in their own 2 minute at the half. But the more we can lean into one another, Donna, the better it is for us. That's plain and simple, and when we're at our best. So that's what I want to make sure we capture, and not just some of the time, but all the time.
And when you look at the offensive line play, what do you see in there, and what do you want to see more?
Over the last couple of weeks, we've been pleased with the run game and thought, that was an area we could really lean in to get some bigger gains and some bigger ones to hit. That did not happen. So like most things, we're going to, emphasize the things that we need to, find our spots to go get better and go dig in to go do that. I'll probably hit with you guys tomorrow, how we'll work, different people back into different spots. And I'm looking forward to seeing that too.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
That was coach of the Local 53, Dan Quinn, at his press conference. Appreciate you guys checking out the show. Tomorrow, we are getting Grant back. He'll be back in studio. We'll have a fully armed and operational battle station for Darius, for Corporate Ryan Clary, and all of his meetings. For Toby, I'm Danny Rouillet saying thanks for listening to the program. Washington Capitals hockey is up next. Don't go nowhere.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-3 with their